This time of year, it is the busiest and most profitable time of the year for fishermen. Their target is the deep-sea prey bluefin tuna. A tuna can be as small as 2 meters long. It could easily sell for tens of thousands of dollars on the market. A month of intense fishing, enough to keep them cool for 6 months. So this time of year, the sea is teeming with hunters for the chance of a fateful tuna. Now the New Year's fishing season is about to begin. Every player is ready, 8 hours before the season starts. Captain Marcia of the hard commodity, with her son Joe and nephew Jason, and started fishing for tuna in the sea. Because of last year's poor harvest, they want to have a high income today. Make up for last year's losses. OTT, captain of the hot tuna, with Father Tim and Brother Michael and first mate Jarrett. There are also 2 dogs, Reba, Ripple, and Tosh. They also had poor earnings last season. Captain Taylor of the windmill. All I brought was my sister Marissa. It's 4 hours before the start of the fishing season. Bob, captain of the fat tuna. Take John and Manny. Fishing for mackerel and sand eels has begun at sea. These 2 types of fish are favorites of tuna. It's also the key to catching fish. There has been no tuna in the market for a long time. There is now more demand than supply. So now the price of each tuna is high. They have to make the most of it. To make a lot of money, we have an hour before the fishing season starts. That's Captain Dave on the tuna net. With the crew, Sandro and Jody. They chose him as usual. Today is the first day of the fishing season. Nobody knows where the tuna are, so they chose waters closer to the coast. I hope I can find something here. And next to it is the evil pizza number. Captain Paul is here with Doug, although they were the best paid fishing boats last year. But it's still hard to make ends meet. So one of his crew members chose to leave. Found a steady job. It's 11:45 at night. Dave is on a rush for mackerel and sand eels. I've caught a lot of them, though. But that doesn't mean the tuna is down there. The season is just minutes away. Every captain is scrambling to get ready. With the official start of the season, everyone started throwing bait. Start fishing this year. Everyone was cheering themselves up, trying to catch the first tuna. It's midnight. Tyler was about to switch shifts with Marissa. The radar detector in front of him made a noise. There's a tuna under the water, but he never took a bite out of his bait. This is freaking Tyler out. When he went up to the fishing rod to urge the tuna bite just in time, Taylor got excited right away. Have Marissa pull the anchor right away. The first minute of the tuna's bite is crucial. If you can't get the boat moving, follow the tuna. There's a good chance the line will break. And the rod needs to be watched at all times. What if the line got tangled up in something? You don't even know it's broken. At a time like this, that's where Marissa was looking for her contact lenses and not in a hurry to walk to the fishing pole. Taylor found it when he moved the rod to the back of the boat. The anchor is still in the water and has not been recovered. Marissa immediately manually expedited the recycling, but the fishing line has become entangled. If we don't fix it in time, the tuna will probably unhook. Taylor tried several things. Never been able to free the line. Had to get Marissa to bring a knife. Just give up the $500 anchor. With the fishing line successfully freed, both of them are relieved. They just started fighting tuna. I see a shrimp trap up ahead. Just put down the heart of the moment, lift it up. Tyler's kind of freaking out right now. You don't know why you're so unlucky. After cutting the rope from the lobster cage, Taylor breathed another sigh of relief and pray that no more accidents happen. Maybe the gods of the sea heard. I can't believe I've been so safe. Marissa's in the same time frame, pulling the tuna to the surface. So Tyler can get in there with the spear. Go up with the harpoon. The tuna lay peacefully on the surface. Marissa was a little rusty, but I still got the rope. And that's how you get your first tuna of the season. Although there were many twists and turns in that battle. But looking at a tuna this big, they felt it was all worth it. That's when Tyler spotted the moonshine number next to it. He immediately taunts the other person. But Spotty, the father of tuna on board, did not react. Seems to be getting used to what Tyler's doing. After the 2 sides docked together, Taylor sent them further taunts. This guy's a bit of a bitch, too. As the tuna cooled in the ocean, Taylor pulled the fish into the boat. Look at this giant tuna. The fish measured 2.5 meters. Catching a fish this big at the start of the season. They're going to be rich now. Moonshine at 3 o'clock in the morning. Captain Spotty and crew member Ryan. And rookie TJ Vaughn. He has been fishing since he was a child. After learning about tuna fishing, Spotty was immediately found. But Vaughn's arrival took a toll on his earnings. They have to catch more tuna to make up for the loss. But the government limits fishing to 1 tuna a day because no fish bite for half a day. Several people choose to sleep first and wait for the morning. And at this very moment, the cunning tuna bites the fishing rod. Good thing Vaughn's a light sleeper. Otherwise, this fish could be fucking them for nothing. Although Vaughn is a novice, but he still has fishing experience. You don't make stupid mistakes. Vaughn has been operating for a while. It turns out this tuna is really big. The resistance is very strong. Ryan moved the rod behind the stern. Start fighting the tuna immediately. It's the first fish, after all. Still not so sure about Vaughn. And Ryan was recycling his fishing line. Make sure this tuna is real. Can bring them a lot of income. They fought from night to morning. The tuna also came to the surface. You can see some outlines through the water. Vaughn's on one side, looking at the target. I put the harpoon in right away. The tuna is controlled by a fishtail hook. Vaughn immediately tied a rope around the tail. Looking at this big tuna, Vaughn's getting a little silly. It's the fishing guy's favorite job. As the tuna cooled down, they also pulled the tuna into the boat. The fish was measured at 2.54 meters. It's a little bigger than Taylor's. And the windmill, which had already caught a fish. To see the buyer in front of. Arrival of the first tuna. The buyer, who hasn't started in a long time, is very excited. Can't wait to start cutting things. After removing the useless parts of the fishing, the net weight is 399 pounds. That's 180 kilograms. Next comes the quality of the fish. That's what matters in the end. The fish looks very colored. It's a little bit less fat. And then there's the more critical core. The buyer looks at the fish on it. It means the core is transparent and beautiful. I can get the price down to $17. Earn the $26,783. Although the unit price is not very high. But after last year's recession, the price still made them happy. Still on the evil pizza at sea. No trace of any tuna was found. This made Paul anxious inside. Now the ship is brand new. It's not the same boat as before. And equipment upgrades also mean higher costs. Tens of thousands of dollars in insurance alone. And it can't keep the real season. This makes Paul want to catch a big tuna. Reduce your financial stress. Jack, captain of the Time Flies, with his best friend Nick, come out to sea to fish for tuna. But so is his friend Nick. There's no place to hide from the rain. Only outside. That's when Dave took Tyler and Spotty. The story of the tuna catch was told. After hearing this, Paul and Jack were very envious. Someone caught a tuna so fast. Fortunately, there's still plenty of time. Can wait for the tuna to ask for a hook. But it's been burning fuel. But hurt Dave a lot. Didn't make any money last year. And now I'm stuck here in a daze. The rain became heavier and heavier. Just then, radar suddenly alerted. A tuna was found 60 feet down. Soon the attitude of the rod changed. Several people immediately stood in front of the fishing rod. Start working the tuna. After Sandro had operated it for a while. It feels like a pretty big fish. It is this constantly drifting rain. It made Sandro feel terrible. I can barely see. Always speak very loudly. Dave thinks the wind's blowing at 60 knots right now. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with Sandro. I've been standing there fighting the tuna. But just then the fishing line linking the tuna breaks. After all that rain and water. I can't believe this has happened. Sandro felt like he was going mad. But tuna fishing is like that. Accidents happen all the time. Spotty then came to the harbor with the tuna. Last year's market downer hit fishermen hard. This made Spotty curious. Now the market has returned to normal. The final tuna weighs 370 pounds, 180 kilograms. The quality of the fish is good so far. The color of the fish looks good. The fat is not very high. If the core is crystal clear, that's going to make a lot of money. After a few minutes of observation by the buyer, It was determined that the final price of the fish was $12 a pound. Let a few people make $4,440. It seems that their tuna fish is of poor quality. Marcia looked at the empty deck of the ship. I wish there was a tuna on it. Then Jason had a good idea. That's cooking a meal here, hoping to attract tuna through the bacon. He named the meal Catch Fish Rice. Sounds like he's in a desperate situation. That's when the detector went off. It doesn't have to be real to attract the tuna. This fish is really hungry too, with the hook caught in the tuna. Several people immediately entered the work state. Joe keeps recycling the fishing line that gets out, trying to pull the tuna to the surface. The two sides fought for an hour. They were all sweating from exhaustion. The tuna still did not appear on the surface. Fortunately, Joe has plenty of patience, fighting the tuna all the time. Soon the fish had begun to rise. Marcia immediately picked up the spear, stood aside, and waited for the tuna to appear. When you can see the outline of the fish on the water, Marcia pricked the spear right away, without hesitation, with Jason tying the rope around the fish's tail. They managed to catch their first tuna of the season. When the fish has been in the water for half an hour, several people immediately pulled the tuna into the boat. Look at this very fat fish. 3 happy like a fool. The last fish is 2 meters long, although smaller than the previous 2, but a very good tuna. 2 p.m. on the tuna net. Dave got a message asking for help. His friend's boat's steering system is broken. A hydraulic pipe is urgently needed for repair. If not, we'll have to tow him back to port. Dave just doesn't have any hydraulic lines. It's very disappointing, but Dave decided to go and take him back to Hong Kong. After all, if you can't move on the ocean, it's basically the same as losing your life. Though he'd love to keep fishing for now, but human life is more important. By this time, Meisha had returned to port, found a buyer to sell the tuna. I didn't catch my first fish of the season, but I got my first one, and that makes the Messias feel good. After all, it's a good start. The final fish weighed 256 pounds, 116 kilograms. The quality of the fish is very good, and the color is very bright. The fat looks rich. Just don't know the key core. After the buyer's observation, disappointed that the core is transparent. We can get the price down to $17 a pound. Sounds like a real buyer. I didn't want to pay that much, and I chose to. Made Marcia angry, $4,352. The evil pizza number at 3 p.m. Still no sign of the tuna. This made both men very uneasy. It's less than one person's expenses. We're not going to lose money this year like last year. Captain Dave can be forgiven for not catching any fish today. His friend had an accident and couldn't let it go. They have to be sent back to port. After spending so much time with yourself, you can really jump into the ocean and feed the fish. While Paul was still in a daze, Doug picked up movement on the probe. There's a tuna under the water, and he bit the hook. Doug feels based on the feedback on the hook. This tuna down here doesn't look big. It may not even meet government fishing standards. As the tuna is pulled to the surface, the two men determined that the fish was small. It's not even within the rules. The hook must be removed and released. And the reason why there is such a rule, because substandard fish can still be produced. We need to keep these tuna growing. Otherwise, there won't be any species like this. This is a strategic necessity for sustainable development. And the reason they didn't just let the tuna go, it's because they just removed the hook, starved the tuna of oxygen. Now I want to move it so it gets oxygen again. Only in this way can the release be successful. If you want to release fish too, better see where they were released first. It's not suitable for this fish to live. Otherwise, the end result will be wasted. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Bob and OTT never found the tuna. We've been chatting all afternoon. Looks like we're out fishing. When there is nothing to do, it is really idle. Then OTT spotted whales on the surface. The same goes for Bob next door. The pair immediately set out to bait mackerel. I hope I catch some tuna in no time. So the men of the two ships stood on the deck, waiting for the tuna to bite. Suddenly, there was a movement in the fishing rod in front of John. One of the fish bit the hook. I don't know if tuna's on it, though, but if there's even the slightest chance, we'll try. Tim on the other side also noticed movement in the fishing rod. Several people immediately moved to hook the underwater tuna into the boat. And Tim in this short encounter. Turns out the fish down, there isn't shark. Bob fights during this time. Turns out this fish isn't a shark either. It's a big tuna, especially seeing the rod shaking. It's obviously a huge fish. The OTT side is just as big. The lines are being pulled out a lot. Can't pull it back yet. When OTT saw what was happening, I just grabbed the fishing rod, started showing off his high-end technology through his constant recycling of fishing line, just about to pull the tuna out. That's when the fishing line broke. Looks like OTT's really good at it. Tim operated there for half a day without incident. OTT, the line broke as soon as you picked it up. Bob's side is different. They're still fighting the tuna. Bob's hands were almost a ghost as he struggled to reel in the thread. But it only lasted half an hour. Let John, the crew member, get the hang of it. And his physical strength is great. It took more than half an hour. Not only is there no state of powerlessness, and brought tuna to the surface. After Manny picked up the spear, I just put a hole in the tuna. After pulling the fish to the surface, several people immediately tied the rope up. The fat tuna succeeded in getting his first fish. But Bob's strength for this fish still feel very impressed. After the tuna cools down in the ocean, the fish was immediately pulled into the boat. Looking at this fat fish is very happy. The fish measured 2.54 meters. The three happy do not know how to do the celebration action. Just watch this big fish, feeling tired during this period of time. The time came after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Paul from the Evil Pizza, checking out this new ship. After all, the two are still new to this thing. And if they want to make money, you have to go fishing in the sea every day. If this ship, if something goes wrong, if it breaks down, that would be a lot of financial pressure for Paul. He ran a check and found a voltage problem. Doug and Paul started working on it right away. Look for a solution to this problem. When two people are in the heat of discussion, the fishing rod outside snapped down. There's a tuna on the hook. They set to work immediately. Doug keeps recycling the fishing line that gets out to pull the tuna to the boat. Based on the feedback from the fishing rod in hand, it feels like this tuna is really big. Definitely not that little fish. Paul was instantly excited when he heard this. Have Doug pull the tuna to the surface as much as he can. The fish is then caught and sold to ease the enormous economic pressure of the present. As Doug keeps pulling, the tuna came to 12 meters of water. But just then the line broke. Their faces changed in an instant. The tuna that I was about to get just ran away. But there is no other way. We have to find the tuna again. Then Bob came to the port, ready to sell his giant tuna. You get fish like this on the first day. It made the Bobs very happy. This fish has a net weight of 376 pounds, 170 kilograms. Next comes the meat quality of the tuna. Rick based it on a simple observation. The color is a very beautiful cherry red, but fat is not a lot and the core is average. It's only $16 a pound. Although the final unit price is not very high, but it still made a couple of people $6,016. With a new day, Jack is still experiencing the turbulence of the sea, the heavy rain on the sea. Of course, the tuna did not appear on deck. I can only look at the endless sea, waiting for the tuna to appear. Then the detector in front of him made a noise. There's a tuna in the neighborhood. The two were immediately excited, waiting for the tuna to bite the hook. The rod vibrates and the line flies. Jack immediately rushed up and grabbed the rod and moved the rod to the bow, lest the propeller at the back of the boat cut the line. After Nick took over the fishing rod, turns out this tuna's a little strong. I can barely pull the line. Don't believe it. Nick's face is turning red, nor how much fishing line was recovered. It has to stay as it is. Try not to let the tuna break the line. But it was different when Jack took over again. He managed to recycle some of his fishing line and bring the tuna to the surface. It's just that it's a little expensive. Jack is a total wreck, but Nick reconnected and took the rod. At his disposal, the tuna is powerless to resist. Jack had to stick the harpoon in his body. After pulling the tail out of the water, they tied the rope up right away. Succeeded in getting the first tuna of the year. It took a little while, though, but some have yet to reap the rewards. As the two men pull the tuna into the boat, and you can see the size of the fish. This is definitely a nice, big fish. The fish measured 2.28 meters. It's the tuna they want most. After Nick made a simple cut, ice was immediately poured on to cool it down. Almost an hour later, the two men went to the buyer to sell their 2'2" tuna. Pull up with the tuna. The two men learned that the market was good. The price of tuna is higher than in previous years. This made Jack look forward to the final result. Tuna is 262 pounds. But that didn't interest Jack. We need to see the quality of the fish now. Buyers don't write. This fish is not good enough. Color and core are okay. Just a little too little fat. Only $13 a pound. That brings them to $3,406. Looks like this tuna is really bad. After the season started this year, 5 fleets have caught tuna. The other 3 are still at sea. I don't know what they'll get next. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. To catch a bluefin tuna, these fishermen are risking their lives. Throttle malfunction, boat out of control. They still hold on to their fishing rods, facing an ocean that threatens to swallow life at any moment. They chose to stick it out, a fierce battle that lasted more than an hour. Eventually, tens of thousands of dollars worth of bluefin tuna were hauled onto the ship. Every hook throw here is a gamble. Every time you pull in the net, it's a fight to the death. If you seize it, you have a chance to turn over and become rich. But this battle is just the beginning. The tuna market is now recovering. The captains who learn the news can't wait to catch some tuna. Bring yourself a lot of money, especially where Bob's fishing now. It's a long way from his home. If I don't catch any tuna today, Bob's fortune would be in the red. Can't even pay for 2 men on deck. I had to work for nothing, but I get the feeling he really wants them to take no pay. That's when OTT radioed in. Start this boring time. But OTT seems to be on the wrong side of the fence. Just a few words before turning around and setting up mackerel bait. No more bragging with Bob over there. After OTT laid out the bait, that's when the radar detector sounded. But the people on board did not pay any attention until the tuna bites the hook. Only then did several people have an obvious reaction. After Timmy took the fishing rod, Otter then spread the news of the fish. He seemed pretty sure they'd catch the tuna. While he was still showing off, Tim spotted Bob's boat ahead of him, and the tuna ran away towards them. OTT immediately asked Bob to change course, in case something happens to the tuna. Watching Bob move so slowly, Tim was a little jumpy. Tuna's strength is too much for him to control. Afraid Bob's boat will cut the line. But there's no other way now. Tuna's got a lot of energy right now. Can pull the line and run. We can only hope Bob moves fast enough. After half an hour of intense confrontation, OTT and Tim are a little tired. The tuna still has plenty of energy. Even then, he tore the fishing line. The smile vanished from OTT's face in an instant. He thought it would be a little longer. I can catch this big tuna. But now I can only look at the broken fishing line, lamenting the capriciousness of the world. Marcia on the hard merchandise. I'd love to see a tuna on the fishing rod out there, not mackerel, which is a little overstocked in the sea. There's so much demand for tuna now. I just caught one that wasn't very good. I can get a high price from a buyer. I didn't want to miss this opportunity. The same goes for the guys on the tuna net. But his hopes are a little different than Macius. He wants big, good tuna. After all, he didn't catch any fish on his last trip. Now he must catch a good tuna to make up for 2 days of losses. For this, he took out a small notebook of his previous records, where he used to catch tuna. Try to catch a big fish. Bob here after finding out that Otter didn't catch a fish. The heart is very happy. Don't look at the 2 good relations like brothers. But with tuna, you lose 1 fish. It's harder to make money without one. In order to catch the tuna before OTT does, Bob uses kite fishing. He flies kites and hangs mackerel to attract tuna. Arrange multiple fishing rods at different depths. It doesn't matter where the tuna is. One mackerel will always end up in the tuna's stomach. After a few people have finished all the arrangements, he starts to wait for the tuna on the deck. As Bob prepares to wait in another position, the pole behind John suddenly bent over. There's a tuna on the hook. They're about to make what they make today. Now, John looks at the state of the fishing rod. There's something wrong with this tuna. A little too clever by half. I can't believe I'm running straight ahead. Instead, he's going around and around trying to get the rope together. But this method is useless. Bob just keeps moving the boat forward. I can prevent this from happening. But the tuna's circle will cause it to come close to the boat. Maybe even pulled to the surface by John. When Manny saw an opportunity, he put the tag down. It's just a slight difference in aim. 2 consecutive missed hits. Bob looked disgusted. I've been catching tuna for years. Why can't you do this little thing right? You have to teach on the side to hit it. After pulling the tuna to the surface, Bob tied the rope up at once. Finally, the fish, known as blue gold, was in hand. After a little cooling, several men worked together to drag it onto the deck. Looking at this fat tuna, the measurement result, 2 meters 28, a real big fish. A tuna that meets expectations. Dave and Paul on the other side. They're both very anxious now that the morning's almost over. They haven't found a tuna yet, and Bob has caught the fish. This made Paul decide to head for the sea. Let's see if we can catch a tuna in there, even if it's hundreds of miles away. But Paul thinks he caught tuna there. Better chance of catching a fish than this. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Tyler also decided to switch positions to fish for tuna. Go near Spotty's fishing spot. After all, he's known as the father of tuna. The old man must have picked a good spot. But when Tyler had to move the boat, there seems to be a problem with the windmill. The throttle control system on the deck has failed. Taylor panicked. The control system on the deck was broken, meaning he had to rely on the cockpit while fishing. This certainly makes the whole fishing process more difficult. This makes tuna fishing much more difficult. As a result, Taylor changed his strategy. No more fishing trips to Spotty's, but continue to wait here. Bob is now at the port with the tuna. Their second fish was 2 meters. Such a big fish makes Bob very excited. How many manies can I make today? After getting rid of the useless stuff, tuna carries 277 pounds, 126 kilograms. Next comes the quality of the fish. Rick looked at the fish. It means that the above problems are really many. There's very little fat, and the color looks bad. Even the core doesn't look good. But transparency is a good thing. So we can get the price down to $16 a pound. Got Bob's and his crew $4,432. The reward made several people happy. Fortunately, the current market has a very good phenomenon. Otherwise, fish like this are worthless. The Time Flies has now dropped its anchor. Jack and Nick both enjoy fishing alone. Every time I go out, I'm the only one in the sea. They have to pick up the pace. To have a chance of catching tuna today, making a lot of money, then the detector suddenly made a noise. The fishing rod also stirred at this time. Nick stepped forward to control the back of the rod. Jack took the opportunity to put on his gloves. Move the rod to the bow position. After this brief encounter, it turns out the fish is huge. After Nick took over the fishing rod, it soon pulls the tuna to the surface. Speed, then call it fast. But after Jack put the spear down, did not succeed in hitting. Gives the tuna a little respite. But Jack didn't give it another chance. After successfully hitting the tuna, after Jack tied the rope, the pair also got their second fish of the year. Look at this giant tuna. Jack found Dave to show off. I just started fishing for tuna today, and I made it. And now Dave wants to catch a fish. I'm gonna die when I hear the news. After a while, the 2 men pulled the tuna into the boat. The fish was measured at 2.18 meters, well in line with their fishing expectations. Dave on the other side, when he found out Jack was on the fish, speechless and want to laugh, just left the fishing spot where Jack caught his fish. Dave turned and told the news. Make the other fishless captains happy. This guy's a little bad. You're pulling the hatred that Jack didn't pull. And he himself is now in port. Sell your own tuna. 2 people now, the heart is still a little uneasy. The tuna that came all this way. If the quality is not good enough, we're going to lose money on this cruise. The final fish weighed 251 pounds, 114 kilograms. Next comes the quality of the fish. Rick looked at the flesh of the fish. Thought it was worse than Bob's. Too dark with too little fat. The core is still looking at the past. But it's not great. We can only offer it at $13 a pound. Although the unit price is not very high this time, but it still earned them $3,012. When night comes, not only did Tyler fail to find any trace of the tuna, the boat problem is not solved. He can only keep setting up fishing rods, patiently waiting for the tuna to bite. They didn't know what else to do. Tyler starts explaining everything in his spare time. How do you tie a tuna bait? First, take out a crystal clear rope through the little hole in the back of the hook. You've got a beautiful hook. Through Tyler's own tricks, Tuna's favorite fish, mackerel, is ready. With the bait thrown into the sea, Tyler really wants the tuna to bite tonight. When space is bright again, Marcia came to his secret fishing spot. Last time he was here, he caught tuna. He was hoping to catch it this time, no longer drifting on the sea. And Taylor on the other side is very upset. You know, you're in a bad mood with a bad throttle on deck. So good last night bait down. The tuna didn't take the bait. And now Tyler's kind of looking for something to catch. You're giving the tuna a lot of credit. While Tyler was still out there complaining, the detector on Meisha's ship is making a noise. Taylor's fishing rod was bent. This is a little weird. Marcia's instrument went off. What's going on with Tyler's fishing rod? That's when Marcia's pole began to bend. They got tuna on the hook now. Tyler is moving the rod to the back of the boat. He immediately ran back to the cockpit to control the ship's movements. Hard goods number on Jason in a brief encounter found this tuna very strong. While Tyler was running around on the boat, Marissa's still putting on her pants, and not in a hurry. This made Taylor even busier, just in case the tuna gets away during this time. And what happens when you're more afraid of something? As soon as Tyler grabbed the fishing rod, he saw that the tuna had broken free. He froze in place. His heart is full of doubts. Why is the fish still running away when you're so busy? What's there to be confused about? It's hard not to lose a fight with a tuna. Hard product numbers are different. They have now reached the final moment of truth. Can be found when the tuna is pulled out of the water. This fish is a little small, like a yellowfin tuna. Obviously, it doesn't even meet the government's 5'8" limit, although such small fish cannot catch. But that doesn't mean you can't catch it. Jason immediately marks the fish when he grows up in the future. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, Dave found a new fishing spot. I don't know if he'll catch it this time, but according to Dave, there are plenty of mackerel and whales. I'm sure I can catch some tuna. That's what he said when he picked a spot. His gas bill now tops $1,500. If I don't catch another tuna today, the fish that will be caught sometime in the future will be used to fill this hole. Next, the men began fishing for mackerel bait, getting ready for a little tuna fishing, even though it's losing money. But don't let that slow you down. What needs to be done still needs to be done. More than half an hour later, the probe sounded. There are traces of tuna in the water. The men on board immediately stood on the deck, waiting for the tuna to appear. Then the fishing rod suddenly dropped into the sea. There's a tuna on the hook. Because it happened so suddenly, few men had time to retrieve the anchor. Jody had to untie the rope and throw it away. When Sandro was fighting tuna, make sure the fish is a big one. Decided to use up most of the tuna's energy first. It took longer than before. The fishing rod also stays bent, but the line has slowed down. Sandro fought back. Soon the tuna is pulled to the surface. The two sides fought for another 10 minutes. It's Dave's time to kill. But then something awkward happened, although it missed the mark this time. But Dave quickly rallied. Behind a successful fish this time, several people also became excited. They finally caught their first tuna of the year, with the tuna being pulled to the boat. Several people also measured the fish to be 2.39 meters long. Not one of Marcia's little fish. When the tuna net returned to port, Tyler began to look for the problem with the throttle. Although now can discharge fishing for most reasons. It's only the electrical box that hasn't been checked yet. Tyler just got into this little place. It just feels like the humidity. It corroded whatever was inside. A simple clean is all it takes. While Tyler was still busy in there, Marissa spotted a tuna. It's 60 feet under the water. At this point, the fishing line was pulled out for hundreds of meters. Looks like this tuna is big. To make it in a few seconds, when Tyler found out about it. I hope this tuna isn't running anymore. Can be pulled to the boat. When Taylor tried to move the boat, he found that the throttle problem was still there and had to run back to the cockpit to take control. After Marissa took over the fishing pole, the tuna has gone a long way. Tyler was so frightened that he had to restart the boat. I'm afraid the tuna will take this opportunity to run away again. Marissa took the opportunity to recover the fishing line, but Tuna won't let it go. He pulled the line again and ran to the deep sea. Taylor took the fishing rod to pull the tuna to the side of the boat. After more than half an hour of fighting with Taylor, tuna are also coming to the surface. And now is the most important time. If Marissa doesn't have control of the ship, the line will rub against the hull and break. Two people in this tense atmosphere. The fight lasted for several minutes. The tuna came to the surface of the boat. Marissa walked over to Tyler. Look for an opportunity to pull a tuna. Taylor immediately put the spear on it. After successfully hitting the target, Marissa put the fishing rod down too. Grab one side of the rope and tie the tail. After chilling the tuna for a while, the two men pulled the fish into the boat, ready to send the tuna to the buyer. By simple measurement, this fish is 2.16 meters. Their fishing skills are excellent. I can still catch a fish in this difficult situation. It was late afternoon. Dave and his tuna came to the harbor. The buyer hoisted the fish into the warehouse. Remove unwanted shark fins and heads. This tuna also carries 321 pounds and 146 kilograms. The first fish is this big and people are happy. The quality of the fish is also very good. Beautiful color with cherry red. The core is much less and the fat looks less. The overall quality is so poor that I can only offer the price at $13. But fortunately, there are more than last year. All earned $4,173. Can offset the loss caused by this trip to the sea. It was after 11 o'clock at night. Tyler also made it to the harbor. This tuna of theirs is big, though. But after getting rid of the useless stuff, it's just 257 pounds, 116 kilos. This made both of them quite sad. But if the core and tail are good, then it's not even a thing. The buyer looked at the red meat, decided the fish was good, has a good fat distribution. The core also looks more transparent. But being stingy can't be expensive. I was paid $16 a pound. That brings them to $4,112. The reward pleased Taylor. The season has been going on for a while, but there are boats that haven't caught any tuna. And the first two even made tens of thousands of dollars. I don't know how they're going to catch up. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. A wooden harpoon, a live bait, in exchange for a 600-pound bluefin tuna. The business is a safe bet. If the fish is good enough, then the acquirers will rush to buy. The resulting income could feed a family of 5 for a year. Definitely an angler's dream fish. It's the best time of the season. The ocean is at high tide. There will also be more tuna than usual. That's where Macia sees hope. They finished second last season, trying to take advantage of this opportunity to win first place this season. Last year's tuna season champion. It's this weird uncle with a bad face. Even though the whole market did not fare well last year, not making enough money, but he bought a brand new boat anyway, with a good deputy. The pressure of the economy kept him down. You have to catch a decent amount of tuna to ease this miserable life. When the two are busy with everything in the cockpit health, Paul's probe found 2 tuna. The fishing rod is also stirring. Doug found it when he grabbed the fishing rod. This tuna put up a little light resistance. Thought it was a little fish. But with Doug pulling, that negates what I just said. This tuna down here is a big one. It's estimated to be over 2 meters. The more Doug thought about it, the more excited he became. The speed of the hand is increasing. But when they saw the tuna, found the fish uncatchable, because it didn't reach the government's 5-foot 5 limit, even infinitely close to this size. You catch this tuna, and you go to jail. The two dare not test this line. This fish has to be released. It's very quiet on the hot tuna now. Tim and Michael are sleeping in. It was as if OTT had just woken up in a daze. Only the most passionate Jarrett, doing a pre-fishing check. Make sure every place is safe. After everyone gets up, Jarrett made an announcement. I was ready to be a father. We're going to start selling diapers and milk powder. That's not good news for everyone on board. The representative will give him more money later. How else would Jarrett raise a child? You can't go home with those overflowing mackerel. If you think about it, that might work. Some of the guys on the fat tuna found a lot of biological activity. Looks like we can catch tuna today. Is a very cost-effective thing. Want to win this year? Try to fish in places like this. To catch enough tuna to sell. Make up for last season's deficit. Watching the whales leap out of the water. The probe spotted tuna 100 feet down. They're about to get a fish, while several men waited anxiously on the deck. That's when the fishing rod buckled. The line also flew 200 meters in a short time. This is clearly a big fish. When John was still fishing, the fishing rod suddenly bounced back. The tuna seems to have broken free from the line. If the rod hadn't stayed bent, a few people actually thought the tuna had run away. This made John feel cheated. So they started recycling fishing line without regard to the consequences. John fought for half an hour. The tuna is showing signs of weakness. The fighting time is up to an hour to bring the tuna to the surface. Although this fish doesn't want to rise to the surface. But facing John's tugging and Manny's spear, I still can't make any other changes. A spear stuck in your body means the end of your life. This tuna is still fighting back. Even if they tied the rope to the tail, still trying to fight back. Too bad that doesn't change anything. All work together to pull the tuna to the deck. The fish was measured at 2.4 m. It's a tuna that meets government fishing regulations. Several people cannot wait to return to the port. The hard goods number has now changed the current fishing point. They didn't find anything in the last place, not even a sign of a whale. So they changed the current fishing spot. I hope I can find something here. Jason just released two weights of mackerel into the ocean. The two waited for a few minutes. The detector beeps. According to the display, there are 2 tuna. Joe was shot before he knew it. Jason sensed something was wrong when he took over the rod. I'm pretty sure it was a fish. I don't know if it's tuna. As Jason continues to recycle his fishing line, confirmed it was a shark. Jason just ripped the line, so as not to be delayed more time. The appearance of the shark made Marcia decide to change the fishing spot. If you keep letting the sharks get into trouble, they won't have to fish anymore. Paul and they returned to the port to sell. Paul spent $1,800 on the trip. I'm hoping this tuna will fetch a high price. After removing the useless parts, tuna weighs 260 pounds, 117 kilograms. Next comes the crucial fish quality check. Rick looked at the fish head. Indicates that the color is red core, is good. Just too little fat. After hearing this, Paul made a decision against his ancestors. He called out Dad to Rick. But it doesn't help, does it? The buyer offered only $15 a pound. Made a few people $3,900. The tuna net is in a perfect position right now. The surrounding sea was calm. Several of them had to lie dead on the boat, regretting today's decision. What do you think will happen if you go to Chatham? Instead of lying here in a heap, then the detector made a noise. Sandro went out at once. The fishing rod also bent in front of him. They got rid of their decadence in an instant. Actively respond to tuna resistance. Dave's been without a fish for a long time. Now I see Tuna happy to get straight to it, trying to pull the fish to the boat all by himself. As the top angler in these waters, he handled it very well. It soon pulls the tuna to the surface. Tuna still has strength to resist Dave's tugging all the way down to the surface. The battle came an hour and a half later. Dave still can't bring the tuna to the surface. In view of this situation, the energetic Sandro played, the tuna that Dave consumed for so long. Clearly no match for Sandro now. can only obediently rise to the surface. Dave, after seeing the tuna, he stuck his spear on it. The tuna is still struggling, trying to save his dying life. Facing these three big guys on the boat, still can't make a difference. They're taking advantage of the fact that the tuna needs to cool down. Passed on the news of his catch. Jack was so jealous. He was mocking me yesterday. Now Dave's got the fish on deck. The tuna was measured at 2 meters. It's bigger than they thought. OTT, captain of the hot tuna. I'm in a bad mood now. Nothing on the water around here. Whether or not we catch tuna today. Dave arrived at the port. Because this is the first fish of the season. Dave wants this tuna to be good. That's how you make a lot of money. The final fish weighed 379 pounds, 117 kilograms. The color of the tuna is not very good. There is not much distribution of fat. The key core is fine. It has beautiful color and transparency. This can raise the price. The buyer ended up paying $13 a pound. Dave was a little sad about the price, though, but he knew that the meat of the fish was not good. I can still accept the final payment of $4,927. Captain Spotty of the Moonshine, after learning that two had already caught tuna. Look at your comm detector. It feels like the universe has treated him unfairly. How come everyone else can catch tuna? Not if you choose a position that good. Spotty had a big goal today. Now he felt no need to say, I changed my goal to just catch the fish before Tyler does. Not to lose face in front of the younger generation. So he replaced the bait with squid. I hope this living creature can bring him fat tuna. Spotty threw the bait into the ocean. The probe found tuna, and he bit right into the fishing rod. Ryan picked up the pole and moved to the back of the boat. Fight with a wider position. About them getting the fish. And Tyler, who was not far away. He didn't say a blessing. Instead, he's got a mouthful of filthy, dirty words. Too bad Ryan couldn't hear me while he was working. I'd have to walk the fish in front of Tyler. Direct ridicule in the face. After a long battle, the tuna have yet to appear on the surface. They had a problem. A float appeared on the fishing line. If you don't pay attention, the wire will be cut. Vaughn pulls the float away with a pole. Then he threw it away. When Ryan was ready to take on tuna, the float is at the fishing line again. This made several people laugh angrily. How could there be something so insistent? Fortunately, it hasn't caused any problems, right? Vaughn solved the problem again. Ryan pulls the tuna to the surface. Don't just jump out of the water. It means victory is coming. Soon the tuna was pulled to the boat. After Spotty put the harpoon in, bright red color also appeared on the surface of the water. The two skillfully control the tuna and tie it to a rope. They managed to get their second fish of the year. Spotty's 3 moves. It was all seen by the voyeur Tyler. This made Ben relaxed, and he immediately became nervous. I'm about to lose my number 1 spot. I think it's to keep Tyler from getting upset. A tuna sprang from the sea at the stern and bit into the fishing rod next to it. That's a nice touch of tuna. You're offering to comfort people. And Marissa lived up to her expectations. Grab the rod and reel in like crazy. Want to settle this fight in a short time. It's just that they were in a little bit of a hurry. Both sides just ripped the wire. The sight of the battle surprised Vaughn. I didn't think it would happen again. Their tuna also cooled down. A few men pulled the tuna into the boat. Measured a body size of 236-inch. It's a fat little guy who meets government arrest guidelines. They returned to the port when evening came, selling their big fat fish. After getting rid of the useless stuff, the net weight is 305 pounds, 138 kilograms. That's a nice fat little fish. Finally, the crucial meat inspection. The fish looks pretty good. Has a transparent core. It's just the color and the fat. It's a big drag on the overall value. I can only give the price to $12. $3,660 for the old man. Don't look at a few people acting very happy. In fact, I am not satisfied with the reward. I can only sell tuna to this cheapskate. As the next day came, the time flies as being showered by Jack. You don't get a lot of free rain like this. If the rain gets any heavier, the ship will capsize. It's too small to clean. It's the only size you can save money on. while Jack was still talking about the benefits of the rain. The fishing rod is then patronized by Tuna. Good thing Nick was watching. Otherwise, it's 100 miles in a few seconds. I'm going to pull the line and I'm going to pull the rod. After moving the rod to the bow, the two men began to divide the labor. Jack's up front fighting Tuna. Nick's in the bridge, steering the boat. Provide a good output environment for Jack. After a little confrontation for a dozen minutes, Jack sensed the time was right. Have Nick bring the spear gun to the bow and prepare it. Soon the Tuna came to the surface. But two people at this time found the fish a little small. Looks like it's only about 5 feet. It's strange that such a small fish fights so hard. After the Tuna was re-released, their faces were marked with sorrow. I thought I'd get home from the rain. For now, we have to stay on the surface. The hot Tuna's deck is still empty. They've been at this fishing spot for 24 hours. I didn't see anything except the people on board. Oh, and those puppies. OTT decided to look at another fishing spot. If I can save this bad day. It's a special day on Hard Goods today. It's Marcia's nephew Jason's birthday. According to the usual experience, as long as Jason's on the boat for his birthday, I'm sure we can catch Tuna today. But there's one thing he needs to celebrate. This is not a joke, okay? It really is that metaphysical. I'm kind of wondering why myself. After giving Jason a balloon that said happy birthday, that's when the probe actually went off. There's a Tuna. When Marcia broke the news to them, the fishing rod was also bitten by Tuna. After Jason grabbed the fishing rod, turns out this Tuna is a monster. Carbon fiber fishing rods are bent like this. He screamed in excitement. This birthday Tuna must be caught on board. The high intensity of the confrontation still got Jason defeated. After Joe took over the fishing rod, he showed his great skill. He's just a little weak. It didn't take long to get Marcia started. This uncle is also very give face to pull a few times. Let's get Jason back on the bench. The battle time came to 40 minutes. The Tuna came to the surface. It's a big fish that meets government regulations. As Marcia picked up her harpoon and stood aside, looking for an opportunity, the Tuna takes the initiative and comes to the surface. Uncle certainly won't miss the opportunity. When a few men hold the Tuna to the side of the boat, he immediately tied the rope around the fish's tail. Look at this giant Tuna. Jason shamelessly told Marcia he wanted a raise today. After the Tuna has cooled in the water for half an hour, several men pulled the fish into the boat. The shock of the Tuna hitting the deck. The three men looked forward to the weight of the fish. The Tuna was measured at 2.36 meters. They decided to return to the port to sell. Don't brag about your current income to others. After they appeared in front of the buyer, the Tuna was also pulled to the warehouse. Get rid of the useless parts. The final fish weighed 337 pounds, 152 kilograms. It's a beautiful birthday Tuna. Next comes the crucial meat quality. This determines the final payment. It also determines whether Jason gets paid more. The buyer observed for a while and said, "This fish is by far the best available on the market. There's nothing wrong with having a lot of fat in the core. It's just not the right color. But the effect is not huge." The final price was $19 a pound. Let them make $6,403. It's the best pay yet. But Marcia is a stingy old man. I just wanted to buy Jason dinner. This year's Tuna season is nearly a week old. Most captains have had different results. There were 2 captains who didn't catch any Tuna. Hope to see their fish in the back. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Would you risk your life just to catch one fish? Fishing in this sea is not a pastime, but a matter of life and death. A single bluefin Tuna can sell for tens of thousands of dollars. Just took a few straight to wealth freedom. But only if you survive this crazy fight. A fishing line, a hunter, a gamble at sea. Got some bad news on the hot Tuna today. Their dog, Liba, was having serious health problems. OTT's taking it to the hospital for observation. We can't go fishing together. When Liba was 8 months old, I went out with the men to catch Tuna. For 11 years, Liba wasn't just a member of the crew. It's their families. Now his health is deteriorating rapidly. A shadow has been cast on everyone's heart when the sky lit up the Tuna net. Watch the active seabirds around you. Hope these creatures bring good news. Usually seabirds are present in large numbers, which means the tuna will be around. Sure enough, their detectors sounded. There are traces of tuna on the bottom of the sea. The fishing rod began to bend. A tuna bites the hook. After moving the rod to the best position, they begin to fight the tuna. Jody felt it through the fishing rod in his hand. Confirmed that this tuna is huge. Dave was skeptical. He pushed Jody aside to try it for himself. After a simple tug, Dave confirmed Jody's story. That's a big tuna down there, but it's not as big as Jody described. After Sandro took the fishing rod, thinking this fish could make them a lot of money. His movements were swift as lightning. The fishing boat was almost smoking. However, the tuna are still out of the water. The battle lasted 40 minutes. The tuna finally emerges. Dave raised the harpoon and was about to stab it. Suddenly, the fishing line snapped. The tuna has escaped. Everyone froze in disbelief. Paul watched for a moment. There was no movement. He asked Dave what was going on. Then they knew they hadn't caught any tuna. The fishing line was snapped just in time. At this point, OTT took Liba with him. Came to the hospital door. This puppy had bone cancer. OTT took him to the orthopedics department. Finally solved the problem. Now it's happening again with Liba. Makes OTT very worried. After the doctor performed a basic examination, no useful results were obtained. Additional checks are required to get accurate information. Bob, captain of the fat tuna. It costs hundreds of dollars to drive a boat 144 kilometers just to challenge Chatham waters again. I hope I catch tuna. Given the current environment, he made no mistake in his choice. There are 3 or 4 whales and lots of seabirds on the surface. Tuna like the same food as they do. Now the whales are feasting. You can see tuna eating down there. Suddenly, the probe spotted tuna at 230 feet. The fishing rod is responding. When Manny got the hang of it, tuna can swim very fast, a few hundred meters in a short time. Even though Manny tried to recycle the fishing line, it doesn't work. The line was pulled out even more. Everything we know so far. No indication of the size of the tuna. After moving the rod to the best position in the stern, John the tuna hunter joins the fight. The fishing rod worked best in his hand. The tuna was pulled dozens of feet, even though the rod is bent like it's about to break. The tuna is out of the water. Manny picked up the harpoon next to him. Start looking around for opportunities. When the harpoon plunges into the tuna, the crowd was more excited, eager to catch this tuna. After successfully tying the rope to the fish's tail, they caught a 4th tuna, cooled the tuna for dozens of minutes. They quickly pulled the tuna into the boat. Look at this big fat fish. Measured, the body length reached 2 meters 33. It's a tuna that meets government regulations. The hot tuna arrives at the fishing spot. They spent a lot of time to be able to catch a tuna, to Liba in the hospital. However, everyone on board was not feeling well. Usually around this time, the dog had begun to bark at the sea. It wasn't as quiet as it is now. Bob arrives at the port to sell the tuna. Want the core of the fish to be clear and rich in fat. The market environment is very good this year. If there's something about tuna, they can make a lot of money. The final fish weighed 283 pounds, 128 kilograms. The color of the fish is a beautiful cherry red. The fat performed well, but the core quality was a little poor. But I still get $16. Let them earn $4,528. OTT at the pet hospital. Got the results of the doctor's tests. Liba's cancer has spread. The lungs are all infected. Based on the doctor's experience, Liba has only a few days left. I might even go to heaven tomorrow. All of this hurts OTT like nothing else. There's no way to accept it or change it. OTT decided to take Liba out again. Do what you can for it. Captain Taylor of the windmill. A plan was made for this year's fishing season. It's about keeping costs low. Strive to spend the least amount of capital to earn the most profit. The plan seemed perfect. After all, they have too many difficulties with poor visibility. The deck throttle control system hasn't been repaired yet. If you want to catch tuna, You have to run back and forth like before. Look around at the calm water. Tyler began to study fish feelings, trying to locate the tuna. And then his rod buckled. The two were immediately busy. Marissa controls the tuna on the fishing pole. Taylor recovered the anchor. Let Marissa have a good output environment. After dropping the rope that held the anchor to the boat, Tyler moved the rod. The fight is now very difficult. They need someone to control the ship. There's a guy out there recycling fishing line, coupled with the fog surrounding the low visibility. Not friendly to the fight with the tuna. Fortunately, their fishing skills are high. They managed to pull the tuna to the surface in harsh conditions. Tyler put the harpoon down. Look at the fish gun on the tuna. Pull the fish over to the boat immediately. Tie the rope of fate. The tuna is firmly tied. They managed to catch their third fish of the season. I cooled the tuna for half an hour. Prevent the fish from burning after affecting the price. The two men pulled the tuna into the boat. The fish measured 2 meters and 8 inches. Several decoys have been set up on the hot tuna, waiting for the tuna to take the bait. Learned that Liba had only a few days to live. This took everyone by surprise. I thought when I cut off my cancerous leg to keep Liba alive until the end of his life. Now the lungs are also infected. Bad news makes 3 men drop their pearls. Taylor has now arrived at the port. I hear from buyers that the market is getting better. The amount of fish left in the country. There's not enough to fill those cute foodies. Got Tyler all tickled up and down. After learning that the fish weighs 239 pounds and 108 kilograms. Although the net weight of tuna is not high. But if the fish is good enough, you can make money. The buyer looked at the fish. It means good color, good fat. The core looks good, but that's just nice to say. The buyer paid only $13 a pound. That brings them to $3,107. There are plenty of seabirds around the time flies. Jack and Nick think it's a good location. At least it looks like it has tuna. Just lay out more mackerel bait. Should be waiting for the tuna to bite. Their desire to serve the fish. It's bigger than it was before I caught it. Jack has been losing money since the beginning of the season. The fishing rod suddenly bent down. A tuna bit into a fishing pole. After Jack grabbed the pole, found this tuna a little fierce. Obviously a huge monster. After Nick took over the fishing rod, the tuna is still on the run. Jack just didn't make any progress. The good news is that Nick is very aware of his skills. It's able to pull the tuna steadily to the surface. When looking at the size of the fish, but the weather is not good. A heavy rain is going to break out over the sea. Nick has to pick up the pace. If we wait for this rain to come down, his fight against the tuna will be much harder. But that's when accidents happen. Good thing Nick didn't fall into the ocean. Otherwise, the tuna might have run away. He would disappear into the sea. The battle time came to 50 minutes. Nick pulls the tuna to the surface. Jack stood on the bow of the boat with a spear, waiting for the tuna to slip up. With a snort from Jack, the harpoon is also stuck in the tuna. After tying the rope around the fish's tail, they got their third fish of the year. Happy Nick swam around the boat, sending all the surrounding seabirds flying. When the tuna cools down, they pulled the fish into the boat, measured the tuna at 2.46 meters, a big fish that meets government regulations. The hard goods number is now being replaced with a new bait. Jason says all the previous decoys are dead. Only the mackerel that's still alive. To get the tuna's attention, to earn this reward. As the bait is dropped again, they don't have anything to do. The time flies now return to port. Rick also learned of the danger of their fishing this fish. Fortunately, what I do is an acquirer. You don't have to face such a dangerous thing. Monet makes more money than they do. After removing the useless parts, tuna weighs 359 pounds, 163 kilograms. The fish is beautifully colored, and so is the core. It's just not very transparent, and there's not a lot of fat. I can only give the price to $15, making the two angry $5,385. Jack made a lot of money on this trip. Paul, the captain of the Evil Pizza, is a little nutty. Their plan succeeded in winning the first place last year. How to use it again this year? I didn't catch a single tuna. They changed a fishing spot 3 times, but I never caught any tuna. Spending also increased exponentially during this time. He wanted a tuna to bite the hook. While he was thinking about it, the fishing rod suddenly buckled at the stern. There really is a tuna on the hook. It's only a dozen meters from the sea. It can be easily pulled to the surface. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Neither wanted to miss it. Doug decided to do it the safest way. Waste the tuna's energy first, slowly pulling the fish to the surface. The time came half an hour after the battle. They both felt relaxed. Think this tuna is about to be acquired. But the unexpected always arrives first. The line broke at this point. Doug's face darkened instantly. It's a few meters above the surface. Why did tuna break the line again? It seems that people really cannot be too early rampant. It's not bad luck. Some of the men on the hot tuna haven't gotten over the absence of the dogs. They all look weak when they work there. Just keep throwing the bait over and over. While the 3 were still in a dejected daze, I suddenly noticed a whale feeding in front of me. It's a pretty amazing move if Liba were here. Must be barking at them constantly. Get mad at whales for no reason. Now they can't hear it. Not long after the whales left, the tuna appears and bites the hook, and both fishing rods were bitten. Both were desperately trying to recover their fishing line. Tim's tuna ran away just then. Good thing Jarrett still has it. I don't think I just got happy for nothing. They've been here since the beginning of the season. Not a single tuna was caught. Add to that Liba's physical problems. What does Jarrett say about catching this tuna? Cut off a piece of fish and give Reba something good to eat, so that Liba can get better faster. To achieve this great goal, Jarrett clutched the fishing rod. The muscles in the arms tense and try to pull on the line. The battle time came to 40 minutes. The tuna came to the surface. They can already see a little tuna. Just need a little more force to make it work. Jarrett lasted another 20 minutes. The tuna also came to the surface. Tim took the opportunity to stick the spear in it, hold the tuna to the side of the boat, and tie a rope. All the while, they kept shouting for Liba. They succeeded in getting their first tuna on the day that Liba was dying. It'll give Liba another bite of tuna. The 3 were desperate to get back, and Michael couldn't wait to find OTT to bring him the good news. But then I learned that OTT had put Liba humanized. Reba did not wait for this last bite of meat. We've made our way to the Planet Wolf. As the tuna cools down, they pulled the fish into the boat. But the 3 were not very happy. That fish has 2 meters too. Also, do not feel the fragrance. I just want to get back and see Liba again. Upon successful return to port, they got it from OTT. What did Liba do with his last days? OTT is a good master. I did all the things that Liba loved to do before finally sending it to the Planet Wolf. Next up is the normal tuna session. People are usually happy at this time. And now there's no smiling face, not even Rick. The final fish had a net weight of 237 pounds and 107 kilograms. The quality of the fish looks good. It has a beautiful color and core. The distribution and quantity of fat is also sufficient. But the cooling time is not enough. I can only offer the price at $13. Let them make $3,081. Most of the fleets now get a tuna. Except for the evil pizza number. Paul is more than $10,000 away from first place. Expect him to win the title as he did last season. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up and let's look forward to the next episode. Look, this one's 2 feet long, weighing hundreds of kilos of bluefin tuna. It took a couple of fishermen 3 hours. This tuna was successfully landed. It can easily sell for tens of thousands of dollars on the market. Sounds like a good payoff. Maybe you'd like to try it. Some, however, failed to catch a fish for days. Can't realize the dream of getting rich overnight. So fishing out at sea is risky. It depends on how lucky you are. The evil pizza came to Chatham today. They have been unable to catch tuna for a long time. Add to that the pressure of new boat loans. It's stressing Paul out. Looking at the calm sea, he wondered if there were really mackerel under the water. Yet others can always catch tuna in this area. There must be something that attracts them. Bob, captain of the fat tuna, Look at the whales and seabirds. Thought Paul hadn't caught any tuna in a while. Decided to lend a hand. He gave Paul the coordinates here. The evil pizza is on its way. See whales and seabirds in front of you. Paul's expression changed from dead to alive, while Bob's crew was laying the bait. The ship's detector suddenly sounded. There are at least 4 tuna in the water. And then the detector on Paul's side goes off. They've got tuna on their side, too. Doug immediately began to lay out mackerel bait. Both were eager to catch tuna right away. Back on the deck of the Fat Tuna were the 3 men, watching a few fishing rods and waiting for the tuna to bite. There was a movement in Bob's fishing rod. The tuna took their bait. When Doug found out Bob was on the fish, anxious, he wanted to die a little faster. Step up your mackerel bait. Bob pulled it for a while. The hook was found to be poorly positioned on the tuna. I feel like I'm going to drop. This tuna needs to be handled with care. As Bob pulls the fish out of the water, the faces of several people suddenly became solemn. A tuna that doesn't meet government regulations. But he's getting into shape. To catch this tuna again in the future, Manny put a record tag on it, so the fish's movements can be tracked. Come back and fish when the tuna is big. After reintroducing the fish, Bob found himself delayed. The original whales and seabirds have completely disappeared. All that remains is a slightly undulating sea. Dave, captain of the tuna net. I learned that Bob had caught a small fish in Chatham. I have a feeling I might have bad luck today. The first tuna that appeared was so young, which means there's not a lot of fish in this area. Paul from Evil Pizza is a case in point. Many of his catches have fallen short. As a result, there's been no income since the start of the season. It continues to lose money. Not nearly as strong as last season. Dave's got another passenger on board today. This is Calvin the dog right here. The reason I brought this little guy, because Lee Ba of OTT is dead. I took it with me to spend more time with Calvin. Jack on the time flies. He showed his secret to catching fish. Place a black block on the hook from which the mackerel is hanging. This thing weakens the light in the sea. Concealed bait and fishing line connection. Greatly increase the chance of tuna biting the hook. Not long after dropping the mackerel bait, Jack's detector goes off. There's a tuna in 40 feet of water. While the two waited anxiously, Captain Dave caught a glimpse of the whale ahead. Then let everyone on board act. Get ready for the tuna to take the bait. At the same time, his probe was moving. A large school of tuna has sprung up under the water. In this tense atmosphere, Jack's side is getting the first taste of tuna. When Manny was handling the fishing rod, it turns out this tuna is bigger than anything we've ever encountered before. The violent tug of the fish must be handled with care. After moving the rod to the bow position, the 2 men decided to slowly recover the line. Drain the tuna first. Time passed quietly. An hour passed. They're still draining the beast, although the tuna is still alive and kicking. But not as good as Manny. Soon the tuna is pulled to the surface by Manny. Jack quickly raised the spear and stabbed, but it missed the mark. Fortunately, the tuna can no longer resist. Jack hit the harpoon hard again. The tuna is bleeding bright red blood. He was held to the side of the ship and shackled. Looking at this huge tuna, Nick's voice trembled a little. I can't help but marvel at the shock of this scene. After the tuna has cooled for a while, together, they pulled him aboard. The tuna measured 2.72 meters long. It was the biggest fish they caught this year. Jack is quite proud of himself. Find other captains in the same area and show off. His big, fat tuna. Dave, Bob, and Paul were full of envy. Jack was the only one in the area who caught a big fish. OTT, captain of the hot tuna. Watching the whales in front of me, listening to Reba barking. I can't help but remember when Lee Ba was there. The thrill of seeing a whale. Now, these 2 puppies. Not as energetic as Lee Ba after all. Too bad Lee Ba's not around anymore. But the longing is still hard to suppress. I don't even care about fishing. At this point, the time flies return to port, ready to sell this giant tuna. Every trip to Chatham costs a fortune in gas. The 2 men sincerely hope that the fish is of good quality. Only in this way can we earn enough money smartly. The final net weight was 462 pounds 210 kilograms. Next comes the crucial meat inspection. Excellent color, like a cherry bright. The fat is evenly distributed and the core is excellent. The buyer is willing to bid $17. That earned the pair $7,854. Looks like their trip was a big success. Jack hesitated to go again because of the distance. But this one pays well. It left Jack in a deep bind. At this point, the evil pizza was in trouble. Paul has nothing to eat now. Fortunately, there were several fleets nearby. After asking Dave and Bob to lend a hand. It's just that Paul is a little greedy. Let's hope when they catch the tuna. Helps him keep the fish for himself. The most brazen man I've ever seen. I saw his filthy smile. Must have been chewed out by Bob and Dave. Captain Taylor of the windmill. I don't know how to be confident. I feel like I'm going to catch a giant tuna today. Maybe it's the mackerel Marissa caught all night for bait. Or because most of the fleet is in Chatham. He was fishing in the waters near his home. There are no other ships around. Looks like Taylor has a pretty big advantage. While Marissa was in bed catching up on her sleep. Tuna, the symbol of gold, appeared in the sea. It's 20 feet under the water. The fishing rod also changed its attitude. Start pointing your head down towards the sea. After Marissa struggled to get up. Throw on your clothes and get to work quickly. While Taylor scrambles to control the situation. As Marissa grabbed her fishing rod to return to the line, the tuna was found swimming 2 miles. It's unusual not to feel like resistance. Quickly let the experienced Taylor side to take over. Captain of the windmill. As soon as I picked it up, I realized it was a shark. The tuna was probably driven away by it. After ripping the fishing line, Tyler sensed something was wrong with his radar detector. Even a shark, the damn thing. At this time, Paul received Bob's arrival after. He immediately stood on the deck waiting for his angel. With his box full of supplies. 2 people can last another day at sea. Now Paul has a pile of bills to pay off. If I don't get any more tuna today. Paul felt like he was going to make money on the street. The moonshine is in the perfect position. There are plenty of mackerel and mullet in the water. It attracts tuna. Just put down enough bait. I'm sure the tuna will bite. Marcia, the captain of the hard commodity, is a bit of a bitch. Wanted to throw the photographer into the ocean and feed him to the sharks. The reason is because he's got a knack for it. But our photographer is not afraid to die. Just trying to be his face. There are a lot fewer steps in the middle. Just show us when the bait is dropped at the end. Everything is ready, and both men return to their cabins to sleep, waiting for the tuna to bite. 2 hours later, the probe beeped. There's tuna on the bottom of the boat. The men on both ships went on deck one after another. The moonshine got the tuna first. Ryan immediately grabbed the fishing rod. Hard goods are following suit. Both sides basically started fighting tuna. Hard commodity fish are doing very well. He pulls the line a few hundred meters in one go. It's quieter on the moonshine, but they encountered another difficulty. There was an abandoned float in front of me. Looks like it's about to get tangled up in the fishing line. Fortunately, Captain Spotty was a famous fisherman. Get Vaughn to take care of the target quickly. Along with the float was thrown elsewhere. They can fight the tuna with peace of mind. There was an incident with Jason at dawn. They fought for so long. No tuna in sight yet. A little suspicious of what's down there. Ryan was fighting during this time. Pulled the tuna dozens of feet closer. But this fish is very strong. That advantage disappeared in an instant. An hour after the battle came. There's been a big change on Jason's side. They succeeded in pulling the fish to the surface. We're sure it was the tuna. Jason, the crew member, was instantly excited. A lot more speed on the hand. Captain Marcia picked up one side of the harpoon, right on the body of the tuna. After successfully hitting the target, he laughed like a fool. 2 crew members were also onto the sound and tied the rope to the tail of the tuna. The hard goods number also welcomed a 3rd fish. When the tuna cools down, several people work together to pull the fish onto the boat. Look at this fat tuna. It measured 2 meters and 82 feet. They want to know how much the fish is worth. The moonshine is still fighting. Looks like this fish is stronger than I thought. The fighting time on both sides came at 2 hours to bring the tuna to the surface. But they didn't solve the problem. Instead, it got to 3.5 hours. The tuna still hovers at the surface. This made Spotty on one side a little anxious. Vaughn's got a little contempt for him. Probably couldn't take the pressure. Ryan just pulled the tuna and scrapped it. They don't need to be harpooned. I'll be able to secure the rope. Looks like Tunny's tired from the long fight. All the functions of the body decline to the point of disappearance. As they pull the tuna into the boat, measured a body size of 277-inch. The hard commodity returned to port at this time. Or this giant tuna. What can it bring them? After getting rid of the useless stuff, tuna has a net weight of 552 pounds and 250 kilograms. The quality of the fish looks good. It has a nice color and enough fat. The core seems to have good transparency. I haven't seen such perfect fish this year. Can get the price down to $18 a pound, making the family team $9,936. I almost got to $10,000. A few crew members of the tuna net, watching the whales feed, further explain the reason why tuna will come. Mackerel and herring crushed in the water. Body oils spread in the water to attract the distant tuna. The probe is also finding fish 150 feet below the surface. Dave broke the news to the crew. The tuna bites the hook. Jody took control of the fishing rod. It turns out this tuna is bigger than ever. With his superb fishing skills, the tuna floats for tens of meters. It's just more pressure on the rod than usual. With Jody using a new move, the tuna floats up a few meters. Now we're only about 8 meters out to sea. There's a good chance of getting this tuna. With the encouragement of Captain Dave and teammate Sandro, the tuna came to the surface position. The spikes in front of the harpoon were sticking out of his head. Wait for the tuna to come close. But when the opportunity comes, Sandro was not sure. The tuna ran to the bottom of the boat. It took Jody a dozen minutes and pulled the tuna out again. This time Sandro didn't want to let his teammates down. Clench his crown and throw it. After successfully hitting the body of the tuna, a few people simply tied up and began to celebrate, with the tuna being pulled to the boat. They measured a body size of 218. It's a nice big fish. Put one side of Calvin's happy big bark. The moonshine is on the move. Arrived at the port at noon, selling their 277 tuna. After cutting away the useless stuff, the net weight is 566 pounds, 257 kilograms. It's their fattest tuna of the year. Then comes the most crucial moment. The quality of the fish is generally acceptable. Just too much fat. Who likes that? I can only offer it at $13 a pound, although the unit price is not high, but it still brought them $7,358. Paul watched the supplies dwindle. My heart decided to stay at sea until you catch tuna or run out of fuel. While he's still thinking about it, the probe suddenly spotted tuna. The two men stood on the deck waiting for the tuna to bite. But nothing happened for 10 minutes. Paul's mouth began to curse. His inner vent is good. The tuna bites the hook. Two people work after the mouth is not idle, still yelling at the tuna, afraid this fish doesn't meet government regulations. But when he caught the rod, turns out this tuna is no small thing. The line doesn't go out as fast as it looks. Paul can't even put his teeth back. Doug is a little different. Arms clenched and teeth clenched. Soon the tuna is brought to the surface. Paul is seeing this, picked up one of the harpoons and plunged it in. After the rope is tied around the tail, the two finally got their first tuna of the year. Paul was in the mood to celebrate. It's not just high fives and hugs. Open the aft hatch. Tunny was immediately pulled into the boat by the two men. Look at the first fish of the year. The pair measured the fish to be 2.36 meters. When Paul was showing off to Bob, rampant not decent, Dave then returned to the port. After the acquirer quickly disposed of the useless parts, the tuna still weighs 230 pounds, 104 kilograms. The rest is the most important fish. The buyer says the meat looks good. It has good color and fat. The core is not so good or even worse. I can only offer the price at $10. He paid Dave $2,300. When night comes, Paul and Doug arrive at the port. Look at this stiff tuna. Paul hopes the fish will be worth a lot of money. Help him cover that $2,000 debt. There's still a little money left over for payroll. After cutting out the useless stuff, Tuna still has 288 pounds, 131 kilograms. As long as the fish is of good quality. So Paul's wish will come true. The color of the fish is very beautiful. The core is good, but it burns. There's not much fat. I can only pay $13 a pound. That brings them to $3,744. Although the price is a little low, but happy with the first fish. Now all the fleets are making money. But there's a big difference between first place and last place. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Priceless bluefin tuna. Often all it takes is a simple decoy. The greedy tuna will easily take the bait. Let the bait fish escape first. Wait until he's a few hundred meters out to retrieve the line. By depleting the tuna's energy repeatedly, the angler can catch this bluefin tuna. No wonder it's considered the highest paid job in the world. It's one of the easiest jobs. A new day is coming. Captain Dave arrives at Chatham. He hopes to catch a high-quality tuna today. Propelled his team from third place to championship. It has certainly been a long journey. I hope the tuna net gets what it wants. Jack, captain of the Time Flies. Not like the other captains. Tuna fishing in Chatham again. I'm going out on my own. He thinks it's easier to get to the top. The pair distributed all the decoys at different water levels to make sure that wherever the tuna is, I have a chance to bite the bait. When Nick saw seabirds skimming overhead, Jack's detector is responding. The fishing rod bends. In the moment of grasping the fishing rod, Jack feels the tuna unstoppable. The line was flying out without stopping. Suddenly the line breaks at this moment. Their faces turned as if they had been hit hard. Just then another fishing rod at the stern was bitten. The recently lost tuna is back on the hook. The speed of the reversal was surprising. With the tuna's biting face gradually eased, they moved the fishing rod to a wide area in the bow. Nick suddenly increased the force of his hand, but the tuna remains unpulled. It even has the power to break the fishing rod. The battle raged for 40 minutes. The tuna is beginning to show signs of fatigue. From deep water to bottom position, Jack quickly picked up the harpoon, slamming into the tuna. 2 strokes of the tuna and a sudden loss of strength. With the tuna floating feebly, Nick tied it down. Pull on board. The tuna was measured to be 2.49 meters long. Looks like their strategy of spreading out the bait is working. You can lose a tuna and still catch it again. It was as if the tuna net had been helped. The wind is strong today. They don't even have to turn on the accelerator. They can ride on the wind to save fuel. But their physical exertion is enormous. After all, it's not easy to stay on a rolling ship. But they haven't been bitten by tuna yet. It made Dave wonder, is tuna extinct? He found OTT not far away. I heard the same thing from him. Except for that young man, Jack. No one succeeded in catching tuna. But fishing is like that. You don't even see the fish on a bad day. And if it's luck, just drop the bait. The tuna will come to you. Time flies back in port. They started selling their catch of tuna. Now Jack is a member of the fleet. Whoever catches the most tuna just has to keep it up. They are likely to compete for the first place. Ultimately, though, it's all about the quality of the tuna. After removing the useless parts, the tuna weighed 329 pounds and 149 kilograms. Next, the meat quality of the tuna will be concerned. Rick says it's brightly colored. The core looks good too, just not enough fat. Fortunately, the current market conditions are good. The price we can offer is quite satisfactory. This made Jack eager to know how much it could be worth. And Rick stopped being a mystery. Direct quotes $16 a pound. That means the 2 young people would make $5,264. The fat tuna is still in the same position as yesterday. A big fish was caught here before. Well, it's almost a day now. Why is there still no sign of tuna? So does the tuna net next door. Both teams waited patiently at sea. But Bob didn't give up. Asked about the tuna net, only to learn that their instruments were ringing. Bob was stunned. Why is it so quiet on your side? Sandro later confessed that it was a hoax. Bob stared out into the sea, like a stagnant pool of water. There's not a single tuna in the whole ocean. These people's hearts are literally drenched in ink. The detector's buzzer clearly neighed in the ear, but still scammed the young men who are new to us. At 280 feet of blue, there's an undercurrent. There was a slight tremor at the tip of the rod. The sharp point of the hook has penetrated the tuna's jaw. The prey they've been waiting for has finally emerged. The fishing rod's curvature into the full moon indicates the weight of the behemoth. Bob's pupils vibrated when he got the news. You just swore there was no movement. The salty sea breeze is full of lies. Cut back to the deck of the tuna net. Jody's knuckles were white with exertion. The frantic speed with which the line came out frightened him. This is definitely a record-setting deep-sea monster. But suddenly the balance began to tilt. Jody tensed his waist to steady the lower plate, and the winch gave a triumphant neighing. Inch by inch, the rope pulls the prey toward the light. When the silver-gray dorsal fin cuts through the waves, Sandro's harpoon came through the air and grazed the tail fin. Shit, this is a perfect angle to miss. The once accurate hunter has become so clumsy. Maybe we should get Sandro back in the main line. Keeping the prey off the hook is crazy. As Jody pulls the giant to the boat again, Sandro's shadow hung over the side of the ship. This time the cold light goes right behind the gills. The sea glowed with dark red flowers of death. The sailors wrapped their lashing cords neatly, although the long wait was suffocating. But when the cold tail slaps the board, all the heat turns into a salty sea breeze, waiting for deep-sea visitors to cool in the surge. Together, they hoisted it onto the deck. This is the fourth prize taken by the net. 2 meters of streamlined body, perfectly in line with the Fisheries Department's fishing standards. On deck of the windmill, Captain Taylor, 2 kinds of bait are being dropped into the vortex to test the preferences of this strange sea. Old Spotty from a moonshine next door pretended to be confused when Taylor asked him about it, chattering about the big dream of the day. Tyler's eyes almost rolled into the clouds. The change in the fishing rod came just then, as they rush to the trembling line. The carbon fiber rod body has bent into a thrilling arc. The ravenous predator is tearing at the bait. This philandering fellow tried to chase the lure of 2 ships at once. The blue veins on the back of Taylor's frantically curving hand burst. We can't let moonshine get away with this. Marissa frowned as she takes over the fishing rod. The line became tangled with the anchor. Taylor took a lunge and pulled up the cable. A silver parabola in the air. When the chaos is over, the mermaid fight begins again. When the battle continued until 7 o'clock sharp in the twilight. The countdown is like the sword of Damocles. Taylor pointed the harpoon decisively at the tuna and slammed it down. After successfully hitting the target, after a long and fierce fight, finally succeeded in catching the big fish. Tie the rope firmly behind the fish's tail. Taylor immediately increased the ship's speed. Race against time to get back to port for sail. After driving for an hour, they hauled the tuna onto the deck. With the tuna crashing down on the boat, they found that this is a 2.29 meters long fish. However, the tuna net was now in great trouble. They may not make it back to port today. The ship's alarm system beeps constantly. The sound is similar to the vibration of a mobile phone. I thought it was my phone. Soon, the tuna network was grounded. Dave quickly began to examine the problem. After some trial by fire, the captain finally found the problem. The engine cooling system is damaged. Now you have to replace the cooling system and wait for it to cool. But the cooling process took a long time. It was 10 o'clock at night. They are still under intense repair. It seems that the problem is not simple. It took most of the day just to replace the parts. It was 11 o'clock in the night. They're 3 kilometers from a port. Now we have to wait for the engine to cool. Time passed to 11:30. They tried again to start the engine. The temperature finally stopped rising. Several people worked together to solve the problem of the ship. Start heading for the port. Only 6 minutes to midnight. The tuna net arrived at port in time. But time is tight. The buyer quickly disposed of useless parts. The final tuna weighed 230 pounds and 104 kilograms. Time is getting tight. Dave didn't want to hear any more from Rick. After all, you have to get the money before 12 o'clock. Rick finally agrees to buy it for $14. Let them make $3,220. They managed to sell the tuna before 12 o'clock. Get ready for the next day's fishing. At sunrise the next day, Taylor returned to the port with the tuna. After all, they could not return in time yesterday. Government regulations limit fishing to 1 tuna a day. This fish can only count towards today's share. What a waste of fishing time today. After removing the useless parts, the tuna has a net weight of 340 pounds and 154 kilograms. This fish is of superior quality. Fat texture clear. The color is as bright as a cherry, but the core is a little scorched. The price has dropped to $14. The siblings earned $4,760. Still, they were luckier than some fleets. Some have yet to find anything. Like Bob, they were at sea all day. There was no sign of any tuna. Now, they have to rearrange the mackerel bait. The reason is that they changed the fishing point. Nothing came out of Chatham waters yesterday. Bob is having doubts about that at the moment. Yet OTT stayed put. Good Bob didn't want to see OTT lose everything this year. So he began to persuade OTT to find another fishing spot. But OTT believes that this place has been passed down for 2 generations. There will be no tuna-free situation. Bob was helpless in the face of OTT's insistence. By now, Bob had tuna on his hook. He had to deal with the situation first. Manny, after a simple test, the fish didn't seem very big. Even basic loop operations can be rewarding, but his time is shorter. It wasn't long before John took over. The old man is the master fisherman of the boat. He pulled for a while and discovered the accident. The tuna's tail got entangled with the fishing line. The fish could break free at any moment, but he's the main fisherman. For a moment, not only was nothing wrong, and pulled tuna to the surface. However, this great opportunity is blown by Manny. The harpoon was stuck in the tuna's tail by mistake, so he can still break free and escape. But it's not a serious problem. Just pull it back out and put another shot in. Manny adds another shot. Bob keeps the tuna close to the boat. Have John tie the rope up. Successfully caught the 5th fish of the year. After the tuna has cooled, it took several men to pull him into the boat. The tuna was measured to be 2 meters long. They had a lot of luck. None have been less than 2 meters since the start of the season. It's all fat tuna making a lot of money. Dave led the crew out to sea again, ready to catch today's tuna. But by now they were all tired, despite last night's successful sale of tuna. But the journey home was not smooth. The plan was to refuel on the return journey. As a result, the shop has closed. They can't get to their favorite fishing spot. Fishing is limited to inshore areas. Also pay attention to the fuel condition at all times. Marcia looked at the tuna nets on one side. I was just amazed that this guy was here, although I wonder why they're here. But Marcia doesn't like having other boats around. So he started the stationary ship, head to other prepared fishing spots. And they just left. The detector on Dave's boat found something. Looks like Marcia has a bad streak. That's when we left the fishing spot, and the tuna bit Dave's fishing rod. Look at the slightly bent pole. Sandro thinks it's lucky he didn't add oil last night. Otherwise, we wouldn't be catching any tuna. Jody watched the speed of the line going out. This appears to be a Big Mac. They just didn't think about it. Kept it for half an hour. That made Sandro, who took over, very angry. Decided not to waste the tuna's energy. Start recycling fishing line, although it might cause the tuna to run off the line. But if you catch the fish in a short time, we can return to the port to sell tuna. Take the money and go cool. But the battle came to an hour, only to spot the tuna. Watching the fish being pulled closer by Sandro, Dave immediately took out his harpoon and aimed. Soon the tuna came to the boat. Dave held the harpoon up against the boat. A moment of tuna's head. He immediately put the harpoon in the fish's head, then hooked the tail of the fish and tied the rope easily. A giant bluefin tuna. When Sandro and Jody celebrate, Dave spread the word about the tuna. When Marcia learned this information, the angry put on that and cursed loudly. I want to go back to my old fishing spot. Dave's tuna was cooling down. I can't believe they were watching. With the tuna being pulled aboard. With a simple measurement, it's 2 feet 64. It's a nice big fat fish. So far they've caught 2 fish in 24 hours. A little too much luck. Soon the tuna net returned to port. It only takes a few hours to go back on sale. Make Rick a little happy too. After all, he's a double dealer, right? You can resell it for more money. After removing the head and tail, tuna weighs 514 pounds, 233 kilograms. It is the largest in the current market. The quality of the fish is also beautiful. It has plenty of fat. The core is a little cherry-colored. This brought a smile to Dave's face, which had been somewhat serious. With Rick offering $19 a pound, earned a couple of people $9,766. All that money from one fish. It gets them straight to first place. Another Bob, who's already caught a fish. And now it's back to the buyer. Probably due to the running time of the original episode. I didn't get much of a facelift in between. He just told us. The tuna ended up weighing 313 pounds, 142 kilograms. Rick is taking out the core of the fish and small pieces of fishtail and began the final meat inspection. On the surface, you can see that there's a little fat on the meat. The color's not great and the core's okay. In general, it's not so good, but it's prettier than some of his previous tuna. I can get you up to $17 a pound. Make them angry for $5,321. The ships have fought for 2 days. The flight of time grabbed first place. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. It is said that indulging in fishing can break a man's bank. Playing with birds can be a lifelong mistake. But out in the open sea, things are very different. Fishermen here only have to go to sea once. If you can catch a bluefin tuna about 2 meters long, sell it to a buyer. It can easily achieve more than $10,000 a day. Faced with such temptations, would you still consider fishing a pastime? Hot Tuna welcomes old friend Danny. The young man was a legend. He's been fishing with OTT since he was 8. Whenever they have a bad harvest, it's good luck if Danny comes along. What can we expect from them this time? 5:30 in the morning. Time flies. We arrive at today's fishing spot and begin to set up bait. They are currently top of the season, but the competition of the other teams should not be underestimated. They must work harder if they want to stay ahead. The tuna net is back where it was yesterday. They once caught a tuna worth more than 9,000 yuan, hoping to catch another high-value fish. Captain Paul of the Evil Pizza. It's not at the bottom, though, but the fleet's loans have yet to be paid off. They are desperate to catch more high-value tuna, but it took a long time to catch a fish. It made Paul feel a little frustrated. At 8:05 in the morning, the fat tuna's probe made a noise. John quickly laid out the bait. They are now just $700 away from the championship. Keeping up with Bob requires learning about tuna's latest taste, whether you prefer mackerel or squid. Jack and Dave's detectors beeped at the same time, but it remains to be seen who will catch the fish first. Bend with the rod of the fat tuna. The three were immediately excited, watching tuna swim hundreds of meters in a flash. This is a crazy big fish. Only tuna like this can motivate them. Manny put his 12 points to work, trying to pull the tuna to the surface to catch it. Over time, they realized something was wrong. This thing doesn't fight like a tuna. Soon the fish surfaced. Yeah, it's a shark. Looks like everything they just did was in vain. Time is money in tuna fishing in the ocean. Every time a shark shows up, it means a loss. That's a heavy heart. Once again, the hard goods crowd brought out their standing fishing rods. It's their favorite. You can directly feel the confrontation with the tuna, and it has some other advantages in itself. For example, the whole thing is lighter and the line is thinner. Makes the fish in the sea invisible. Of course, its disadvantages are also obvious. The fishing rod can easily be torn apart by the tuna if you're not careful. They're going to have $2,000 in expenses. Half an hour after setting up the bait, the tuna suddenly bites the hook, and it's a standing fishing rod. But to fight the fish in the sea, we also need equipment. Otherwise, you can only fight the tuna with a little underbelly position. This will be extremely painful for men. After recovering the surrounding fishing rods, they also brought out the matching equipment. When Joe was almost crazy with pain, Jason and Marcia took the fishing rods, bear the brunt of the tuna rebellion. The look of their pain made Joe laugh out of his mind, not only to experience the fun, but also to watch the joke. Marcia was still coaching nervously. Soon the tuna is close to the surface, but it's still about 100 meters from a boat. Joe still needs to work on it. The two sides fought fiercely for nearly an hour. The tuna slowly rose to the surface. Marcia stood ready. Once the target is in sight, he did not hesitate to stab down. But the tuna have not stopped fleeing. The two men looked at the fleeing fish and were not worried. After all, the spear is still stuck in the tuna. It was not long before they were hauled to the surface again. The rope was tied tightly around the fish's tail. Marcia became the first person to catch a tuna today. The three men pulled the fish into the boat to get a closer look at the size of this tuna. After a simple measurement, the body length reaches 2.7 m. It meets the government standards and is an eligible catch. The discovery made them eager to return home, looking forward to a handsome return on this tuna. But something unexpected happened on the hot tuna. Danny actually showed symptoms of seasickness. This surprised the others on board. After all, he grew up with the hunt. What can they say in the face of Danny's denial? Just handed him a bottle of Gatorade, hoping to ease his discomfort. Probably to comfort Danny. Jarrett fished a scallop for OTT. He opened the big shell as soon as he took it. I hope Danny gets something to eat. But he was apparently resistant to the idea. How can you watch OTT eat and still want to vomit? Only then did they confirm that Danny was indeed seasick. Marcia returned to port with the tuna. The catch of this big fish give them hope of getting out of their current predicament. But it's a long way back to the top. After removing the useless parts, net weight is still 558 pounds or 253 kilograms. The fish is well colored and contains very little fat, but the true core values have yet to be revealed. The right display will increase the final price. The buyer was pleased with the core of the presentation, although the fish is a little thin, but they still offered $16. That earned the trio $8,928, but they haven't made any money in recent days. Most of the money will be used to cover previous shortfalls. Whales and seabirds gathered around the fat tuna. This is a sign that there may be tuna in the vicinity. After they have surrounded the fish, the tuna is grazing on the edge. The crew on deck began to lay out mackerel bait. When the sea is calm, their fishing rods soon attract the tuna's attention. John looked at the fishing line in his hand. It feels like this tuna has very little resistance. He suspected it might be an undersized fish. After 40 minutes of fighting, John finally pulls the tuna out of the water, confirmed its enormous size. And why was the resistance so weak at first? The tuna did not notice that it had bitten the hook. Manny bides his time with a harpoon in hand. Once the tuna reaches the surface, quickly aim and snap down. Although the tuna ran away in pain, but the ropes are still attached. They pull it out of the water again. They hook the tail of the fish and tied the rope. The sixth tuna was successfully caught. As this fish cools in the ocean, they pulled him on board. The measurements showed that the fish was 2.2 m long. Their size proves their worth all the way here. Captain Taylor of the windmill was in a good mood. It seems that he is no longer so obsessed with the first place in the season. He began to think about how he could earn more income. The moonshine arrives in Chatham. I didn't go fishing with Tyler. They spot whales and seabirds ahead, consistent with tuna sightings. Soon, they were laying out mackerel bait. The detector's alarm sounded. The tuna bites the hook. Ryan moved the rod to the stern, put on the gloves, and prepare for a fight with tuna. And the results are clear. It didn't take long for it to rise to the surface a lot. Ryan, however, continues as usual. It's just that little face looks like it's had too much to drink. As soon as the tuna appeared on the surface, Spotty quickly picked up the harpoon nearby. Go for the tuna without hesitation. But this fish's reaction was the same as the others. Swerve and head for the sea. The results were no exception. Eventually, it was slowly dragged back to the surface. Hook the tail and tie the rope. After Spotty delivered the message, Otter came at once. Let's hope they take Danny with them on the return voyage. Looks like Danny's still throwing up. The two men pull the cooled tuna onto the boat. One measurement is a body size of 2.2 meters. It's a big, fat fish. By this time, the fat tuna had been shipped back to port. They find a buyer to sell their tuna. But this is the smallest fish they've caught so far. Nowhere near the old tuna. But if the fish is of good quality, then it won't be a problem. The final tuna weighed 234 pounds and 106 kilograms. What's the quality of the meat? Bob and others are getting nervous. But listening to Rick, the buyer, describe. Rose pink, firm flesh. Fat under the skin, cherry red at the core. I knew I had it in the bag. Rick eventually bought it for $18 a pound. They made $4,212. This is really a good tuna. It would have been more profitable if the fish had been heavier. Hot tuna and moonshine for final confirmation. The two sides will meet soon. Baby Danny is about to leave. It's not the kind of thing you'd expect so early in the day. Who let the world change? There are always accidents. Now he can return to port ahead of schedule. But the journey still takes 9 hours. They are still far from home. Let's hope Danny makes it to shore in his sleep. Half an hour after they parted, Hot Tuna's probe is moving. It shows multiple tuna in the vicinity. After a few people discovered this situation, be on edge, standing on the deck waiting for the tuna to bite. Soon the rod began to bend. It's kind of funny to see a fish bite Danny right after he leaves. But he's going to beat them home anyway, okay. It's an earlier start, after all. Jarrett in a fight with tuna. This time the fish was even bigger than the last one. What does that mean to Jarrett? The battle lasted 43 minutes. The tuna finally surfaced. OTT took the opportunity to throw his harpoon. After successfully hitting the target, they did not immediately pull the fish into the boat. He was allowed to swim some distance, and then drag it out of the water when it's exhausted. Tie the necessary fastening ropes. The tuna catch was quite fast this time. Looks like they're recovering. After cooling for 10 minutes, the three men worked together to pull the tuna aboard. The fish measured 2 meters long. Jarrett's estimate was wrong. This tuna is no bigger than the last one, but it still meets government regulations. Past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jack, the captain of the Time Flies, began to worry. All this time fishing and no fish. Everyone else has caught hundreds of kilos. I was fishing for mackerel bait. Suddenly, the tuna bites the fishing rod. Nick grabbed the pole at once. Start wrestling with the tuna. But this fish has some vegetables and chicken. It was never a two-man enemy. Soon he was pulled to the surface. Jack didn't even have to use the harpoon. Right through the hook. Tie the rope to hold it in place. Suddenly, Jack kisses the screen. I feel a little nauseous. As the two men pull the tuna on board, measurements show it to be 2 meters long. It's big, but it's still a little smaller than it used to be. Back in port, they quickly landed the tuna. After removing the core and the fish tail, Rick cut out the useless parts. The final net weight was 228 pounds or 103 kilograms. The fish is fine in color, but low in fat. I wonder why all the nearest fish are like this. Even though he has less fat, that's fine with Rick. He sold it for $16 a pound. The two young men earned $3,648. The moonshine was still at sea. We still have a long way to go back to Hong Kong, and they're running low on fuel. We have to refuel before we can move on, which means they probably won't reach the port until late at night. I don't know if Danny's going to make it. After resupplying the ship, they set sail again. 5:30 p.m. They encountered new obstacles. Something seems to be wrapped around the stern shaft. Ryan quickly stripped off his clothes. Put on your diving goggles. Standing at the back of the boat and jumping off. Start working on the stern shaft. Sure enough, it was tightly wound with a rope. Back on deck. It was nearly 7 o'clock. I doubt they will even be able to return to Hong Kong before midnight. 10 o'clock at night. First to return to port was the hot tuna. Looks like Danny's having a bad day. Despite the early start, still being held back by the moonshine. After Rick got rid of the useless parts, the net weight of the tuna is 226 pounds, or about 102 kilograms. Fish quality is slightly inferior. Cherry red in color with a little too much fat. The core looks okay, but the price can only be set at $15 a pound. Brought in $3,390 for OTT. In a little over an hour, the moonshine finally arrived at the port to sell tuna. When Rick found out about Danny from OTT, I feel sorry for the boy. Mingming set off early and still got back an hour after Otter and his boys. They started selling tuna after Danny left. The value of the fish made Spotty nervous. After all, their fishing spot today is pretty remote. If the selling price is not enough to cover the cost, then Spotty's going into the red today. The final net weight of the tuna was 279 pounds and 127 kilograms. The fish is brightly colored. The core looks good, but the rest of it was plain. The price can only be set at $16 a pound. Made the old man $4,464. After this period of intense competition, the difference between first and second place, only $1,000 left. I wonder what kind of friction the two fleets will have in the future. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. The man wanted to take a leave of absence only because of the rainstorm. The captain greeted her in her housebook. You can tell by the mouth shape that it contains a lot of mom. The other captains are fine, begging the crew to do their jobs. After an hour of joint effort, successfully caught several thousand pounds of tuna. This fish can sell for tens of thousands of dollars. No wonder the captain humbles himself. Catching tuna isn't as complicated as you might think. Just need cheap labor to help. Captain Taylor of the windmill realized their team is no longer as leading as it was at the start of the season. Lucky for Tyler on the tuna. Favorite mackerel has a unique understanding. Once we know where the mackerel is, and indirectly, we know the secret of tuna. But to manipulate mackerel in the open ocean, you have to provide them with the food they like. Taylor uses a mixture of cat food and oats as bait. The method was passed down from his father with a certain degree of reliability. Even if you doubt it, the mackerel on Marissa's fishing pole is proof of that. 8 o'clock in the morning, the fat tuna. Arriving at the traditional fishing spot of Chatham. There are many fishing boats here at the moment. They're all just waiting for the tuna to bite. To stand out from the competition, Taylor decided to kite fish. They seem to be the only ones in the area taking this approach so far. This obviously gives them a significant advantage. Once the bait is out, all you have to do is wait. Half an hour later, the probe sent back its findings. There are tuna at 110 feet. The crowd waited nervously. The fishing rod suddenly bent. The tuna has taken the bait. Based on the pull and speed of the line, this tuna is huge. However, John noticed something was wrong while pulling. The hook seems to be hanging on the fish's guts. That's not a good sign, is it? The tuna can bite the line if you're not careful. With fishing time advancing to 47 minutes, the introverted John began to show his sense of humor, still giving his opinion to the tuna. It's amazing how thick-skinned he is, so much so that tuna can't stand it. With a sharp increase in force, he fled to the deep sea. The line was snapped in an instant. John couldn't help but sigh. You can't just say that. The big tuna was lost. The windmill has now succeeded in attracting mackerel. They swam beneath the ship. Then just wait for the tuna to show up. But if the tuna don't eat their bait, all their previous efforts will be in vain. And while we're waiting, the probe finally makes a discovery. When Taylor broke the news to Marissa, the tuna just caught the hook. Looks like another big one. The fishing rod is almost broken. In the absence of human control, the line went for 400 meters. This is undoubtedly a tuna nearly 3 meters in size. If I can catch it, then this period of no income is no longer a problem. It might even turn a profit, as the tuna is dragged to the surface. When Tyler got a good look at it, he was so excited that he pushed Marissa away and rushed up, picked up the spear, and stood beside the boat. With a sharp jab, it hit the target. However, just then, Marissa's fishing boat had a mechanical problem. The tuna took the opportunity to escape some distance. They almost lost the big thing. Fortunately, the problem was resolved quickly. Otherwise, everything they've done will be for naught. After pulling the tuna back to the surface, they quickly pulled the tail out of the water. Tie a fixed rope. Taylor excitedly performed a flat fall for everyone. Looks like he's been around a lot before. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to fall so skillfully. When the tuna finally appeared on deck, they measured it to be 2.7 m long. It's the biggest tuna they've caught this year. Big fish can be caught in the middle of the season. Great luck, no doubt. Jack of the time flies. After hearing that Tyler had caught a big fish, the heart cannot help but arouse subtle fluctuations. He has been fishing in place for half a day, but still no sign of the tuna. Despite this, their grades are still among the best. We kept a considerable distance from the windmill. By this time, Taylor and his companions had returned to port, ready to sell your tuna. The fish was caught after a long struggle. Both men are excited about the value they can bring. After removing unnecessary parts, tuna weighs 452 pounds, 205 kilograms. However, the appearance of the fish is not ideal. It has a gelatin-like texture, makes it hard to eat. If the core is not good, then the price of fish may only be reduced to a few dollars. Fortunately, the color of the core is not bad. It has a distinct bright red color, so it sells for $10 a pound, although the price is not high. But for meat of this quality, acquirers have been generous. They earned $4,520. Just before 6 in the morning, the hard commodity crew is setting up bait. Don't make the mistake of thinking they've just gone to sea. In fact, Marcia and the team changed several fishing spots, but the tuna didn't seem to show up. Instead, a whale rose to the surface. By noon, the hot tuna successfully caught a bluefish weighing a few pounds. It happens to be one of the tuna foods. To enjoy a bait this big, the tuna itself must also be quite large. If this fishing rod gets bitten, that definitely means a satisfying tuna. Now is the perfect time to place this bait. Otherwise, the hook will be exposed. The tuna can detect it from a sea. While everyone was waiting in the cab, the sound of a detector sounded. Just then a tuna bit the fishing rod. The bluefish bait they just laid was attacked. Jarrett takes the fishing rod. Found a fishing line had run out of control for hundreds of meters. To get the line back in, and the wind at sea is about 40 knots, adding to Jarrett's difficulties. Fortunately, the tuna didn't cause too much trouble. Instead, it was gradually pulled to the surface. Otter picks up the harpoon as soon as the target appears. Be prepared to look for a one-shot shot. After successfully driving the harpoon behind the fish, several men worked together to pull the tuna to the boat and tied a rope. It's obvious that this tuna is huge, easily the biggest catch of the season. Maybe until the end of the fishing season, there will be no fish bigger than this. The tuna was measured to be 2.5 meters long. The evil pizza number at 4 p.m. After one tuna is caught, there is no harvest. Paul is eager to catch another, to ensure a profit this season. Not as barren as last year. Just then the probe started moving again. Doug quickly began to lay out the bait, although the movement is a little confused. But thankfully there were no accidents. They cast mackerel bait dozens of meters away. But as the bait sinks, the tuna has quietly gone. The mood of the two began to sour. There was even an altercation. Taylor of the windmill sails again today. Back to yesterday's fishing spot. Although yesterday's catch was not good, but it still brings them a certain amount of income. To catch a tuna today, Tyler got up at 3 o'clock last night to go bait fishing. Marissa will be in charge of preparations until 3 o'clock. Work together on daytime fishing missions, hoping to catch a fish like OTTs. However, the current weather conditions are not optimistic. Just then the tuna bites the fishing rod. It all happened so suddenly. Luckily, Taylor kept a clear head, not sleeping on the boat like Marissa, though he held the fishing rod tightly. But it took Marissa a long time to wake up. There's no way to help Tyler. He has to deal with everything on his own. A few minutes later, Marissa finally got up, start a fierce battle with the tuna. But why did she say to wait until the rain stopped? By the time the rain stops, the tuna will be gone. This made Taylor very angry. I can't even be choosy about making money. Taylor tried to persuade Marissa for a long time, but she still wouldn't. Taylor's anger flared up. He started arguing with Marissa. He even angrily took off his raincoat and offered to break up. The two argued for half an hour. Marissa eventually goes out and confronts Tuna. Looks like she gave in. After all, you shouldn't be too picky about making money. Everyone went back to their posts and apologized to each other. After all, the main goal right now is fishing. Everything else can be put aside. After 40 minutes of fierce fighting, the tuna finally rose to 10 meters above sea level, but just then it unexpectedly decoupled. The two could not believe how much they had given. And this is the result. They were in no mood to go fishing now, decided to go home and calm down. In the evening, the hot tuna enter the harbor, ready to sell the biggest catch of the season. OTT thinks this tuna could help them win a championship this year, but only if the fish is of good quality. The final tuna weighed 656 pounds and 264 kilograms. The buyer saw the fish and said, "The fat is evenly distributed and the core is beautifully colored. It's a very marketable tuna. Willing to buy it for $14 a pound. Let them make $9,184. I thought there was a market for the fish. Such a low unit price." It turns out the buyer is not a nice guy. Captain Taylor of the windmill is watching. He sent a message to his sister Marissa. Ask her when she can arrive. Wait for a long time. I got a call back about her asking for time off. Clearly, Marissa hasn't recovered from her emotional turmoil. Taylor had no choice but to go fishing alone. At 7:30 in the morning, the tuna net was out. A tuna was found 60 feet under the sea. The detector kept sounding alarms. Suddenly, Dave lunged for the fishing pole. That's when the tuna bite the hook. They found the water covered with weeds. There's still a lot of line dragging. This greatly increases the weight of the line. It could break at any time. But the problem is not complicated to solve. Simply shake off the weeds. But the situation still feels unusual. Dave's been floating on the ocean for 40 years without ever seeing one. Sandro, on the other hand, has fewer concerns. He only knows how to operate a machine to retrieve fishing line. The battle lasted half an hour. The tuna finally surfaced. Dave quickly picked up the harpoon and stabbed it. The tuna is stabbed and dying on the surface. They tied the rope around him easily. After nearly a week of waiting, I finally got my first fish. The first measurement of the fish was 2 meters long. The fish was enough for them to earn a decent income again. The three who returned to port sell this beautiful fish. The buyer cut out the useless parts, removed the core and tail of the fish. The net weight is 510 pounds, 231 kilograms. And then there's the quality of the fish that most people care about. The color and core of the fish is beautiful, just a little lower in fat. But overall, the quality is excellent. The final price was set at $12 a pound. The trio earned $6,120. Buyers always talk up the fish, and the price is so low. Makes me doubt his words. Captain Taylor of the windmill. He was busy making preparations for the fishing, since he was the only one on board at the moment. He had to keep the essentials on deck to keep them handy. So far, Taylor has set up 3 decoys. This is the limit for him. He won't be able to handle any more fishing rods. It made Taylor think of her sister Marissa. Just then the detector suddenly sounded. Cue a tuna swimming nearby. Suddenly a fish bit the hook, while Tyler was trying to cope. The other fishing rod was also caught by the fish. There were 2 tuna taking the bait at the same time. This is a situation that has rarely happened in years. But when Taylor tried to reel it in, the tuna ripped the line. It really pissed him off. Fortunately, the other tuna was still there. Just as he returned, was called a sea bull. The pain made his tug on the tuna look weak. Fortunately, the pain didn't last long. Soon Taylor is pulling the tuna up a few meters. All it takes is one more effort to pull it to the surface. I see the tuna just 8 meters away. Taylor quickly brought the harpoon to hand and was ready to stab, but all by himself. A quick fix will not be easy. Even when tunas surface, I'm not going to give in. After a few minutes of fierce fighting, Taylor harpoons but misses. Fortunately, the tuna did not decouple. Gave Tyler a chance to try again. He managed to pull the tuna's tail up, quickly secure it with rope. Catch this tuna. Taylor kept thanking God for his blessings. It's hard to catch tuna by yourself. Follow the tuna to the boat. Nail a tape measure to the fish's tail. The tuna is 228 in size. I don't know how much this tuna is worth. Will you share it with Marissa? When Tyler took the boat back to the dock, see Marissa waiting right there. Looks like she's calmed down, willing to talk to Taylor again. They're related anyway, right? Most of the contradictions can be resolved. The tuna ended up weighing 316 pounds, 143 kilograms. The core and color of the fish is very good. Fat has a good distribution, and there's plenty of transparency. Overall, the quality of tuna is very good. I looked at the back this time. The buyer's story is true. The buyer offered $17 a pound. Let them make $5,372. Marissa was given paid leave by Taylor today. The relationship between the two is really good. People after these days of fighting. Windmill from the bottom of the third position. Climbed to positive third. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. After years of bad luck, Dave finally got a highlight. Mackerel bait just dropped. 2 tuna fish in a row. It makes Dave, who hasn't had anything in days, so excited that I almost jumped into the sea to take a few bites of my own fish. He fought the crew for 2 hours to get to the surface. Unfortunately, we find tuna, not up to the government's fishing size. Looks like his bad luck continues. It's like an old sow on a tree, the only one. Captain Jack of the time flies. Set foot again on yesterday's fishing spot. Fishing here beats Chatham. You don't have to go on expensive trips to stay close to home and save a lot of silver. If I can catch tuna and make a little extra money to be cool. It's 9 a.m. on the Evil Pizza. There are 2 people who miss tuna. It's been more than half a month since the season began. Toil every day at sea. Only 1 tuna was caught. Makes Paul wonder whether he and Doug are really fit for the job. I remember last year when Ricky won the championship. Now that Ricky's gone, he's the last. Be it a loss. The sudden bite of the tuna. The rod bends, and the surprise is instantaneous. The smiles spread across their faces. Doug's hand speed jumped. I promised to pull the tuna to the surface quickly, but Doug sensed something was wrong. The tuna that comes to the surface is small, just under 5 feet, not in compliance with government fishing regulations. Left both men bitter in their hearts. If it weren't for the cameras, the windmill is currently ranked very well. As long as the luck lasts, they are expected before the end of the season. Successfully won the championship this year. Captain Marcia of the hard commodity found the bait in dire condition. Half of her body was lost in a bite. The wound looks like swordfish work. Swordfish are rumored to be on par with tuna. Both are among the fastest in the ocean. Cannot help but wonder how swordfish meet quality, whether it tastes extra strong. Then Marcia had an idea. It's a beautiful picture for Joe and Jason. If the tuna catch breaks the old record, even bigger than OTT's giant fish, each will receive an additional $500 prize. I don't know how these 2 people feel. Suddenly, the detector shows fish at 178 feet. Marcia quickly relishes the news to Joe and Jason. The 2 men watch their fishing rods warily. Joe was thrilled when he saw the pole bend violently, shouting, "Fish on! Fish on!" When Jason grabbed his fishing rod, he found there was a fishing boat in the same direction that the tuna fled. When Misha learned of this, he immediately steered the ship away, lest the bottom of that boat cut the line. Jason's fighting his way back to the line. The tuna was pulled a dozen meters closer. It's about to surface, but the process has been lengthy. He pulled for more than half an hour without success. After Marcia took over the fishing pole, I struggled with this for half an hour. After Jason took over the fishing rod again. Fortunately, the tuna is exhausted by now, floating slowly on the surface of the water. Marcia picked up the harpoon and stabbed. After a successful hit, the tuna fled again. Marcia smiled slyly as she watched the escaping fish. I was like, this guy's tough. After the second shot, the men quickly tied the tail to the stern. This tuna fishing is no slouch. The fish tried to escape at the last minute. The tuna cooled in the ocean for an hour. He pulled the fish into the boat. The tuna was measured to be 2.6 m tall. Broke his own best record. Two young men are about to be rewarded. Marcia is prepared to offer $1,000 this time. The two return to port. Found a new receiver. Local farmers market. It's more profitable to sell here than to Rick for a few more dollars. But selling tuna here is a struggle. You need to handle your own core and fishtail, and remove the useless parts. The final weight was 432 pounds, 196 kilograms. It surpassed the previous record. Still not past OTT's fish. Got to hand it to Marcia for her sophistication. The fish is dark red. Rich and fat, the fish looks fat and beautiful. The core is translucent and cherry red. So far, this tuna has been very good. So we can fix the price at $15. Damn it, I was fooled by this pretty sister. I thought the fish was really that good, but the trio ended up making $6,480. The captain of the fat tuna found out, followed by 3 whales and some crazy fans. These fans are something of a cult following. Bob's a little nervous now. He was worried when they were serving the fish. The fan sailed closer for a closer look. Then the tuna will probably run away. I wonder if Bob's thinking too much. Learn more about those 2 guys in the back. They have no mood swings. All I know is the mackerel bait. When that ship leaves, Bob reclined back in his seat. That's when the tuna bites the hook. But John noticed that the fish was swimming towards the bow. Bob was frightened to hear this. Why did that fish go here? If we cut the line across the bow, restart the ship and begin to turn around. Follow the tuna back to the stern. Manny picked up the fishing rod and began to exert himself, determined to pull this little trash fish on board. But there was something unusual about the resistance from the fishing rod. Doesn't feel like a 5'5" fish, although the line goes out very fast. The fishing rod bends like this. But when the tuna came to the surface, you can clearly see that this fish is not really big. This seems to be at odds with the government's fishing regulations. But on closer inspection, it seems to fit. To make sure the fish meets the criteria, several people choose to pull the tuna on board first. Bring the fish up behind the deck. It was measured and found to be just 1.85 meters, just in line with government regulations. Night fell and the fat tuna returned to port. Start selling this recently caught fish. But the faces of the 3 men were somewhat embarrassed. After all, being a veteran fisherman for years, I can't believe I caught such a small tuna. After removing the useless parts, the tuna weighed 216 pounds and about 98 kilograms. If the fish is of poor quality, that would barely break even today. Fortunately, the meat of this fish is of excellent quality. Adiposity. The core has a beautiful cherry red color, loved by those who live a good life. It sells for $18 a pound. In the end, the trio made $3,888. Deduct all expenses for the day. Bob was just about to make $1,000 more. 6:30 a.m. on a new day. A thick fog surrounded the evil pizza. They could barely see where the whales were. But fortunately, we can still hear some subtle movements. As Paul brought the boat to a steady stop, Doug begins to set up mackerel bait, trying to catch tuna here. The tuna net is currently at the top of the list, but continue to maintain that position. Can't let up one bit. So they chose this fishing spot. This is the key to their title. The second highest number of hard goods. We're only $1,000 behind them. Marcia caught a tuna today. That was enough for them to take first place. I must catch a fish myself to preserve that precarious position. Then the detector suddenly sounded an alarm. The fishing rod got caught in the tuna, and both poles were bitten at the same time. 2 tuna in one fell swoop. I wonder if they'll take all the fish back, or just take the big ones. Dave and Jody start a confrontation with tuna. The fish in the sea are really fierce. They wound the fishing lines together. Fortunately, both men are sober, know how to change the position to unhook the line. However, According to the feedback of the fishing rod, the fish seemed smaller to Jody. Dave asked Sandro to take over from the side. He stood nearby and watched the fish pulled to the surface. That's when Jody's tuna surfaced. Well, it's a little fish, and they've given up. Sandro on the other side caught a big fish. Unfortunately, it does not meet the government's fishing regulations. It was all for nothing. Jack, the captain of the Time Flies, was upset. It's been over a day. Not even a hint of tuna in sight. The fishing rod in Jack's hand caught a plastic bag full of seawater. You can't run into a bag that far from shore. How do you digest a fish bite? It must be someone with no quality, caused by carelessly discarded garbage. These people really don't know that the earth belongs to everyone. The current ranking of moonshine is quite good. This makes Spotty, the father of Tuna, very proud. The new member of the ship, Vaughn. The performance is also excellent. If only he'd familiarized himself with the work. It is not impossible to hit the first place. There's just something special about Vaughn's little buddy. He wants to fight Tuna himself now. As Vaughn gazed at the fishing rod, with a sudden force, the tuna bent the pole. Ryan was scared to death. Almost didn't catch the fishing rod. The tuna almost got away with it. Ryan sighed as he looked at the extended line. It's been there for almost half an hour. Must be a big fish to be that powerful. He decided to let his little brother Vaughn take over just in case. It would give Vaughn what he wants. Even if the tuna escapes, it's not your fault. You can kill many birds with one stone. Ryan, you're a very thoughtful boy. Fortunately, it's not so bad. Know to be there to guide Vaughn. Judging from the current situation, this Vaughn boy is doing pretty well. It doesn't take long to pull the tuna to the boat, although the fish are still struggling in the water. But for a novice, it's a feat. After an hour of fighting, Ryan took over the fishing rod again. The battle with Tuna begins in earnest. After 10 minutes of intense pulling, Ryan gradually gained the upper hand. The tuna came to the surface and slowly approached. Vaughn and Spotty lay in wait with harpoons in hand. I see Tuna on the side of the boat. Spotty quickly threw the harpoon. After a hit, immediately tie the anchor rope up. After 2 hours of hard work, they finally caught today's tuna. Looks like Vaughn's skills need a little more work. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken 2 hours. The tuna was measured to be 2.5 meters long, a fish that meets government catch regulations. Pretty good for a rookie's first fish. Doug, crew member of the Evil Pizza. Looking at the whales on the sea, I wondered. 12 whales, but no tuna. Makes him question his old story. The appearance of whales means the appearance of tuna, whether it is accurate or not. After all, you see these whales every day, but not a single tuna fell. The fish we caught before were small, just over $3,000. Thinking of this, Paul decided to go home first, do some preparation and research. What's wrong with the tuna? It's frustrating not to catch fish for days on end. The Moonshine returned to port after nightfall. Start selling today's tuna catch. Although little brother Vaughn spent a lot of time fishing, but eventually they managed to catch tuna. The fish weighed 328 pounds and 149 kilograms. Remove the core and the fish tail. The buyer said the fish was of high quality, has a beautiful core and color. The fat is also fairly evenly distributed. It is very popular in the market. It sells for $15 a pound. Sure enough, I knew about the old man. He only says what sounds good. The actual unit price is not so high, but they still made $4,920. The third day of this episode arrives. Jack, captain of the Time Flies, to chat him again with Nick and set up 5 fishing rods here. Looks like they decided to abandon their previous strategy. No wonder we haven't caught any tuna for 2 days. Can only come back here. Now the fishing rod is caught by the tuna. Why does the nearest tuna sneak in? Maybe their detectors are broken. The ship's radar detectors are unresponsive. Move the fish rod to the back of the bow. Jack asked Nick to step in and take over. He returned to the cockpit to control the hull. Nick felt the resistance on the rod, and how bent the carbon fiber rods are. Sure, it's a big fish. The fishing line can be torn if one mistake is made. If such a big tuna can be caught, I'm going to make a lot of money. No. Nick sensed something was wrong. Being tricked by this tuna. This fish is not big, just energetic. After Jack took over the fishing rod, confirms what Nick said. Looks like this kid's skills need honing. I can't judge the target in the first place. As the tuna surfaced, Jack quickly picked up the harpoon and plunged it down. It all happened so fast. Even the harpoon breaks in the blink of an eye. The photographer didn't even catch it. Fortunately, the tuna did not escape. Gave Nick a chance to make up for it. After hitting the target again, the two men began a fixed operation process. To be honest, this tuna is really good. Both young men are having a hard time coping. If not for props, it's hard to catch them with your bare hands. Finally, the two men pulled the tuna on board. Measurements showed it was 2.57 meters long. The surface of the tuna must be quite smooth, or Nick wouldn't be touching so much. They hoisted the tuna immediately after returning to port. Let the acquirer evaluate and weigh. After Rick weeded out the useless parts, the fish weighed 418 pounds or 190 kilograms. The texture of the fish looks pretty good, but the old den's back to his swagger, despite all the nice stuff. But this time he points out that fish is slightly lower in fat. Looks like they may not be able to command a high price for their tuna. But the buyer eventually offered $18 a pound. They made $7,524. I'm a little confused about this old den. After 3 days of effort, the hard commodities drove the tuna nets down. He won first place by $6. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Fishing for tuna is hard at sea. I have to take orders from that unreliable captain every day, always wondering if he's going to blow us off. The tuna was about to take the bait. On a whim, the captain needed a haircut. We had to turn around and head back to port. It's enough to wash his hair after a haircut. A captain like that might as well just feed it to the sharks. Maybe this will make me feel a little better. Captain Paul of the Evil Pizza, full of ambition at the moment, aiming to be the biggest dark horse of the season, even if only one tuna is caught, and vowed to win this year's fishing season. But the other captains were skeptical, especially Captain Dave of the tuna net. Doug has a grudge against Paul that could boil over at any moment. Communicated with Paul many times for this purpose. Bob tried to talk him out of it. Paul originally had a crew of 5. Richie, Lance, and Marlowe. They're both great teammates. But under Paul's leadership, even his own brother chose to leave. No more fishing with Paul. Paul's only remaining teammate is Doug. But Doug had a grudge against Paul too. Half the season is over. They still do not have a clear strategic approach. Been on the move. Doug makes his living by fishing. Doug was angry at Paul's lack of focus. The windmill again reached the old fishing spot. Their strategy is to wait and see. Wait for the tuna to show up. Unrealistic as it may seem, but they were proved right. The detector beeps. There seem to be 5 or 6 tuna under the water. The two men watch the fishing rods nervously. Expect the tuna to bite. But the detectors aren't even ringing anymore. I didn't see the tuna bite the hook. The situation is very strange. Taylor racked his brain and still couldn't figure it out. Why do tuna swim here without biting the hook? As the two men meditate, the fishing rod at the stern suddenly bent. Strange how the tuna went undetected. Not even the detectors found it. Taylor clenched the fishing rod. Feels something wrong. As the fish is gradually pulled out of the water. It was a shark. Too bad it's a bad place to continue fishing for a while. The presence of sharks means the tuna won't come any closer. They have to change the fishing spot. Marcia just found over 20 tuna. Also encountered no fish bite hook dilemma. But as a senior angler, Misha knows what to do. Just swap live bait for dead bait. The tuna will bite the hook. I don't know why, but not long after dropping the dead bait. The detector shows fish at 120 feet. Hey, the dead fish bait worked. The crowd looked anxiously at the fishing rod, waiting for the tuna to appear. There was movement with the fishing rod in front of Joe. Jason quickly moved forward to adjust his position. Misha starts the boat. The three work together and move quickly. All the pre-fishing preparations have been completed. After a battle, Jason realized it was a big tuna. I will not give in easily. It needs to burn off its strength first. can easily pull it to the surface. Jason and his men have been fighting for an hour. The tuna lost a lot of strength. Start to surface. Captain Marcia was holding a harpoon. Wait for the tuna to approach the boat. With the harpoon flying out, they hit the tuna with precision. Pull the fish to the boat and tie the rope. Be the first team to catch a tuna today. Tuna after a period of cooling. It took several men to pull him into the boat. Measurement results show the fish is 2.43 meters long. It is undoubtedly a satisfactory harvest. Now look back at the evil pizza. Doug was fishing for mackerel. Suddenly an oil slick was spotted on the sea ahead. I mentioned in a previous episode, what does this portend? It means the tuna is coming out. At the same time, the detector also sounded. Doug woke Paul up at once. Get him ready for the tuna bite. According to the data from the probe, there are at least 3 tuna in the water. As Doug excitedly examined the fishing rod, Paul, however, said he would return to port and not continue fishing. When there are no tuna sightings, you're always eager to find them. Now I leave. Doesn't that chill Doug's heart? The hard commodity returns to port with tuna. They didn't go to the farmer's market today. Looks like yesterday's pay did not satisfy Meisha. As acquirers cull unwanted parts, remove the core and tail meat. The tuna still weighs 352 pounds or 159 kilograms. That's quite a weight. If it's good quality, we'll make a lot of money today. Buyers scrutinize fish representations. Beautiful fat distribution. The color is a rare watermelon red. The core is perfect. Overall, this is a good tuna. He's willing to buy it for $17, making the team a profit of $5,984. It seems the buyer was right. The quality of the fish, it really lives up to its name. It's nearly 7 in the evening. The tuna net has reached its fishing spot of the day. Dave didn't think there were many boats here, but the truth is quite different. There are a lot of fishing boats gathered around. This is certainly worrying. Dave began to think of a new place to fish. While he was still hesitating about which place to choose, there is a sudden movement in Jody's fishing rod. Just then the tuna bites the hook. After adjusting the pole to a better position, Sandro, the main fisherman on the boat, took the rod. A fierce battle ensues with the tuna, although there were other ships in the direction of the tuna's escape. Fortunately, they were quick and perceptive, timely recycling a fishing line, and go around the other side, creating the ideal pulling space for them. If you don't catch a fish this time, I'm sorry for the teamwork of this crew. The battle lasted an hour and a half. The tuna is finally pulled to the surface. Sandro quickly picked up the harpoon nearby and prepared to stab. I see tuna approaching the boat. He thrusts the harpoon into it, but the tuna nimbly hides under the boat. Several people used a rope to pull the fish back to the boat. Use a fishing rod to keep it on the side of the boat. But just then the tuna suddenly flees. He tore the fishing line. Now all they have left is a rope. If the rope on this harpoon falls off, the tuna will be lost. They had to pull the fish out with great care, even if the tuna still has room to escape. Also try to let it go and then slowly pull it back. After Dave put the fork back on, the tuna has no chance of escape. After controlling the fish to the side of the boat, they quickly tied the tuna to the stern. After half an hour of cooling, finally, the tuna is pulled onto the boat. The fish measured 2.74 meters long. You can catch a tuna this big right out of the water. This luck is rare. 11:30 p.m. on the evil pizza. Doug was busy getting ready, but his captain, Paul, was slow to arrive. He felt cheated by Paul. It was supposed to arrive at the port and depart at 9 o'clock. It's 11:30 already. Paul still hasn't appeared. This made Doug extremely angry. So he talked to Dave. Both were stunned when they heard this. How could Paul be so disrespectful? No wonder his brother won't go fishing with him. Doug is the only one who's still holding out, and yet he continues to do so. It's really puzzling. Now I think Dave was right to let Paul go. This kind of person is really not suitable to work with. No wonder Doug is so angry. Then Dave returned to the port. He started selling their tuna. After removing the useless parts, the tuna has a net weight of 519 pounds and 235 kilograms. The fish is cherry red in color and core, less fat and thinner overall. The buyer can only offer $13, although the unit price is not high, but they still made $6,747. Captain Jack of the time flies. After finding out about Doug and Paul today, I suddenly feel like I don't have a big boat. Doesn't seem to affect tuna fishing. It's all about your skills and the skills of your crew. And of course, the mackerel bait that's about to hit the water. This determines whether the tuna will bite the hook. The probe made noise. The tuna also bites the hook. Watch how fast the line goes out. Apparently, this is a big, strong fish. Move the rod to the open area of the bow. Nick noticed something was wrong. There's a float ahead, seriously affecting his control of the tuna. Jack immediately took the pole and hooked up the rope to the other side of the boat. Nick saw the problem solved and went into berserk mode. Clench your teeth and the speed of your hand quickens. But dealing with big fish like this, it's still not easy. After more than an hour of heavy fighting, the tuna finally appeared on the surface of the boat. Jack plunged in with a harpoon in his hand. Suddenly, the fishing line broke. Fortunately, the harpoon was firmly in the fish, or they'll end up like Dave, watching the tuna escape again. There's only one piece of string left, but this fish's strength is not what it used to be. Nick didn't put much effort into it and pull it to the surface. With Jack filling in a harpoon, the two men quickly tied the ropes to hold them in place. They managed to catch their 8th tuna of the season. The fish is cooled for half an hour and then pulled onto the boat. The tuna was measured to be 2 meters long. Again, Nick was wrong about the size of the tuna. Soon the two men returned to the port to sell the fish. Rick, the acquirer, is moving faster and faster. There are fewer and fewer fish in the picture. You can't even see the fish's eyes. The final tuna weighed 281 pounds and 126 kilograms. Looks like they're going to get paid well today. The fish is brightly colored. Fat distribution is rich and cooling is properly handled. The core looks pretty good. The fish can be bought for $15 a pound. Let them make $4,215. Because Jack's fishing spot is closer today, fuel costs are not high. The two young men netted over $3,000 today. 2:30 p.m. on the Evil Pizza. It's still in port and hasn't set off yet. Doug waits alone in the boat, leaving his family behind. He holds a license to sail a boat, longing to go tuna fishing alone. Bob, captain of the Fat Tuna, is back in Chatham again. There happens to be a lot of whales here. That means there might be tuna nearby. While John and Manny in the rear prepare the bait, the ship's detectors detected the presence of tuna. A few people wait a little. A tuna bites the hook. See the speed of the line. John was beaming with joy. If I can catch this tuna, and they'll be on top. But this tuna is a little immature. It didn't force John to do much and pull it to the surface. Manny on the side saw the shadow of the fish, quickly scooped up the harpoon and aimed. Follow him with a hard fork, but regret passing by. Bob then picked up another harpoon, hit the belly of the tuna with precision, though the fish struggled mightily. It is difficult to defeat the strength of all. They had to be captured with their hands tied to a rope. After 10 minutes of cooling treatment, several men worked together to drag the tuna onto the boat. See this big fish in action. Bob and Manny worked together to measure his size. The result is an astonishing figure of 2.33 meters. 4:10 p.m. Paul finally boarded the ship. Doug is also very patient. I've been waiting since 9 o'clock in the morning. Only 5 calls were made during this period. It seems to have had little effect. Paul's tardiness was still evident. After leaving the port, Doug continued to tease. He never stopped talking, but Paul seemed deaf. That's when the Fat Tuna found a buyer. Prepare this tuna for sale. Looking at this fat fish, Bob is brimming with confidence that he will win today. After all, it is only one step away from the goal. The fish weighed 359 pounds and 160 kilograms. Examine the flesh of this tuna. Rick says it's very popular with locals, although the cooling time is slightly insufficient, but it still sells for $16 a pound. They earned $5,744. The evil pizza just arrived at the fishing spot. We're also starting to lay out mackerel bait. Only Paul seemed distracted. On the other side of the phone and commanding. It was 6:30. They haven't fished in 30 hours. Now Doug is just starting to drop the anchor. That's a pretty big time span. Doug's anger was mounting. He's been making fun of Paul on camera and his own flaws. Listening to the two of them talk, I'm a little confused. What the hell are they talking about? Suddenly Doug dumped the mackerel on Paul and squirted a hose at him. Oh my God. He pushed a man into the ocean. Good thing Doug has a conscience. Threw a swimming ring at Paul. Get him safely back on deck. Doug then returned to the cockpit. She's on her way back to port and heading home. But the anchor remained in place. All this was happening and Paul was curious. He didn't understand why Doug was doing what he was doing. I guess Paul really isn't fit to work with. Doug hasn't been home in over a week. And getting stood up every day. It's a little hard to bear. Soon they were back in port. Doug realized that he had been wrong to push Paul into the sea. But he wasn't going to apologize. Absolutely ready to leave the evil pizza. When night fell, Paul retrieved the anchor. That's when Dave came knocking, ready to talk to Paul again about Doug. After a simple understanding, Dave discovered that Paul still doesn't know. Why would Doug do what he did? I thought it was because I didn't catch any tuna. This left Dave speechless. So he advised Paul to go home and think about it. Once we figure out why, see if we can get Doug back. After all, Doug is a valuable helper. Always do things without complaint. I don't know if Paul will think about it. After days of intense competition, hard commodities remain in first place. It feels like he could be the winner this year. Well, that's all for this program. Give a thumbs up and let's look forward to the next episode. These two are the most unlucky people at sea. Others fish for tuna for an hour or two. I can catch a fish as big as 20 feet. But the brother and sister were out of luck. I've been fighting my ass off for over 8 hours without success. In the end, I had to pay for help just to get this 2.7 tuna down. I don't know how much easier it is for those who are good at fishing. Captain Taylor of the windmill. Today I had a different idea. Decided to replace the mackerel bait with squid. Looking forward to a bumper harvest on an empty week-long deck. That's when Doug called. It seems that there is an urgent need to pour out grievances. The puzzle is the programming. Why don't you broadcast their calls? I'm really sorry for Doug. He worked diligently on deck day after day, but Paul finally forced him to leave. Dave, captain of the tuna net. I'm sorry about Doug, too, but now he must fight for himself. He took out his notebook and recorded a coordinate in it. He caught several big fish here last year. Faced with the plight of tuna not taking the bait, he decided to give it a try. There's a lot of hope that this will be a success. With the sun breaking dawn, they reached the recorded fishing spot. It's an extraordinary place just a short time ago. The detector shows fish activity 100 feet below the surface. And for tuna, Sandro quickly sets up the mackerel bait. As soon as the tuna was released, he snapped the hook. Watching the speed of the line, the three knew it was a big one. Jody was recycling the fishing line. Spotted a fishing boat ahead. The tuna seems to be heading that way. Several people's hearts suddenly hung up. They were afraid that the fishing line would become entangled and break. After Sandro took the fishing rod again, work away without a word. The battle lasted an hour, but the tuna still hasn't surfaced. Fortunately, it has risen a few meters. Sandro did everything he could. The movement of the hand quickens. Fortunately, the result was satisfactory. The tuna finally emerged from the sea. They saw the fish too. Dave picked up the harpoon nearby. Look like you're ready for action. Wait for the tuna to get within striking distance. He succeeded in hitting the fish's head. Jody then uses his fishing rod to pull the tuna towards the boat and tie a rope around the tail. Caught the first tuna of the day. Looks like Dave's notebook did work. Just as we got to the record spot, we caught this giant fish. Finally, the tape measure measured the fish to be 2 meters long. It's a tuna that meets fishing regulations. The two men on the windmill looked despondent. He kept talking about the last tuna. There are so many whales around. Why didn't the tuna bite? while Marissa sets up the squid in the back. The detector in front of Tyler is moving. The alarm was very loud. After he broke the news to Marissa, the two men stared closely at the fishing rod. Suddenly, the fishing rod twisted. Tyler and Marissa move quickly. Recover bow anchors and excess fishing rods. Clean up unnecessary clutter. Taylor moved the rod into the open. Marissa takes over the fishing pole again. Start pulling the tuna back. There seems to be a crab pot up ahead. Fortunately, they are used to it. Hook the cage up easily. When the crab pot rope is pulled away, Marissa noticed something unusual about the tuna. Seems to have pulled the rope. Taylor immediately went to check it out. After confirming that there was no such thing, Marissa was able to get back to work. The tuna net on the other side arrived at the port and started selling tuna. Dave looked at the giant fish, which was 2.6 long. I expected to have high-quality fish, so we could take the baby out. After removing the unwanted parts of the tuna, the net weight is still 500 pounds and 227 kilograms. The fish quality looks pretty good. The core is in excellent condition. The meat is rich in fat, so the buyer is willing to pay $16 for it. Made them $8,000. Faced with this huge sum of money, Dave couldn't help but enjoy himself. A few people on the hard goods number. There's a slight lag in getting the message. I just heard Doug threw Paul into the sea, although it has been known for some time. Were they isolated from the rest of the fleet? But that doesn't seem to be the case. The ship's detectors suddenly sounded the alarm. It shows 3 tuna in the vicinity. The fishing rod could get snagged at any moment. Jason and Joe quickly stood on the deck and watched. Soon the tuna bites the fishing rod. Meisha immediately started the ship. Jason is also in the back, collecting the fishing line. A new tuna fishing war has begun. I wonder if Jason can end this fight quickly. Judging by the way he's holding the rod, doesn't seem to be in a hurry. Instead, the tuna drags the line along. Turns out he's using up the tuna's energy. The young man's strategy was brilliant. The fighting has been going on for an hour. The tuna has risen several meters. After Joe started helping Jason, the tuna is showing signs of decline. The fish was in danger of being caught. But when Joe picked up the speed on his hands, the line snapped. The suddenness of the situation was unexpected. The 2 men on the windmill. We have been fighting for 2 hours. The tuna still hasn't been hauled on deck. It looks like the size of this fish is enormous. It could even weigh 400 kilos. Then the tuna was pulled to the surface by Marissa. The moment it appeared, Tyler was sure. This fish is super big. All he wanted to do was give the tuna a forkful. Yet the fish still seems to have strength. The tail wagged even faster. That translates to over 70 kilometers an hour. Definitely the best of the pack. Another half hour of fighting. The tuna remains in place. Fortunately, the physical strength of fish has declined. Or do I suspect this tuna belongs to Earth? After Marissa pulled the fish to the boat, Taylor quickly put the harpoon down. Miss. The tuna then fled again. Fortunately, the fishing line is still in hand. Can pull the tuna back to the boat again. It just takes a little longer. Some of the guys on the fat tuna. I have some leisure at the moment. Started gossiping about Paul and Doug's love/hate relationship. The good news is that all 3 are sane. Know to focus on your work. Replace all decoys with new ones. Then the detector sounded. There's a tuna 238 feet down. Suddenly, the fishing rod was bitten and bent. Apparently, a tuna bit the hook, even though the fishing rod is bent. But Manny didn't think the fish was that big. Can easily recover most of the fishing line. This made John nearby suspicious. I pushed Manny aside and started on my own. As soon as he recovered the line, the little man is telling the truth. A few strokes bring the tuna to the surface. Manny immediately picked up the harpoon, slamming it into the tuna's head. This time he succeeded. It doesn't fall through like it did the other times. Bob held the tuna's tail high. The 2 men tied the rope easily. This is their 9th catch of the year. After 10 minutes of cooling, together, the 2 men pulled the tuna onto the boat. The fish measured 2 meters long, although slightly short in size. But fortunately, it looks fatty. It's a fat tuna. OTT leads the crew today. It's a whole new fishing spot. Whales happen to be out here. Apparently, there will be tuna around soon. So he began to prepare bait. Based on the surrounding sea, OTT made a bold decision, using dead mackerel as bait. Why would he think that? Anyway, I'm not fishing for money. There was movement on the ship's detectors. 2 tuna fish appeared nearby. The fishing rod was instantly caught by the fish. Jarrett quickly adjusted the position of the fishing rod. It's time to take on the tuna. But just getting started, he noticed that the fish seemed a little clumsy. Just keep your head down and move forward. Ships suddenly appeared ahead, and 2 fishing boats. Good thing one of them belongs to Jack. When Michael got in touch, the other ship was their friend. They had to recommunicate. The ship, after the communication, drive off the other side. Jarrett is finally free to fight. But in the process of pulling, he noticed that the hook seemed to be hanging from the fish's guts. Fortunately, the tuna has been pulled to the surface. Tim took aim with his harpoon in hand. Suddenly, the rod bounced back violently. Bad tuna at a critical time. I broke my fishing line. A few people had some bad luck. Although technically there is no problem, the tuna still got away. The fat tuna is now safely back in port. They started selling their catch of tuna, since this is their 9th fish. As long as the fish fetch a high price, they are expected to win the championship and a big lead over second place. But all this assumes that other people's fish are of inferior quality. The final fish weighed 272 pounds or 122 kilograms. The fat is evenly distributed and the core is particularly good and bright red. Overall, the fish is of good quality. You can buy it for $17 a pound. They earned $4,624. Meanwhile, Marissa and Tyler, 5 hours fighting the tuna. They were almost exhausted, but the tuna are still alive in the ocean. It was hard on Taylor, although tuna do occasionally surface, but soon they'll dive back to the bottom, teasing both of them so repeatedly. They now hold poles for much less time than they did at first. Tyler and Marissa were clearly exhausted. The battle entered its 6th hour. The 2 men have made remarkable progress. The tuna was no longer far away, just hovering at the bottom of the boat. But they have trouble pulling the fish out of the water. The bearing of the fishing rod suddenly broke. Taylor can no longer recover the line. The tuna also took the opportunity to flee again, to keep the fish from going too far. Marissa quickly fetched another fishing rod. Taylor twisted the lines of 2 fishing rods together, cut the fishing line from the broken bearing, then moved the rod to the other bearing. The problem was solved skillfully. I have to admit that this is an advantage of experience. If not for 10 years of fishing experience, it's hard to think of such a brilliant idea. With a new fishing rod in place, Marissa takes on tuna again. On the flight of time, it was a quiet time. They haven't seen a fish since early morning. In addition to the sea mackerel. Now, their tanks are about to hit bottom. If you don't catch a tuna in 2 hours, they will have to end their fishing trip, go back and resupply the ship. The ending was hard for them to accept, but there seems to be no other way. Suddenly, the fishing rod and the tuna come into close contact. Surprise suddenly came to my mind. Not at this last moment. There are tuna hooks. I thought I was about to get nowhere. But after securing the rod in a good hand, Nick showed off his fine fishing skills. He looks like a pure hothead, grip bearings spinning wildly. The advantage of this is, before the tuna can react, it is pulled to the surface. The disadvantage is that the wire will be broken if you are not careful. But Nick is not reckless. He had already replaced the line with a top-quality material. 1 meter alone costs $300. As the tuna floated to the surface of the boat, Jack stood beside Nick, harpoon in hand. Take aim and hit the target with 1 fork. After a successful catch of tuna, the 2 skillfully control the tail and tie the rope of fate. Tuna's wandering life is over, with the fish being pulled into the boat. Measurements show it to be 2.7 m long. It's a very beautiful big fat fish. After dragging it in front of Rick the buyer, remove useless parts. Remove the core and fishtail. The tuna still weighs 514 pounds, 233 kilograms. The fish and meat are perfectly matched. Bright core color. Overall fat and full. It's a very valuable tuna. The purchase price was as high as $16 a pound. The two young men ended up earning $8,224. Still fighting on the windmill. They had been working for 8 hours. Now they were exhausted. To keep this tuna from getting away, Tyler quickly radioed for help. It's amazing how quickly he gets people here. In the blink of an eye, help reached the two men's boat. Derek came menacingly to the fishing pole. It was his moment of glory. Witness his bold actions. Tyler nervously kept reminding him to slow down. The people you called here are still worried. But this tuna is tough. The two sides have been deadlocked for 8 hours and almost dragged Derek into the sea. He could not bear the grievance. With the help of strong arms, pulling the tuna back to the surface again. The fighting had stretched into the 9th hour. Derek's face was red now. The fish was still floundering in place. But fortunately, the tuna is showing signs of fatigue. It made Derek see the light at the end of the tunnel. The movements in his hands quickened again. The tuna is pulled to the water beside the boat. This is the perfect time. Tyler clenched the harpoon. I don't think twice about thrusting. This time, they finally hit the tuna. With the three of us working together, the fish was successfully tied to the rope. After nearly 10 hours of fierce fighting, they finally caught the tuna. Derek has added bragging rights. Tyler and Marissa had it for over 8 hours, have failed to subdue the tuna. As soon as he arrived, he quickly put an end to the battle. When the tuna is hauled on deck, they measured it to be 2.7 m long. No, you're lying about it. Jack caught the 2.7 meter fish so fast, and it took us 10 hours. Back in port, they quickly submitted the tuna to the buyer. After the acquirer weeded out the useless parts, the tuna has a net weight of 534 pounds, 242 kilograms. Remove the core and the fishtail. The buyer began to evaluate the quality. Fish is rich in fat. The core is perfect. Overall good quality. The buyer offered $18 per unit. They earned $9,612. This is since the start of this year's fishing season. Best pay of all. The final list has also changed. The Flight of Time managed to take first place. Hard Goods slipped to third place. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Ever seen a tuna that could swallow a baby in one bite? Some of the guys on this boat just saw it and grabbed it. A bluefin tuna that big, just to seal its mouth. It takes a couple of people over an hour. Just enough to make sure tuna never eats a child again. For now, the Flight of Time holds the top spot. Captain Jack, to make sure not to be overtaken, decided to cut costs further. Head offshore to fish for tuna. To save fuel consumption. Hard Commodity lost one of her crew today. Captain Marcia was absent due to illness. Joe and Jason are the only ones out fishing for tuna. Fortunately, these two young men hold captain's licenses. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sailing today. The fat tuna arrives at Chatham again. They have just arrived here. Seabirds circled in the distance. This means there may be tuna in the vicinity. And there's Dave and Jason nearby. The competitive pressure cannot be underestimated. Bob brought the boat to a steady stop. He told Manny and John to set up bait quickly. Race against the clock to catch tuna. Last year's last place, the Flight of Time. Now it's back to the top. Bob felt that his fishing skills were being questioned. After all, I've been fishing here longer. Not to be surpassed by these two. At this point, the detector shows fish in 200 feet of water. The fishing rod in front of John was bent in sync. Apparently, the tuna took the bait. After a short encounter, make sure the fish is not a shark. It's the tuna they've been dreaming of. All three were now eager to pull the fish into the boat. 40 minutes after taking the bait, it was Captain Bob's turn. As soon as he picked it up, he felt that the fish was unusually strong. John was told to be careful when pulling. Don't let this big fish get away. Maybe he gave Bob what he wanted. They fought the tuna for an hour and a half, but they still haven't pulled it out of the water. But the tuna's strength is clearly running out, began to float slowly toward the surface. The moment Manny clenched the harpoon, the tuna also hit the surface, with Manny throwing the harpoon hard. The tuna's body was hit with precision. Several people quickly controlled the fish to the side of the boat and tied the rope. This luck was a delight. He successfully caught a big fish just after going out to sea. Such speed is a feat of historic proportions. When the tuna cools down behind the boat, the excitement of regaining the first place rose in the hearts of the three men. As long as the tuna is of good quality. The tuna has been measured to be 2 meters long. This is undoubtedly a satisfactory achievement. Bob was showing off excitedly. Michael was full of envy. They haven't seen any tuna for a long time. Only seabirds can be seen circling in the sky. At 9:17 a.m., the sky was clear. The two on the hard goods number arrived at the fishing spot of the day. Start laying out mackerel bait, despite all the bait. But there was no sign of tuna until it drizzled. The fishing rod finally showed signs of bending. It was a tuna bite. Jason moved the rod behind the stern. Joe took over the fight. It's meant to deplete the tuna. And then the main fisherman, Jason, takes the fight. This strategy is like Tianji's horse race. Surprisingly, it worked. The tuna begins to float upwards, with Jason's superb fishing skills, quickly pulled to the surface. Although the tuna once hid under the boat, to no avail, he was dragged out in an instant. Jason picked up the harpoon next to him. Jason immediately stabbed forward. The two work together to control the tuna as it tries to escape. He quickly tied a rope around his tail. Even though Marcia isn't around right now, they still managed to catch a tuna, after a long wait for nothing. Makes Marcia's decision a little stupid, but the two men on board didn't seem to mind. Intently pull the cooled fish onto the deck. This tuna looks a little small. Sure enough, it was only 2 meters in size. Any smaller, and it wouldn't comply with fishing regulations. Soon they returned to the dock. This came as a surprise to the buyers. I didn't expect them to fish so fast this time. Buyers, too, have been nimble. The tuna is processed in a short time. The final fish weighed 203 pounds and 92 kilograms. This weight is a little insufficient. If the fish is of poor quality, well, then they lost a little of what they got today. The buyer looked at the fish carefully and said the color was good. Adipose distribution. The core is transparent enough. Overall, a good tuna. He was willing to buy it for $15 a pound. That would make them $3,045. It's a nice payout and a little bit of profit. Some of the men on the hot tuna. After seeing seabirds earlier, I waited for hours. Still no sign of the tuna. It's killing OTT inside, constantly questioning whether you made the right decision. Why is the tuna so slow to bite? The time came to 3:50 p.m. Jack is now just like OTT was before. Start doubting your own decisions. This is the 3rd time we've changed bait. The tuna still didn't show up, and Bob and the guy on hard goods have all successfully caught a tuna, although the fish is not big. But it's also a lot of money. Just when he was in a negative mood. Good news from the probe. 3 tuna appeared in the water. The rod bent in front of Nick. After successfully controlling the tuna, Jack started the boat. It follows the tail of the tuna. After a fierce battle, the fish seemed a little small to Nick. As he pulls the tuna out of the sea, confirm that this is indeed a small fish, under 5 feet in size and not up to fishing standards. All they can do is label this tuna. Let them grow up before they're captured. After releasing the tuna, Jack began to take detailed notes. Look forward to catching this tuna when it grows up in the future. Meanwhile, Bob and the others returned to port, ready to sell today's tuna. If it's good quality, it can beat Jack. Take the number 1 spot. After weeding out the useless parts, the tuna weighed 238 pounds and 107 kilograms. The fish is of fair quality. The core is bright in color. Adiposity. Overall, it's a fine piece of fish. It sells for $17 a pound. They earned $4,046, even if it was a good one. But it's still more than $1,000 away from first place. Early the next morning, OTT's daughter Eliza came to the hot tuna. The purpose of her visit: to solve the problem of not catching fish recently. People want her to be a good luck charm, bring them a good harvest of tuna. I don't think you guys are superstitious. At 1 o'clock in the evening on the windmill, Tyler and Marissa are a little upset. A day passed with no sign of the tuna, so anxious that they could not even eat. Come on deck and study fishing techniques. While they were trying to think, the fishing rod suddenly bent. Marissa quickly stepped forward and grasped the pole. Start recovering the fishing line that's been pulled out. Based on the feedback from the fishing rod, Tyler decided it was a big fish. It thrilled him. He hurried forward to help Marissa pull the tuna. But when the fish came to the surface, surprised to find that it's not a tuna, but a shark. The fishing line was torn in the violent struggle. Tyler was so angry he wanted to give up fishing and go home. 5:30 a.m. The men on the hot tuna began to lay out bait. Eliza, the lucky charm from last night's boat, is still in bed, which is understandable given her age. She can't be forced to get up early. Meanwhile, OTT et al., the bait is spread out in different locations, waiting for the tuna to take the bait. Jack on the time flies is in a bad place. A large number of ships gathered nearby, all waiting for the tuna to show up. It looks like Jack is slipping out of first place, and OTT et al. On the other side, just taking a break from the hustle and bustle. And soon they were back to their new busyness. The ship's detector suddenly sounded. It shows the tuna at 50 feet. OTT sprang from his seat at once, nervously waiting for the tuna to bite the hook. Soon the rod was pulled and bent. The three men sprang into action. Jarrett put on her gloves, start a fierce battle with the tuna. Looks like Eliza's lucky charm did work. After a fierce battle, Jarrett found this tuna energetic. The battle was clearly not easy. The reason he didn't tell me the size of the fish, it's because of past miscalculations. Don't want to lose face in front of little Eliza. While Jarrett was focused on the fight, OTT noticed a fishing boat coming up ahead, blocking their path. Fortunately, these people knew what OTT and his people were up to, quickly recovered the dropped line, and turned the boat around. After these people leave, Jarrett is in full swing. Get involved in fishing line recycling. Little Eliza was cheering enthusiastically in the rear. Here, the adoring encouragement. Jarrett's got more energy. The movements of the hands also increased. Next to Jody witnessed Jarrett busy figure. I can't help but be envious. Others have started to make money, and I'm still sitting here doing nothing. Jack, captain of the time flies, after finding out OTT and his crew had caught a fish. The food in my mouth became tasteless, but the moment the tuna bite the hook, Jack's expression changed suddenly. Nick was surprised when he took over. This tuna is huge. He was so excited that his hand was moving so fast that his shadow was almost broken. Jack moved the rod to the bow, just in time to see who catches the fish first, Jack or OTT. But I'm more bullish on Jarrett. After all, they went to war before Jack did. The odds are better. The battle lasted 2 hours and 26 minutes. This also confirms the huge size of this tuna. A big fish, no doubt. Jack and Nick from the Flight of Time. We've been fighting for over an hour. Progress seems to have been rapid. You can even see the shape of the tuna. Jack picked up the harpoon nearby. Aim for the size of the tuna. Throw out. Although the first hit is not hit, but the second shot was a hit. After pulling the tail out of the water, tie the rope quickly. The 10th tuna harvest of the season. As the fish cools in the cold water, Jack sent a message to Bob in triumph, to the man who tried to replace him. As they haul the tuna on board, the enormity of this fish is really felt. Even the towing seemed laborious. The fish was measured to be 2.5 meters long, and Jarrett from the hot tuna, still struggling with the bait. The tug of war has been going on for more than 3 hours. Why haven't they pulled the tuna on board yet? Fortunately, the fish has been pulled to the boat, just a step from the water, but then the tuna swam near the stern shaft. This frightened the people on board. If Jarrett makes a mistake, the tuna may be hanged by the stern shaft. Fortunately, their main fisherman is very skilled, successfully towed the tuna away from the danger zone. OTT and Tim are holding harpoons, standing next to Jarrett, tried to throw the harpoon, though OTT missed. But Tim managed to fix it. Facing this huge tuna, they were so anxious they said bad words and almost did it. Be afraid to hesitate a little. The tuna will run away. After successfully attaching the fixed rope, they were as close as ever again. Well, if I didn't know you had a deep relationship, I was starting to wonder if you were intersex. That's when OTT picked up the radio. Tell Eliza to announce the success of the fishing. It feels like they're showing off. When the tuna cools down, they finally pulled him into the boat. After measuring this tuna, it's 2 feet long and it's huge. The time flies now return to port. They started selling their tuna. I wonder how much profit this fish will bring them. Remove the core and the fish tail. The tuna still weighs 388 pounds, about 175 kilograms. But the flesh of this fish is slightly inferior, less fat and darker. But the core is okay. It sells for $13 a pound. Fortunately, their fish weigh enough. It ended up earning them $5,044. After the two left the buyer, the hot tuna also entered the harbor. The crew began selling the catch of the day. Looking at this huge tuna, an idea arose in Eliza's mind. Let's hope Tim uses the money he made from this tuna to buy the jewelry you want. The final weight of the tuna is 434 pounds and 196 kilograms. The fish has a good texture and the fat is evenly distributed, but the color is as dark as Jack's fish. So it only sells for $14 a pound. This price is exactly $1 more than Jack's unit price. The crew earned a total of $6,076. The hot tuna finally has its long-awaited opening. Meanwhile, the flight of time is still on top. They even beat the runner-up by $6,865. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Do you aspire to catch a 3-meter tuna? It's super easy. Just keep your passion and energy high. I could take this bluefin tuna. Grab the deck at random. Hey. I bet no angler can resist that temptation. 6:43 in the morning. Captain Spotty of the Moonshine, patiently instructing rookie Vaughn on how to set the bait, even by a small margin. The tuna might not bite, either. This is when many people go out fishing. The reason for nothing all day. And Vaughn is a rookie, not yet adapted to their hardships. Hard goods numbers are still short today. Only Joe and Jason went fishing. Looks like Marsh is in bad shape. If it were just a minor illness, he'd be back by now. Marissa and her companions on the windmill were exhausted. Her tan skin is the proof. The two have been busy for most of the season, but still tens of thousands of dollars off the top spot. It's killing them inside. Desperate to find something to gain from this voyage, it is best to catch a high-quality tuna. At 4 a.m., Ryan found his dream tuna. Everyone else was asleep. Ryan's the only one awake. Facing 2 tuna at the same time, Ryan looked a little scrambled. Fortunately, Captain Spotty was a light sleeper. Come quickly to deck to assist. But the new Vaughn still hasn't woken up. One of these tuna could escape at any moment. The fishing has been going on for half an hour. Vaughn was still asleep in bed. You want to be Sleeping Beauty. Fortunately, both men were highly skilled. Not only did they manage to keep 2 tuna, it also dramatically reduces the distance to the target. The battle lasted 43 minutes. The scene looked chaotic. The lines on the 2 fishing rods seemed about to intertwine. The slightest mistake could cause an accident, causing 2 tuna to escape. Ryan is in the process of continuing to recycle his fishing line. I noticed something unusual in my fishing rod. The tuna no longer seemed to be on the pole. Sure enough, the fish on the line had slipped away. Fortunately, the fish on the other rod was still there. He turned quickly to retrieve the line, to not lose this tuna again. Ryan's hands are moving faster and faster. Tuna are also emerging, but then the line snapped. That was the end of the fight. The 2 men were busy on deck for an hour, and this is how it ended. It was hard for Ryan to accept. Jason and Joe from Hard Goods get up early and start laying decoys. There is something strange about the situation. Why are they all using squid as bait, not the mackerel? Maybe the taste of tuna has changed. They just threw the squid into the sea. The fishing rod flexes instantly. The line was quickly pulled out tens of meters. Looks like this tuna is a pretty big one. If not big, certainly not bad. This excited Jason. Although a tuna was caught yesterday. But you don't want too much money. The battle lasted 40 minutes. Joe took Jason's place. Looks like someone's getting tired. Marsh's strength dropped even when he was away. But the tuna seemed tired too. Began to float to the surface. After seeing the outline of the tuna, Jason jabbered with his harpoon in hand. After a hit, quickly tied the fish to the stern. They caught a tuna again. Taylor, who learned the news. My eyes were full of envy. Of course, OTT on the other side is no exception. For 2 days in a row, they got something. And he seemed to have left little Eliza. The number of guardians is down again. So did Jack and Bob in the distance. No. Why did they break the news today? So much envy. The tuna was measured at 1.87 meters. 2 people were so close to breaking the law. Fortunately, the fish met the legal standards for capture. Soon they returned to port. I don't know about this little fish. How much income it can bring them. After removing the useless parts, the tuna weighs 161 pounds and 73 kilograms. The quality of the fish is not ideal, but it has a nice layer of fat. Otherwise, the fish would only be worth a few dollars. Now it sells for $13 a pound, but they still didn't make much. Only $2,093 in compensation. But why do seabirds like to eat this meat? It's 12:07 noon. Fishing boats have gathered near the tuna net, are competing with them for a limited supply of tuna. Even now, the detector is going off. I still doubt whether they will catch any fish. They've had no harvest for days. All the money I had made was almost gone. Now the 3 men were very eager to catch the fish. Suddenly the rod bent. The tuna bites the hook. Dave doubled down with excitement. Just a little short. I let Sandro take over from the side. But this tuna is also weak. Sandro just had a fight. It rose to the surface. Dave was now excited to get his harpoon ready. Have the tuna in my sights. Out came the harpoon. The tuna took an instant hit, but the fish is still on the run. The fishing line became entangled with the rope on the harpoon. This sudden situation has troubled the 3 people on board. In the face of such rare circumstances, the fishing has been going on for an hour. They have yet to solve the problem. Tuna are still escaping in the sea. Dave was on hand to deal with it intently. It took almost an hour, but the confusion grew and the rope wound dozens of times. It looks like a mess. The fishing lasted 3 hours and 34 minutes. The thread looked even messy, eh? Can't imagine how they did it. Fortunately, the tuna was eventually pulled out of the water. Hooked the fish behind the head. Dave quickly tied the rope. The capture was finally successful after a long effort. Thought it would be quick. I didn't think it would take so long. Measured the tuna to be 2 to 6 feet long. The moonshine is still in place, waiting for the tuna to reappear. Vaughn on board was a little embarrassed for missing a tuna last night. He blames himself. If I went fishing last night, maybe you've already learned something. Now you can play video games at home. The tuna nets have now returned to port. Rick, the acquirer, is adept. Remove unnecessary parts quickly and take out the core and the fish tail. The tuna has a net weight of 435 pounds and 197 kilograms. Fish of good quality. Fat, evenly distributed pink color. The core is equally good. There are only minor flaws. Still, it sells for $15 a pound. It brought them $6,525 in revenue. The reward was generous. Maybe compete for the championship. Jack and Nick at this time. To catch tuna, they resolutely abandoned their old, familiar fishing spot, heading out into this relatively unfamiliar sea. Fortunately, they were not disappointed. There aren't many other fishing boats in this area. Suddenly, the sound of the detector broke the silence. A tuna is approaching nearby. As they nervously waited, the fishing rod is starting to twist the tuna bite. Jack quickly recovered a length of fishing line, then moved the rod to the bow. Nick gathered up his idle fishing rod, threw the fishing rod that I just put down. They judged the tuna to be huge. After the boat restarts, It's officially a tug of war with tuna. After half an hour of tenacious fighting, Jack manages to pull the tuna to the surface. We're not far from the hull. Nick took the fishing rod. Jack waits with a harpoon, although the tuna keeps trying to escape. But there was no escaping Jack's precise shot. After a successful hit, I'm pretty sure this fish is in the bag. The two tied the rope easily. The 11th fish of the season was harvested, but this fish is only 2.2 m in size. In order to increase the final compensation, Nick took out a piece of paper. It is said to guarantee the color of the fish. Soon they arrived at the port. Start selling this tuna. Watching the tuna being dismembered in Rick's hands, Jack is full of confidence. Think they're the one to win this year. If someone else takes it away, that's just beyond reason. The final tuna weighed 359 pounds and 162 kilograms. The core has a beautiful cherry red color. The fat distribution is even more mouth-watering. Rick offered a price of $20. This is the highest price this season. They earned $7,180. Looks like this season's leader. They have the victory in the bag. The hard commodity headed out to sea again. Start a new day of fishing. At this very moment at sunrise. It's the perfect time to fish for tuna. The two men gazed expectantly at the probe, wondering when the tuna will bite. While they were still in a trance, the detector suddenly sounded an alarm. At the same time, the fishing rod bent. Jason and Joe quickly get into the mood. A recycled fishing line struggles to pull the tuna. The other controls the ship steadily, depending on how much resistance you have. They judged that the fish was bigger than yesterday's. Half an hour past fishing time. Jason spots tuna ahead, even though it's still 200 meters away, but it's already on the surface. A few moments of persistence and victory is within reach. But then Jason noticed there seems to be a float ahead, right in the path of the recycled tuna. Just when they were worried, it turned out to be a seabird. Jason was so angry that he couldn't laugh or cry. I never thought I'd fish for years. I was mocked by the bird. The fishing time has reached 2 hours. The previous expectations were clearly wrong. Why hasn't the tuna made it to the boat? Another half hour passed. They finally got a good look at the tuna. After a long battle, the dawn of victory seemed at hand. But the two men seemed to have a problem. Nearly 4 hours of fighting. Why can't we get the fish on board? Looks like they need to improve their fishing skills. If Marcia were here, we'd be done. Fortunately, they have pulled the tuna to the boat. Otherwise, when this episode AIRS, Marcia would have lambasted both of them. As Jason decisively plunges the harpoon into the fish, it took more than 4 hours of hard work. Finally succeeded in killing the tuna. Tie the rope firmly behind the fish's tail. Can't help but lament the tuna catch 3 days in a row. The two men were surprisingly lucky. But that's what happened to Marcia. This makes Marcia both important and useless. No fish took a bite when he was there. When I leave fishing, I spend half the day fishing. The fish measured 2.69 meters in length. It fits the arrest protocol perfectly. When the two men successfully returned to port, excitedly showing off this huge tuna, expect it to pay well. They don't want anything like yesterday. Only made over 2,000 yuan. Then Joe carefully lifted the fish tail. I'm going to take it home and show it off to Marcia, somewhat boyishly expecting praise. The final fish weighed 497 pounds and 225 kilograms. There is little fat on the fish, but the core is okay. It sells for $11 a pound. The price nearly fell below 10 figures, but he still made $5,467. Night falls again on Vaughn aboard the Moonshine. They were fishing for bait for the tuna. The rest of us slept peacefully in our cabins. Looks like he's making up for yesterday. But he had a lot of luck, too. There was a tuna bite hook. If we can get this fish on board, it might make him feel a little less guilty. Spotty and Ryan wake up. There was no rush to take over the rod. I was going to see how Vaughn did. As he continues to recycle his fishing line, the tuna also gradually rose a few meters. At present, there seems to be a good chance of catching the fish. When the tuna's figure appears on the surface, Spotty quickly picked up his harpoon and stabbed the tuna. although the fish is still trying to escape. But it won't last. As long as the line and rope are there, we'll eventually be pulled back to the ship. Then pull the tuna to the stern. Vaughn quickly stepped forward to tighten the anchor rope. 3 tuna were caught in quick succession. Finally succeeded in capturing one of them. Let the tuna cool in the water. They pulled him into the boat. The fish was measured to be 2 meters long. Meet government fishing regulations. It was broad daylight when they returned to the port. This tuna caught entirely by Vaughn. It made several people present nervous. Everyone is eager to know how much the fish will sell for. The tuna weighed 275 pounds and 124 kilograms. The meat looks pretty good. The core is brightly colored, although the fat content is a little low, but it still sells for $16 each. It brought in $4,400 for several people. Now the rankings have changed. Hard goods number from the middle to second place. Going for the crown is a threat to the time flies. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Want to make a lot of money in 10 minutes? Just throw a small fish into the sea. Then you can wait patiently for a while. Hey, you got a chance. I landed a priceless bluefin tuna. Isn't that better than screwing in a factory? OTT, captain of the hot tuna, on another fishing trip to Chatham. Halfway through the season, they have lost tens of thousands of dollars. Even with Bob's help, they only caught 4 tuna. Not only is he not making any money, he's not even working on it. While they were immersed in the mood of loss, the detector suddenly sounded. It shows movement at 285 feet. The crowd gathered on deck to observe. Suddenly the rod bent. Jarrett quickly tugged forward and back. The rest put away their idle fishing rods. Though the hook is caught by the fish, but he felt like a shark. Not the tuna they expected. However, given the heavy losses, they still hold out a glimmer of hope for this unknown creature. As the fish is gradually pulled out of the water, it was a shark. Again, the effort seems to have been in vain. This gave OTT an idea. Activate the family's other boat, the Bad Fish, but it will undoubtedly increase their expenses. A huge gamble, no doubt. When a windmill heard what happened to OTT, I can't help but feel a little happy. I thought my luck was bad enough. I didn't know anyone had it worse. Joe and Jason at Hard Goods found it. There's movement on my own probe. The two were thrilled. I didn't know the luck was so good. Tuna can be caught for days on end. If we keep this up, we might be able to take the top spot. After the 2 men carefully set up multiple decoys, the tuna suddenly nipped at the fishing rod. After you steady the pole, quickly pull the tuna to the stern. Fight over a wider area. Joe has officially entered the fray, but the fog all around, making it difficult for him to locate the tuna. Fortunately, this tuna is weak. He's showing signs of exhaustion, slowly rising to the surface. Soon, they were on the boat. I saw the tuna on the sea. Jason holds a harpoon. Start targeting tuna. However, it turns out that the fish is on the small side, so they measured it with a tape measure. The surprising result is that this fish is only 6'6" if we capture it on board. Back on the shore, I'm afraid I'm going to jail, and it's non-negotiable. Once you've tagged the fish, the 2 men release the tuna back into the sea. Bob and others on the other side, busy packing up the ship's equipment, prepare to change fishing spots. They spent the whole day here. The probe never made a sound. Bob plans to try his luck back in Chatham. Just then the fishing rod suddenly bent. Though it happened suddenly, but that's what they were hoping for. After all, that often means fortune in hand. After some pulling, Bob spotted the tuna swimming towards the float. That's not a good sign, is it? If the tuna winds up the line, they stand a good chance of losing the fish. And that's the last thing they want. Manny quickly hooked the rope. Throw it aside. After successfully solving this problem, they had been fighting fiercely for nearly half an hour. But the results do not seem to be satisfactory. The tuna are on the run like crazy. There is no sign of weakness. This caused a lot of headaches. If this fish is not caught quickly, even if the tuna is caught today, it will only count as tomorrow's gain. After all, it takes them 6 hours to get back to port. The battle lasted 40 minutes. things are starting to turn around. The tuna appears in a state of exhaustion, began to float to the surface. Manny was already waiting with his harpoon in hand. At the sight of a tuna, he quickly thrust the harpoon in, after successfully hitting the target. Several people worked together to tie the rope to the fish's tail. They have a chance now before 12 o'clock. Sell this tuna, so we can go out fishing for tuna tomorrow. After measuring the cooled fish, it turns out to be 2.5 meters long. It's a tuna that meets fishing regulations. At 11:51, the fat tuna returned to port on time. This fish finally counts as today's catch. The tuna is pulled to the warehouse door. After the buyer cut out the useless parts, removed the core and tail meat. The fish weighed 337 pounds, 152 kilograms. Fish of good quality, although slightly lower in fat, but the color is bright. Very popular. The price was set at $18 a pound. The trio earned a total of $6,066. With the sunrise of a new day, the bad fish was out fishing. The ship's configuration is excellent. There are experienced Tim and Chris. And then there's Kyle, the vibrant young man. Looks like there's nothing wrong with it. It feels like they're going to get something today. Oh, and Sam from OTT's gun. Dave, captain of the tuna net. At this moment, the heart is almost desperate. No tuna was seen for 2 days. It's been a long time since we've had anything. I finally caught one, and now we're going to do it all over again. When everyone looked at the fishing rod and felt sad, the detector suddenly sounded. Tuna at 90 feet. The 3 men rushed excitedly to the deck. That's when the fishing rod got snagged, right in front of Sandro. After Jody took the fishing rod, they're officially engaged in a contest. Victory is in sight and wealth is on the books. But then I found out. The tuna's tail seemed tangled with the fishing line. Oh, now we're in trouble. If you fight this fish, the line has a high risk of breaking. Jody had to be extra careful. Fortunately, this fish is not smart. Somehow it untangled itself. Everyone on board was suddenly overjoyed. Dave grabbed the harpoon quickly and jabbed at the tuna. Skillfully tie the rope behind the fish's tail. Dave's previous worries were swept away. When Jack got the news, I was a little rattled. I feel like my #1 spot is at stake. Dave and his men tow the tuna on board. Measurements were taken immediately. Look at this 6'6" tuna. They couldn't wait to return to port, ready to take the money and relax. The fat tuna arrives at Chatham, right next to the bad fish. I wonder who will catch the tuna first today. And further away on the hot tuna captain OTT. Tell Tim he's got whales. Invite him to come fishing. But Tim says he has whales too. Looks like OTT was overthinking it. Dave then sailed back to port. He started selling his catch of tuna. After Rick quickly disposed of the useless parts. Weigh the tuna. The tuna weighed 484 pounds and 219 kilograms. Remove the core and the fish tail. Rick says the tuna is of good quality. The fish feels sticky and oily. A fat fish, obviously. The color of the core is also excellent. They sell for $19 a pound. The total price goes up to $9,196. It seems that they will win first place this time. The current position of the hard goods number is ideal. The water is full of bait. This is a sign that tuna are bound to gather here. Sure enough, the two just finished laying the bait. The detector made a noise. The tuna has moved nearby. After a period of waiting, finally a fish bites the rod. When Joe reached up and grabbed the fishing rod, I found the line coming out very fast. Apparently, the tuna is powerful underwater. If we can pull this fish into the boat, I'm sure I'll make a handsome income. But the fight will not be easy. They fought the tuna for 44 minutes. The tuna is showing some signs of fatigue. Joe fought hard again for some time. The tuna was finally pulled to the boat. Jason quickly picked up the harpoon nearby, plunged decisively into the tuna. The 2 men worked together to control the fish over the side of the boat. He tied a rope around the fish's tail. The 10th tuna was successfully caught. Let the fish cool in the water. They pulled the tuna into the boat. Although this fish is only 2 meters long, but the body is very fat. The weight must not be light. When they returned to port again, found Marcia standing next to the buyer. They were thinking of the tuna. It's going to blow his mind. The fish weighed 287 pounds and 130 kilograms. If the fish is of good quality, they can make a lot of money. So far, this fish looks pretty good. Good color in the core. Fat distribution is also relatively rich, just a little greasy to the touch. So the price is set at $16, although not as expensive as the first two. But they still earned $4,592. Tim, captain of the bad fish, decided, do not use the usual squid bait. Instead, use mackerel, especially if there are whales and seabirds nearby. He is more confident in tuna fishing, but he was in the tuna season. I often encounter no fish. Why the renewed confidence now? Equally confident is Chris, but he still made a careful plan. Placed the bait at different water levels to maximize tuna attraction. I have to say it worked pretty well. After previous adoption by other fleets, the tuna are taking the bait. Then his detector sounded. The fishing rod bends. The crowd was thrilled. Hit the ground running. Chris is quick. You'd think it was a small fish. When otter learned of their catch, beaming with joy, the family is finally getting tuna on board. It's not the same shark. At this point, the evil fish was replaced by Kyle. I wonder if this young man will have a good performance. Tim spotted a fishing boat ahead and seemed to know each other. This is undoubtedly much more convenient. Chris contacted each other by radio, asked them to leave. They're just going pretty fast. I wonder what Chris has to do with them. After watching the fishing boat leave, Chris hung Kyle out to dry. Throw oneself into battle. Wonder how this tuna surfaced on its own. Tim lunged at it with his harpoon in hand. This is a weird situation. It's just that the battle is so short and there are so few pictures. Tie the tuna behind the stern. Tim passed on the news quickly. Hearing this, OTT sighed. I don't call my boat the hot tuna anymore. I'll call it the hot shark. It's shark fishing all the time. Several men worked together to drag the tuna onto the boat. Measurements showed that the fish was 2 meters long. It's not particularly huge, though, but as their first fish, enough to meet their expectations. Upon return to port, the 3 men began to sell the tuna. Eliminate unwanted areas quickly. The tuna weighed 286 pounds and 129 kilograms. Fish of good quality. The color is a seductive pink. Core and fat are pretty good, too. It sells for $18 a pound. That comes to $5,148. Looks like OTT won't lose money if he doesn't catch a fish today. But they did quite well. After Tim sold his tuna, the detector suddenly sounded. The tuna is 270 feet below the surface. While several people waited anxiously, the tuna suddenly bites the hook. Jarrett jumped into action, but it didn't feel like tuna to him. More like a shark. I think they got you into a trance. I went shark fishing yesterday. Can't tell what's down there now. Jarrett decided to do it the old-fashioned way. First, pull the fish to the surface. Determine follow-up actions. After 10 minutes of fighting, Jarrett confirmed it was tuna. After all, we can already see the fish. Otter heard about it, excited to get the fish on board. It's just that Jarrett's a bit of a loser. Keep letting the tuna hang around. I got OTT yelling at me in the back. Jarrett's face turned red with embarrassment. The movements of the hands are also much faster. Tuna is no match for him. Crawl to the surface. OTT picked up the harpoon and thrust it. After a hit, several men quickly moved forward to control the fish. Rope in. Otter finally caught a tuna. Days of hard work finally paid off. After the tuna has cooled, they towed it aboard. The tuna measured exactly 2 meters long. It took more than 4 hours. Hot Tuna returns to port. Starts selling this hard-won tuna because it is still a loss. OTT hopes the fish will pay off handsomely. The final tuna weighed 216 pounds and 97 kilograms. Next comes the quality check. Fish is rich in fat, bright core color. Rick is willing to bid $17 a pound. That comes to $3,672. It's just enough to cover the cost of gas. After 2 days of fishing, the tuna net rushed to first place, became the current leader. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Money, I bet you can't have too much. But the screw is not only tired, but also see the face of the supervisor. But now there are ways to make money. Imagine fishing with a pole in the ocean. A 2-meter-long tuna weighing 177 kilograms. If the fish is good quality, that would be a lot of money in the hands of those double dealers. They sell for tens of thousands of dollars. If you still think this is a small profit, then take a look down and you'll be thrilled. Today, the hard commodity welcomes old Captain Marcia, but he returned with a new plan, only responsible for steering the boat. No longer involved in tuna fishing decisions. Seems to be getting used to being at home these days. Back to tuna fishing, still want to be lazy. Lazy to the extreme. Dave, captain of the tuna net. I'm not happy about Marcia's return. Marcia misled him and others too often last season. Claims tuna's out there somewhere. Caused them to fail repeatedly, though he's not spreading any more news at the moment. But it might mean they've found the perfect fishing spot. There must be plenty of tuna there, intended to keep the location secret. As the crowd arrived at the predetermined fishing spot, Dave began to set up mackerel bait, only to be released soon after. The detector sounded a tone. Looks like this is a real treasure trove. I just don't know how big this fish is. Suddenly the rod bent. The three men quickly went to work. Yet Sandro sensed in the tug. The underwater object appeared to be a shark. Why wasn't the first fish tuna? Sure enough, there was a tail sticking out of the water. It was a thresher shark that took the bait. It's a waste of time, just as they are feeling. There was movement on the other rod. Jody quickly began to retrieve the fishing line. But after a while, he finds it's another fucking shark, and it looks like the same one. It's frustrating that this fish is a little greedy. He swallowed 2 of their bait in quick succession. Dave was so angry, he almost wanted to jump into the sea and punch it. Captain Bob of Fat Tuna, when he spotted a whale ahead. The detectors beeped in sync. Hey, isn't this a God-given opportunity? The 3 men immediately stood on the deck. Wait for the tuna to bite. But the wait seems a little long. They hung around the boat for half a day. Fortunately, the tuna finally gave face. He took the bait. Manny held the rod behind him. Something doesn't feel right about this tuna. Its escape is exactly like that of a shark. That's not possible. That's the 3rd shark bite today. Suddenly the line jerked straight forward, right? That's how tuna should run. Learn how sharks fight back. Bob sees Manny doing nothing. I just grabbed the job. Fishing time has reached 40 minutes. John came on. 3 people in a short period of time. Is this tuna really that good? But John had it easy. The tuna began to float to the surface. Looks like John's the only reliable guy on this ship. I saw tuna come to the surface. Manny quickly picked up the harpoon. Take the position you had before the attack. He plunged down. Bob, with his harpoon in hand, fired another shot. Looks like Manny's been a bit of a screw-up. Has quietly become his subconscious. After pulling the tuna to the boat, Bob tied the rope at once. No, that's not the way you celebrate. It makes me feel like there's something special about you. As the tuna cools down, he was pulled into the boat. The fish was measured to be 2 meters long. It's a nice big fish. The fat tuna arrived in port at nightfall. Starts selling the catch. I just don't know what the quality of this fish is. After cutting off the useless parts, the tuna is still 282 pounds, 127 kilograms. The next step is a quality check. The fish is bright with a hint of fat. The cherry red core stands out. Overall, the quality is quite good. Can give a unit price of $18. Earn them $5,076. If we keep catching tuna like this, they might win the championship. A few people on the hard goods number. After learning that the fat tuna was on board, it's hard not to feel a little lost. Why is nothing happening on your side? Time flies on a new day, arriving in Chatham again. But the trip is not cheap. If I don't catch another fish today, that 11th tuna money, I'm afraid we're going to spend it all. Then the detector made a noise. It looks like 5 fish appear. As soon as the rod bent, Jack stepped forward to control it and moved the pole to the bow. This is the only place on this little boat where you can play. Nick found it when he was pulling tuna. A ship appeared ahead. Good thing it's not coming this way. He just walks away. When it was safe, Nick let go of the tuna. Let the fish burn off some energy first. As the tuna slows down, Nick began to retrieve the fishing line. Fishing time has reached 50 minutes. Tuna are also slowly coming to the surface. Jack immediately stepped forward and picked up the harpoon. Suddenly, the sharp harpoon pierces the tuna. Nick quickly picked up a harpoon and fixed it. After successfully controlling this big fish, Jack ties up the tuna skillfully. On the occasion of the 12th tuna catch, the two men couldn't wait to pull aboard. The fish measured 2.5 meters in length. It seems that they will win the first place. Captain Marcia of the hard commodity decided to replace the current fishing point. This surprised Jason. What happened to not interfering in fishing decisions? Besides, we once caught 4 tuna here. Marcia explained that you were young. I still have more experience in this area. With nothing to show for half a day, you got to get around. There was nothing they could do. Marcia is Joe's father, Jason's own uncle. Just as they were about to retrieve the fishing line, there was a sudden movement in the probe. The fishing rod is also noticeably bent. This is undoubtedly a satire on Marcia. It seems that sometimes experience is not reliable. Luck is also crucial. While Jason was collecting the fishing line, it turned out to be a shark. Why are you messing with me at this critical moment? He was so angry that he almost spoke dirty words. And it's one of those motherfucking dirty words. By this time, Jack had returned to port. Start selling this tuna that's supposed to win. But you never know. If the fish is of poor quality, it's worthless. The final fish weighed 391 pounds and 177 kilograms. The fish tail is brightly colored. The core is cherry colored. The fat is as fine as butter. Overall, this fish is perfect. Undoubtedly the highest quality tuna. It's on a market for $22 a pound, making these two young men $8,602. They look like a lock to win the title this season. Captain Spotty of the Moonshine. I don't think the position I've chosen today is ideal. Surrounded by other fishing boats. It may not be easy to catch tuna. Even if a fish bites, you need to watch out for other ships when you're fighting. Suddenly, their rod's bent. Oh my God, the tuna is making a surprise attack. But it doesn't matter to them. Several people then seriously into the work. I wonder if Vaughn can catch the fish. After all, it's the key to getting them home. If this tuna is not caught, they will continue to drift on the sea. Half an hour past fishing time. Ryan took over Vaughn's job. He is very experienced. Only 10 minutes of fighting. They pull the tuna to the surface. Then suddenly a ship appeared in the rear and watched as if watching a play. After a few words of scolding from 3 people, the ship hurried away. The tuna took the opportunity to swim some distance. This guy is so smart. Ryan kept busy for some time. The tuna resurfaced. Vaughn quickly picked up the harpoon nearby, put it right up there. After skillfully tying the rope, they finally caught the fish. Got Monet back home. It cooled the tuna for a while. They pulled him on board. The tuna was measured to be 2.5 meters long. They arrived at the port 3 hours later. Start selling the catch. After cutting off the useless parts, the fish weighed 381 pounds and 172 kilograms. Next comes the quality check of the fish. The core has a beautiful cherry red color. The fat is evenly distributed around the perimeter. The appearance and texture of this fish are quite outstanding. The market price can reach $17 a pound. That means they earn $6,477. 4:00 the next morning, the windmill traveled 64 kilometers, arriving at a whole new fishing spot. They hope to catch tuna here, but it is not clear that this was a wise decision. As he begins to lay out mackerel bait, just drop the second fish. The fishing rod in front is bent. I don't think your detector's on. The fish appeared without warning. While Tyler was fighting his way up on deck, Marissa dressed quickly too. Walk over to Tyler and take over. She's not easy. Once in the game, the tuna is in trouble, but she did not quickly pull the tuna on board. Fishing has been going on for 40 minutes. Marissa observes the tuna clearly showing signs of fatigue. I wonder if they'll be able to take this opportunity. Tyler picked up the harpoon nearby. Go for the tuna. Marissa quickly tied the rope. This fish looks big. I'm sure many people are as curious as I am. Why do they always stick harpoons in fish heads? Because it maximizes revenue. After all, other parts can fetch a good price. The tuna was measured to be 2 meters long. The windmill returned to port at daybreak. Wonder how much money this fish brings in. After all, it's their first fish of the week. If the returns are not high, the situation is not good. The final tuna weighed 248 pounds and 112 kilograms. Fish of fine quality. It feels greasy and evenly distributed. Good core color and no burn marks. The market price is $18 a pound. But unfortunately, the weight is a little insufficient. They ended up earning just $4,464. The hard commodity now reached a new fishing spot. And he also offered his own secret, the fried meat in this pan. Every time he cooks this dish, the tuna will arrive as expected and take the initiative to bite the hook. I have to say the world is full of mystery. Just finished enjoying this pot of meat. There is a tuna bite, ushered in today's harvest. But whether this is really tuna is unclear. After all, I was mistaken for tuna yesterday. It was a shark that took the bite. Jason ran to the bow with his rod in hand. Looks like this is a tuna. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so fast. Sharks usually swim from side to side, but there are still risks on the bow. Meisha quickly stepped forward to assist. Take the rod and fix it to the deck. Jason jumped down. A fierce confrontation with the tuna begins. However, the operation is a little inconvenient. After putting on one side of the harness, Jason is starting to show his mastery. Spread and bend your legs to steady the horse. Fight the tuna. The battle took a long time. After an hour of fierce fighting, to pull the tuna closer to the surface, I see the target approaching. Jason is pushing again. Marcia also swings his harpoon in with precision. When the tuna is controlled to the boat, Marcia quickly tied the rope around the fish's tail. Looks like the old man's experience really did help. As the tuna cools down, it took 3 men to pull it up to the deck. The fish measured 1.87 meters long, just above the arrest threshold. Their luck is strange. This is the second fish to approach the minimum standard. The 3 return to port. Start selling the 11th fish. After removing the useless parts, the tuna still weighs 167 pounds and 75 kilograms, although slightly smaller, but excellent in every way, rich in fat and bright in color. The core part has good transparency. All that is condensed is the essence. The buyer is willing to pay $17 a pound. They earn $2,839. 3 are expected to compete for the title this season. With the end of the day, leaderboard refreshed again. The Flight of Time once again leads the way for first place. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Look at these 2 laughing like fools. Must have caught a big fish. This is the bluefin tuna of the sea, and it was this 2-meter-long fish in the hands of the second smuggler. It sold for tens of thousands of dollars. If only I could make that kind of money. I'm afraid the smile will be even more complacent. On a new day, Paul returns to the sea. After this time of deliberation, Paul finally realized his mistake. I understand what Doug was doing. Despite the realization, there is still a little unhappiness. But it's human nature. After all, who in the face of sudden difficulties? It keeps you in a good mood. As he arrives at today's fishing spot, he quickly dropped the anchor. Get ready for today's fishing adventure. Now the season is drawing to a close. He had to race against time to catch the tuna. Otherwise, this year's losses will far exceed last year's. The time warp is on its way to the fishing spot. Jack spots a whale ahead. Appear to be foraging. They made a quick decision not to go to Chatham. Avoid burning more fuel. Instead, we set up mackerel bait on the spot. Wait for the tuna to show up. At the moment, they dare not slack off, because there are 3 teams in hot pursuit. A little neglect can be surpassed. That's when the detector shows fish at 275 feet. At the same time, the the fishing rod is slightly bent. It was clear that the tuna had bitten the hook. Nick quickly stepped forward and grasped the pole. After some pulling, Jack moved the rod to the bow. Then Nick officially went into combat. The movement of the hand quickened suddenly. Tuna are also slowly coming to the surface. When Nick noticed the change, the speed has increased significantly. But just then the line snapped. The situation was so unexpected. Watching tuna about to be pulled to the surface. At 11 o'clock, when the guys on the tuna net found out that Jack had lost a fish, Dave and others on the boat were in a good mood. This will give them a chance to compete for first place. And Paul, fishing alone, some sympathy is inevitable. But the sympathy was not deep. After all, his current predicament is his own fault. Then the probe heard movement. Tuna found 80 feet down. The crowd was instantly excited, especially when the rod responds. Sandro quickly pressed forward. A fierce confrontation with the tuna begins. Soon he saw that the fish was playing with the float. This is not the situation they expected. If you have tuna wrapped around a rope, the line has a high risk of breaking. Jody pulled hard on the rope. Sandro, on the other hand, controls the tuna. After solving this problem, so they can keep fighting, based on the feedback from the fishing rod, they determined that there was a big fish under the water, maybe even a shark, scurrying about in the sea. If it is tuna, the hook could get loose. This is not a situation they want to see. Dave's mood suddenly hit rock bottom. Half an hour past fishing time. Sandro felt pressed for time. The hand movements quickened immediately. Never let this tuna escape. The effect was immediate. The tuna finally surfaced. They even kept moving closer to the ship. But the fish was clearly not willing. The intensity of the struggle suddenly increased. The fishing rod vibrated violently. This makes the fight more protracted. But the tuna looks a little sluggish. Began to swim slowly to the side of the boat. Dave took the harpoon and swung at the target. After a successful hit, quickly get the tuna to the edge of the boat. Jody tied the rope skillfully. The 11th fish was successfully caught. Let the tuna cool down. They immediately pulled him aboard. The tuna was measured to be 2.5 meters long. They harvested another fish. Soon they returned to the port. Fishing time is getting tight. Let Dave expect the fish to be of good quality. In order to earn more revenue, the fish weighed 333 pounds and 151 kilograms. But the fish doesn't look good. Adiposia, dullness. If not, the core part is slightly transparent. The fish is almost unsaleable. Rick offered only $9. Obviously, this fish is of very poor quality. Over 300 pounds of tuna. They earned only $2,997. Captain Paul of the Evil Pizza decided to call off the fishing trip. He was at sea for almost a day. Tired and sore, he had to return to Hong Kong and looking for partners. Captain Marcia of the Hard Commodity decided to adjust your fishing strategy. Mackerel is no longer used as bait. Use a bucket full of squid instead. However, the skies suddenly fell with heavy rain and thunder. There's obviously no chance of another tuna bite tonight. Marcia also went to rest in peace. As the night sky lightened, Joe and Jason got up. They looked around at the fishing rods. Suddenly, there was movement in one of them. Why aren't your detectors responding? Joe quickly stepped forward to retrieve the line. The fishing rods lying idle around were also put away. Even now, it was drizzling outside, but it didn't have any effect on the operation. When Jason took over Joe's job, go all out at once, fighting to pull the tuna close to the boat. The fishing has been going on for an hour. Joe went into action again. Looks like Jason's previous efforts. It takes a lot of energy, but the results have been remarkable. The tuna is showing signs of exhaustion. They're only 18 meters away from victory. Joe stepped up his efforts again. Soon the tuna surfaced. Marcia quickly picked up the harpoon nearby. The tuna that punctures the bottom of the boat with precision. The tuna is contained behind the boat. Jason tied the rope around it. The voyage yielded another bumper harvest. It seems they were blessed with good fortune. When the tuna cools down, it took 3 men to pull it up to the deck. Measurements show the tuna to be 2 feet long. At this point, the captain of the Evil Pizza, Paul, still in port. No departure. The reason is that he managed to find a partner. And this is a familiar face. Lance, who was pissed off by Paul. The two are back together again. So Paul did change. Or Lance won't come back. The hard goods also arrived at the port. Start selling this 2.6-meter tuna. After the buyer receives the fish, eliminate unwanted areas quickly. The fish weighed 481 pounds, 218 kilograms. Good meat, rich local fat, and bright color. Although the core is a bit inferior. But overall, the tuna is of good quality. The market price can reach $16 a pound. That's $7,696 for the trio. When Taylor learned that two teams had caught fish, decided to adjust his fishing spot. They have been waiting here for nearly 2 days. Not a single tuna in sight. Still, he's a little attached to this place. I'm going to wait another hour. When Marissa woke up, the current fishing point was immediately replaced. Suddenly, the fishing line on the rod made a tiny sound, and the probe responded. You should change your equipment, Tyler. Every day is not ringing or slow response. When Tyler controls the fishing rod, Marissa got up from bed too. Stepped forwards to take over Taylor's job. Watch Marissa work hard. Tyler was standing in the cockpit, maybe because the throttle at the back hasn't been fixed. Under Marissa's control, the tuna rose gradually for some distance. The fish is clearly showing signs of fatigue. Taylor stepped it up immediately after taking over. Hoped to end this fight quickly. However, the strength of the fish's resistance gave him a headache. The moment I let go, I was met with such resistance. The good news is Taylor is skilled. Never let the tuna escape. Fishing time is over for an hour. The tuna starts to rise again. Looks like the fish's life is ending. Taylor picked up the harpoon next to him. Take aim at the fish's head and stab it down. After a hit, quickly control the fish and tie the rope. That's a big fish. Let the tuna cool. Together, the two men dragged the tuna onto the deck. The measurements showed the fish to be 2 meters long. Strange how big the fish looks. Why is it so much smaller? Back in port, they immediately landed the tuna. After excising the useless part, the tuna has a net weight of 295 pounds, 133 kilograms. Next comes the quality check of the fish. It looks like the fat is evenly distributed and beautifully shaped. The core looks translucent. Overall, this tuna is of good quality. The market estimate is up to $18. Apparently, this tuna is really good. They made a profit of $5,310. There are now 2 people on the evil pizza. Paul on board looked excited. Looks like Lance's return gave him a chance to make money. So much so that he now does everything with passion. While Paul was laying out the bait, the detector suddenly beeped. Looks like there's tuna out there. The movements in Paul's hands quickened. Once you set up all the decoys, he stood by and waited. As the line on the rod begins to go out, he quickly seized the opportunity. Lance was recycling his fishing line. It feels like this tuna has incredible power. Let the uncle who just returned be caught off guard. Even the tuna broke his line. Lance's mood fell. I didn't expect the first fish to run away like that. Paul, however, did not complain. He's obviously changed. He used to yell at people, but others remained skeptical. After all, as the saying goes, a fox may change its spots, but not its spots. Only time will tell now. Let's go back to the evil pizza. There's still a lot of excitement on board. Face the sound of the probe again. They excitedly began to prepare. When the fishing rod appears bent, the 2 men rush to the deck. Take on the tuna. Lance recovered a few coils of fishing line. Let the tuna continue to flee. Intended to deplete its strength first. No more rush to reel in the line. It's a gradual, slow pull. The tuna seems to be approaching the surface. This caused excitement in both men, especially Uncle Lance. It's been a long time since we caught any tuna. An hour has passed since fishing time. The tuna is still struggling in the water, but it's not far from the surface. They just have to hold on a little longer. I can capture it. When the tuna surfaced, Paul quickly grabbed the spear nearby, stabbed the tuna unfortunately. The harpoon didn't go very far, and the fork slipped. Paul had to try again. While Lance helped control the tuna, Paul quickly picked up the rope and tied it tight. It's also the first fish they've caught this year. As they began their return voyage, the tuna is also cooling down. After pulling the fish into the boat, they took measurements immediately. The tuna was found to be 2 feet long. If the tuna is good enough, Paul may be able to recover some costs. After returning to port, started selling their own tuna. I'm curious about their fish. What kind of performance will it have? After all, Paul hasn't had much luck before. You could tell when he was fishing with Doug. Either the fish or the shark take the bait. The net weight of the fish was 445 pounds and 201 kilograms. The fish is brightly colored. Skin fat bands are also beautiful, but the core is of poor quality. It can only be purchased at $15 a pound. The total price is $6,675. Still, they make good money. With today's fishing over, the rivalry between Dave and Marcia is getting fiercer. Paul's got his fishing business up and running. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Want to be a rich boy? Then set sail quickly. Go fishing for the priceless bluefin tuna. All you have to do is catch a giant bluefin 2 meters long. The resale price to the buyer is absolutely breathtaking. The starting price is at least $20 a pound. Tens of thousands of dollars a day. People in the business. Will you still be short of money in your pocket? The tuna net was the first to reach the fishing spot. In these days of intense competition, always fighting with Marcia and Jack for the title. But as the fishing season dwindles, they must speed up their work and give full play to their own advantages. That's Dave's notebook. This is the perfect spot on a laptop. Dave used to catch a lot of fish here, earned a handsome reward, so they chose to stick with it. The color was bright. The crew of the fat tuna, watching whales leap out of the water in the distance. This is a sign that there are likely to be tuna in the vicinity. At the same time, this ocean, and the bad fish and the hot tuna. Sounds like a fishing spot to be reckoned with. OTT then tries to convince Bob to switch places with him, because Bob was the only one that showed up. Luckily, Bob didn't fall for the trick. Instead, they urged the crew to step up their decoys, despite attempts to lure him away. But it just proves that the current position is ideal. Sure enough, the detector went off. The tuna appeared at the bottom of the boat. Suddenly, the rod bent. Manny quickly stepped forward and clenched. Noise over here caught OTT's attention from afar. Luckily, Bob was on his guard. Or this tuna, it could end up in OTT's pocket. With Bob joining in, they had a relatively quiet time. The only trouble was that the line got tangled in the tail. Only John can solve this problem, so he naturally took over. The fishing time has been going on for 50 minutes. The tuna suddenly intensifies its escape, almost ripped the fishing line. This infuriated John, and he increased his strength. It worked surprisingly well, pulling tuna to the surface. The other two quickly picked up the spear. Without hesitation, stabbed the tuna. Stick it firmly in the fish. They quickly tied the rope. The 13th fish was successfully caught. This makes the next OTT envy. We're all in the same ocean. Why did you get nothing? When the tuna cools down, they pulled him on board. Measurements found the tuna to be 2 meters long. That's a pretty good catch. It's just a little smaller. Bob, after catching the fish, give up your place generously. So the evil fish quickly set off for a new location. On the way, they happened to meet a whale. That's more attractive than Bob's position. After we tell OTT and others where we are, they're also starting to set up decoys. Prepare to use this as a new fishing spot. Just put the bait in the ocean. The detector showed fish 250 feet below the surface. And there are plenty of them. As Chris watched the fishing rod nervously, the tuna is cooperating with the hook. Chris's face is so big, even a genetically related fish. I would give my life for him. This drove OTT to the side, almost crazy, because in this ocean, he's the only one who hasn't seen tuna. After Kyle took over the fishing rod, it shows the unique vitality of young people. It's amazing how fast your hands can turn, as if he had accumulated his strength for more than 20 years. It soon pulls the tuna to the surface. The fish was clearly visible on the surface of the water. Chris quickly picked up the harpoon nearby. Wait for the tuna to swim to the boat. As he throws the spear, the tuna's life is over. After controlling the fish to the side of the boat, he immediately tied it with rope. Successful catch of a bluefin tuna. I wonder how much profit this will bring them. As they haul the tuna on board, measurements revealed that the fish was 2 meters long, in full compliance with fishing regulations. While David All caught someone breaking unspoken rules. Place a float beside another person's boat. That's not a good sign, is it? Whichever side catches the fish could have cut each other's line. Everyone knows to keep a safe distance, but they try to get closer. So angry that Dave stepped forward and lashed out. But it does not seem to have prevailed. The other side distorts the facts. Claims they brought the boat here. I heard Jody's face turn red. He began to argue fiercely. To no avail. The other side is still doing what they want. To the frustration of Dave and others. Decided not to waste any more words. Stay away from these brain-retarded people. The fat tuna had now returned to port. They started selling their tuna. If the fish is of poor quality, the threat to first place will be minimal, even negligible. After excising the useless part, tuna weighs 243 pounds, 110 kilograms net. The fish looks pretty good. The core has a nice pink color. The fat is also fairly evenly distributed. Willing to buy it at $19 a pound. That earned them $4,617, if not slightly lower weight. Bob could have earned more. It's about 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Several members of the hard merchandise number. Not a single tuna has been seen. This gave them the idea of changing the fishing spot. However, the current location has caught a lot of fish. This puts Marcia in a bind. But the mood did not last long. The detector has gone off. Looks like there are 3 tuna under the water. This made them quite happy, because it's a sign that the tuna is about to bite. When the rod starts to bend, Joe grabbed the pole quickly. Start recycling your fishing line. But it didn't seem to be the tuna he was hooked on. Still expect it to be. Decided to pull the fish ashore first. The line began to fly out quickly. A discerning eye could tell it was a tuna. They're the only ones who can run like this. After Jason took over the fishing rod, strong recovery of fishing line. Try to pull the tuna out of the water quickly. Though his premonition came true. But this fish seems to be on the small side. The fishing standards set by the government were not met. On closer inspection, it looks less than 1.85 meters. They have to be released. Or you could go back to jail. The evil fish returned to port. Found Rick the buyer. Sell just caught tuna. Rick cut with consummate skill. Quickly eliminate the useless parts. The remaining tuna weighed 220 pounds and 99 kilograms. Cut off the fishtail. Look very attractive. Good fat and color. The only thing missing is the core. So I can only give you $17. Let them make $3,740. It's not a huge amount, though. But for them now, still considerable. A new day dawns. Jack, captain of the time, flies. I felt uneasy when I heard that someone had caught a fish. But after confirming that Marcia and Dave didn't get anything, the mood suddenly brightened. The anxiety of being overtaken. It has eased considerably. As long as I get something today, the lead is secure. The fat tuna was on her way to Chatham. The motives are puzzling. Why choose such a distant voyage? And there's a storm coming up here. Venture Forward is not afraid of getting into trouble. Soon enough, Jack got a message from Bob. No more fishing today. This is certainly welcome news. Dave, looking for a new fishing spot, realized it was not a place to stay. The surrounding fishing boats are crowded and competitive. But if we go somewhere else, fuel costs will increase significantly. And there's no time to waste to get the benefits. But there is no profit without fish. The probe on the flight of time. It shows 2 tuna in the vicinity. This is certainly heartening news. Meanwhile, the detector on Dave's boat. 5 tuna were also found. The fish numbers are better on their side. The crowd waited with bated breath, eagerly waiting for the tuna to bite. The time flies finally got a bite. Manny quickly stepped forward and clenched the rod. As the main fisherman on the boat, his skill is impeccable. Even if someone else does, lend a hand once in a while. Nick eventually took over. Soon the tuna came to the surface. After what Marcia and the others saw, I can't help but envy, especially seeing Jack's harpoon. When you drop the tuna with precision, although the fish then fled again, but they never got away from me. Follow the tuna to the boat. Jack quickly made up the fork. The fish is successfully controlled to the side of the boat and tied to the rope. They harvested a fish again. Marcia and others feel more and more heavy. The title race is getting tougher this season. After the tuna has cooled in the water, was pulled on board without incident. The tuna was measured to be 2.5 meters long. It's pretty strong. When they came to Rick, the buyer, starts selling this tuna immediately. The fish is quickly dismembered in Rick's hands. Others must not begin to worry. The final fish weighed 388 pounds and 175 kilograms. The fishtail looks pretty good. It goes without saying that the whole thing is flawless. Rick just offered $19 a pound. They earned $7,372. Captain of the tuna net and the windmill. After learning that Jack had succeeded in catching fish, some frustration is inevitable. Why have you been so slow to learn something? The case of the evil pizza, however, was different. Paul and Lance are in a good mood. Obviously, the gap is huge. Didn't feel too nervous, but the coming storm still makes both people uneasy. After all, there is little fishing time left. If I can't catch more fish to make money, I'm afraid we'll face another loss this year. Then their detectors went off. The fishing rod bends at the same time, although Lance was a little slower, but still in time to take control. The old man's technique is very good. There's a routine for every fishing trip. Let the tuna swim for a while, then slowly tighten the line, and so on. The effect is quite remarkable. The tuna didn't swim very far, always hovering in the same place. Even when Lance started officially recycling his fishing line, the tuna swam slowly to the surface. Soon it appeared above the water. After seeing the tuna, their hearts suddenly hung. Paul quickly picked up the spear, stabbed the target decisively. Why is this fish still struggling? Paul missed the shot. Paul had to add another shot. The two men hold the tuna to the side of the boat, quickly bind it with a rope, pulling the tuna on board. It feels like the fish weighs at least 200 kilos. It looks like tuna are really big. The measurements showed that the fish was 2 meters long. It's a good fish. 2 hours later, Paul and Lance returned to port, started selling the catch of tuna. Soon the fish was cut up. The tuna weighed 413 pounds and 187 kilograms. These two are extraordinary. The weight of the tuna had been estimated. Fish of superior quality. It's a beautiful pink color. The core is crystal clear. Fat is evenly distributed in the main areas. The buyer is willing to pay $17 a pound. They earned $7,021. Looks like Paul's about to make his mark. If the fishing time had been longer, very likely to win the title. Captain Taylor of the windmill. Feel the storm coming. This made Taylor even more nervous. And closer to the storm zone, the tuna net. I'm experiencing the wind of the moment. It feels a little dangerous. In this bad weather, Tyler and Dave, the mood is always tense. Be ready to evacuate and go home. Then the fishing rod of the tuna net suddenly bent. Several people rushed forward at once. A fierce confrontation with the tuna begins, with the current wind blowing. Their tug on the tuna. It seems to be getting harder. But for the experienced Sandro, this did not make much difference. He kept the fish under steady control. Fishing has been going on for an hour. Jody took his place. Oh, what a surprise. Someone's hair is so thin. If I hadn't known how young you were, I almost thought you were getting old. After a few waves lapping, the tuna also came up a lot. Did not let them suffer in vain. The fishing time came to an hour and a half. Their feet were full of seawater. The fish are finally surfacing. Pick up the harpoon on the side. They stab decisively, despite the success of the target. But the tuna escapes again. Fishing time extended to 2 hours. The strength of this fish is amazing. It bled for half an hour, can still swim in the ocean. After Sandro put another shot in, the tuna finally stopped moving. Looks like its strength is limited after all. Otherwise, I doubt it's carbon-based. As they pull the tuna on board, the fish was found to be very large, just a little thin. The fish measured 2 meters in length, almost 3 meters. Back at the port buyer's office, they quickly hauled the tuna ashore. Rickley lands and dismembers the fish, removed the core and the fish tail. Weighed 592 pounds and 268 kilograms. The fish looks delicious, but some areas left bad marks. Suspected past illness. Even so, it still sells for $14. It brought them $8,288 in revenue. That's a good pay. After 2 days of intense fighting, there was not much movement on the list. The championship still belongs to Jack. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Want to get rich fishing for bluefin tuna? Well, that depends on your luck, huh? Otherwise, you might run into other people are making a lot of money selling fish, and you're still out at sea. You even have to pay for the team out of your own pocket. Now, Captain Spotty of the Moonshine, watching Orrin and Ryan get better together, knowing that even though the fishing season is almost over, they can also catch large numbers of tuna, earn enough capital to live on. Then he asked Bob, who was not far away, that they had found whale tracks. I asked if I could go too. Bob generously shared the coordinates. They clearly have confidence in their technology. Spotty, however, felt Bob's approval. It's not just confidence. It was the spectacle of him that led to it. After John and Manny set up the bait, they stand on the deck and wait for the fish to bite. When the probe revealed a shoal of fish at 215 feet, the crowd was suddenly nervous, despite numerous successful catches of tuna. But they're still nervous when the fish bite. It's not easy fishing, after all. It's the desire for wealth. John was just pulling for a few minutes. The tuna put up a fierce resistance. I had no idea this fish was so strong. In a short time, he dragged the line a dozen meters. But it was a piece of cake for John. He collected the line calmly and slowly. When the tuna's figure surfaced, Manny had his sights set on the fish head. One good shot in. After a successful hit, they quickly tied the rope to the fish's tail. Although the tuna is still struggling, and there's nothing I can do about it, the tuna cools in the water for a while. The 3 men work together to pull him into the boat. Looking at this tuna that's a little bigger than expected, they couldn't wait to start measuring. However, the results were not satisfactory. The tuna is only 2 meters long. At 9:15 in the morning, Jack uses the detector to find a good environment nearby. Identified this as a prime fishing spot. He decided to bait the place. Expect the tuna to bite, to keep him away from Marcia and Dave, and Bob, who just got something. Further distance from each other. Captain of the Moonshine, while waiting, Spotty goes to Bob's old fishing spot. Wait for the tuna to show up. Orrin saw movement in the fishing rod. Retrieved the fishing line immediately. The other 2 went to the deck. Moved the rod to the stern. Ryan takes over the reel. Feels like a fish pulling like a shark. Spotty was puzzled by this statement. It's not a shark when a fish takes the bait. As Ryan pulls the fish to the boat, there was no doubt that it was indeed a shark. Had to cut the line and wait for the tuna. Meanwhile, the fat tuna. Tuna sold before arriving at the acquisition shop. Rick quickly weeded out useless parts. The tuna still weighs 329 pounds and 149 kilograms. Remove the core and the fish tail. Rick evaluates the tuna. Bright color and evenly distributed fat. Overall high quality. Priced at $19 a pound. They made a profit of $6,251. After nightfall, Captain Taylor of the Windmill. A new fishing spot was chosen. Their position in the league table is slightly awkward, in a situation where you're worse than you are. In addition, fishing time has gradually decreased. Must spare no effort. Tuna is caught to earn income. Once Taylor's done with everything, go to sleep. When the dawn breaks, the tuna suddenly attacked. Thankfully, Taylor is a light sleeper. Get up quickly and wake Marissa. A fierce confrontation with the tuna begins. The 2 take their positions. The tuna was spotted swimming towards the ship ahead. That's not a good sign, is it? Taylor immediately turned the ship around. Get away from the ship's position. After a successful escape, Marissa stepped up her efforts. Soon he drew the fish closer. But she also has very little strength left. Taylor immediately stepped in to take over. Let Marissa rest on the side. Through Tyler's efforts to pull, the tuna finally surfaced. Taylor let go of the fishing rod. Take out the tail hook and hold the tuna firmly. Marissa quickly tied the rope. As the two men worked together to pull the tuna aboard, the windmill has another big fish on its way. The tuna was measured to be 2.5 meters long. It's a big payoff. 7:09 in the morning. It's the same old Jack and Nick. The fishing spot they had high hopes for yesterday. I didn't catch the tuna I wanted. Had to change the location again. Rearrange the mackerel bait. While Nick was busy setting up, Jack found some acquaintances not far away. David All from the Tuna Network also found nothing. Can only helplessly look at the vast sea. After the windmill returned to port, the sale of tuna began immediately. What is the quality of this fish? Dennis takes out the core and the fish tail. They also cut out useless parts. The final fish weighed 374 pounds and 169 kilograms. The color of the fish tail is very bright and attractive. Unfortunately, the fat content is extremely low. The core looks fine though. However, this does not lead to a higher unit price. It can only be bought at $14 a pound, even though it's not as good as Bob's offer. But he still made $5,236. 1:30 p.m. Captain Marcia of the hard commodity decided to replace the current bait. No longer use the old live fish. I'm going to try some dead bait. I'm really confused. If there's any tuna around, why did the rod bend so quickly? Obviously, a fish bit the hook. Jason quickly stepped forward and grabbed the fishing rod. In the process of recovering the fishing line, it feels like this fish is putting up quite a fight. And it's not like tuna. It's a very weird state. Then something appeared on the water, but they didn't pay attention. Jason retrieves the line again. Out of the water came a shark. This is much to everyone's dismay. I thought I caught tuna. It turned out to be a repulsive shark. On the other side of the moonshine, we have an unexpected visitor sparrow. How did this little bird get on board? But it doesn't matter now. They still have to wait for the tuna. While Vaughn was waiting on deck, the fishing rod suddenly bent in front of me. He hurried forward, prepared to recover fishing line pulled by fish. I'm not sure if it was a shark or some other fish. Move the rod behind the stern. Ryan took the fishing rod from Vaughn. Although this fish looks like a shark, but Ryan sees things differently. Convinced it was a tuna, it seems his fishing experience has provided him with the answer. And Vaughn was in the process of recovering the fishing line. No definite answer has been found. Looks like my little buddy needs some practice. The fishing lasted an hour and a half. Ryan also managed to pull the tuna to the surface. It paid off their efforts. Vaughn took the harpoon and stabbed quickly. The tuna is quickly tied to a rope. The three finally managed to catch a number. I forgot they don't even have ships on the list. But they didn't care. After all, one tuna has been caught. Measurements showed that the fish was 2.4 m long. 4:42 p.m. The hot tuna has a new passenger. It was Danny from a boat. Don't look at him throwing up the last time he went to sea. It was just because I wasn't feeling well. That discomfort is gone now. No more vomiting on board. Now he watched the whales dancing on the sea. And the sound of the detector. He didn't show any excitement. Looks like we haven't seen a fish many times before. Had desensitized him to the scenes. However, when the fishing rod is bent in the hand, his mood was instantly aroused. Finally got a fucking tuna bite. To be honest, I was too happy too soon. What if it was a shark that took the bait? Or Daniela broke the line at the end? That would have been a wasted pleasure. With Danny pulling back most of the line. Make sure it's a tuna. That made Danny more excited and more aggressive. But the strength seems to be a little weak. Jarrett took the fishing pole, but when he recovered his fishing line, he discovered the tuna swam on, and Bob's boat is not far away. It took them by surprise. Bob quickly starts the boat and escapes. OTT, is also steering the boat away from each other. After confirming that all is well, Jarrett fought with all her might. Bob looked on coldly, maybe to lose face. The power in Jarrett's hands is growing again. Despite the pounding of the sea, he is still unwilling to give up recycling his fishing line. The fishing time has been an hour and a half, but the tuna still hasn't surfaced. Even then, the line suddenly broke. What the hell is going on? Everything was going well. Why all of a sudden? But my earlier words seemed to be true, and the moonshine that caught the tuna, still adrift on the ocean. The reason was that their engine had broken down. The ship's speed cannot be increased, can only slowly make for port. Should have been back in a few hours. Now it may be delayed until tomorrow. Captain Marcia of the Hard Commodity laments that fishing is getting harder these days. It's been almost 2 days. Not a single tuna in sight. Just that damn shark. Suddenly, the detector sounded. Marcia was immediately excited, although it takes a little longer. The fishing rod was slow to respond. Just as Marcia was sitting back reading, the fishing rod finally made a move. Jason quickly stepped forward to retrieve the line. Start fighting the tuna. Observe the motion of the fishing rod. They're sure it's not a shark. It's the tuna of my dreams. After Joe took over the fishing rod, it feels like this fish is extremely cunning. Very different from the fish before. But that doesn't matter. Just steadily recover the fishing line. That tuna will eventually surface. After the two rotate again, the tuna also rose a few meters. The dawn of victory seemed at hand. As time slowly passes, the tuna finally surfaced. Marcia quickly stood by the harpoon. Wait for the perfect moment. When Marcia decisively stabbed the harpoon, hit the target with precision, with the tuna at the side of the boat. Quickly, Joe tied the rope around the fish's tail. They succeeded in catching the 13th tuna. Just wait for the fish to cool. You can pull it up and sell it. The three waited patiently for half an hour, then dragged the fish onto the deck. The tuna was measured to be 2.7 m long. It's a big, fat fish. The moonshine returned to port. Apparently, they're having some serious engine problems. It was nearly noon before the tuna was sold. After weeding out the useless parts, take out the core and the fish tail. The final tuna weighed 313 pounds and 141 kilograms. Fish of good quality. There's a bit of fat around the edges of the skin. The core is brightly colored. It can sell for as much as $15 a pound. It brought in $4,695 for 3 people. Hard goods arrived at the port soon after. If they didn't sell fish at the same place, I even think these two ships may meet. After the buyer took over the 2.7-meter fish, remove useless areas quickly. Net weight is still 549 pounds, 249 kilograms. The fish is better this time than last time. The abdominal area is rich in fat. The core is excellent. Overall, this tuna is of excellent quality. It can sell for as much as $17 a pound. Combine the weight of the fish. They earned a total of $9,333. On this one return alone, they won the championship for the time being, although this is only a temporary lead. But as long as they keep catching tuna, the ultimate champion will undoubtedly belong to them. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. It's the most lucrative job in the world. Wait an hour at sea every day. Can lift a 400 pounds of tuna. Easy haul of $8,360. I catch one a day, easily making millions a month. Do you want to do this kind of work? Captain Paul of the Evil Pizza found the water covered with mackerel bait. Lance has to work against time to catch these fish. It's the only way to do that. Spend more time fishing for tuna. No need to spend time fishing these lures. You can make a profit. The tuna net arrives at Chatham. Fishing for tuna here. As the current season draws to a close, they must do their best. Catch as much tuna as the rules permit. Otherwise, it will be Jack, Bob, and Marcia. Give me a minute to surpass. And Jack, captain of the Time Flies, picked a bad fishing spot last night. There are few tuna around. Instead, sharks abound, making it hard for them to even catch bait. The current fishing point must be replaced immediately. Hard product numbers are quite different. They chose a unique location. Everyone else was fishing far from land, and they're close to the shore. Why Marcia chose this place? It's his belief in miracles. I don't know who can catch tuna today. It was 9 a.m. that day. Bob, captain of the fat tuna, after a night of searching, found the perfect fishing spot. Nearby are whales and seabirds. This will undoubtedly help them catch tuna successfully. And not far from Bob, Otto and Dave are busy too. Don't think they're a threat. It's not going to happen. On the contrary, it can provide Bob with valuable information. Suddenly, Bob's detector went off. The fishing rod is also slightly bent. Looks like today's prey is about to bite. John stepped forward quickly. A fierce confrontation with the tuna begins. Even though this fish is pretty wild, but it's hard to escape. Instead, Lance dragged him a few feet. Even in his hands, the tuna slowly rises to the surface. Manny immediately grabbed the harpoon. Target tuna. As the harpoon flew out, the target was hit with precision, but the tuna are still putting up a fight. It got Bob so excited after he hooked the target. I even wanted to punch it myself. Fortunately, the fish was badly injured. Manny tied the rope easily, while the tuna is still cooling in the ocean. When Dave heard the news, he was full of envy. Find Bob and get some information. Try to fish in the same spot. He even tried to claim the mackerel from his boat. That's a steal. A little over half an hour later, Bob gave the mackerel to Dave and sent my best wishes. Let's hope they catch some tuna too, but it's best not to earn too much, so as not to threaten their title. After handover, Bob managed to pull the tuna into the boat. The fish was measured to be 2 meters long. Looks like they're going to make a lot of money again. Captain Taylor of the windmill. Large schools of fish were found at the bottom of the boat. This is a sign that tuna is coming. The reason is that the nearby waters are too deep. And tuna's favorite food. I love this dive area. Sure enough, his detector responded. There's tuna. But while Tyler was waiting, the fishing rod suddenly bent. A tuna bites the hook. Taylor immediately went to work, pack up the other rods, and called for Marissa to get up. As he moved the rod to the stern, Marissa got up from bed too, but the line in front of Tyler, and then it snapped. This annoyed Taylor. I didn't expect such a short time. The tuna escaped from their hands. Bob also returned to port, started selling their own tuna. Now, they have only a few days left to fish. The 3 men had great hopes for the fish, very high quality, to make enough money. The final net weight of the fish was 257 pounds and 116 kilograms. Remove the core and the fishtail. Rick started a quality check. Beautiful cherry core, plenty of fat under the skin. The overall quality is quite good. At $17 a pound, they made a profit of $4,369. If not slightly underweight. At such a high unit price, definitely earn more. 12:30 p.m. Bob, captain of the hot tuna, watching the whale dance in front of me, wondering where the tuna went. When something similar happened yesterday. And then there's tuna. But there was no sign of it now, especially since the detector has gone off 5 times in a row. To Otto's great annoyance, hurried to find Dave to complain. But while they were talking, the fishing rod in Jarrett's hand suddenly bent. Oh my God, this tuna is making a surprise attack. Dave, in the distance, was stunned. Just now he was complaining. Tuna fishing started in a flash. Good thing OTT can't hear you right now. Or I would have laughed in his face. When Jarrett was handling the line, there's something strange about this fish. How do you run and then suddenly stop? Jarrett was momentarily stunned, though he was curious. But anyway, as long as the line keeps going, just slowly recover the line. I saw tuna come to the surface. OTT took the harpoon from Danny, jabbed at the fish's head. Watching the tuna, still struggling, Danny picked up another harpoon and fixed it. Suffered 2 harpoon attacks. The tuna is finally unable to resist and is held to the side. Jarrett quickly tied the rope. After many days of waiting, finally caught a tuna. OTT, flushed with excitement, can't even speak as the tuna cools. Together, they pulled the fish into the boat. The tuna was measured to be 2 meters long. What a fat fish. Jack, captain of the time flies. New fishing spots have been selected. Chatham is the one who let them catch the fish. But on the way, the engine at the stern suddenly stopped working. This took both men by surprise. It was fine a minute ago. Why did it suddenly go wrong? Isn't that a waste of time? When checking the engine, they found it impossible to repair themselves. The crankshaft inside the engine broke. To fix this thing, but it's $11,000. It's going to use up all of Jack's savings. Luckily, there's an engine running. Avoid the dilemma of stagnation. As the two embark on their journey again, Dave, captain of the tuna net, arriving at a relatively unfamiliar fishing spot. Expect to be on the beaten track. I can get a good harvest and catch tuna. Except for the one fish per day limit. Dave would have caught a few more. While he was still in trance, the detector in front of me suddenly sounded. Tuna appeared at a depth of 150 feet. The fishing rod also bent slightly in front of them. Sandro quickly seized the opportunity. It's time for the first fish of the day. But this fish was a little late. If we don't catch it quickly, they may not be able to return to port today. The fishing time has been half an hour. There has been remarkable progress. The tuna has risen several meters. Sandro, try harder. I can pull the fish into the boat. But here's the unexpected. The effort lasted half an hour to pull the tuna a little higher again. But the fish didn't seem willing. Still struggling. But it was to no avail. 10 minutes later, Sandro finally pulled the tuna to the surface. Victory is in sight. Dave picked up the harpoon and stabbed. The two men worked together to hold the tuna to the side of the boat. Tie the rope quickly. After the successful catch of this tuna, they pulled him on board. The fish measured 2 meters and 7 meters long. Although it's nice to have this big fish on board, but if we don't get back in time, I'm afraid this fish will count as tomorrow's harvest. By this time, the hot tuna had successfully returned to port. This surprised Rick on the shore. He almost thought OTT had given up. Let him fish alone, with the tuna being cut out of useless parts. Remove the core and tail meat. The tuna still weighs 437 pounds and 198 kilograms. The fish looks good, similar to Bob's fish, but the core is a bit weaker. It can only be sold for $16 a pound, but because their tuna is heavier, the trio ended up earning $6,992, and the tuna net is at $11.55. Successful return to port. I didn't expect them to return today. Thought this fish was for tomorrow's harvest. After Rick excised the useless part, the tuna weighs 450 pounds and 204 kilograms. But the fish is of poor quality, less fat and darker color. Only the core is okay. It sells for $12 a pound, although the unit price is not high. But he ended up making about the same amount as Bob. It reached $5,400. As the next day came, Captain Paul of the Evil Pizza, only 2 fishing rods were set up. That seems like a small amount. Both of them were unlucky, too. There's been no noise from the probe since last night. It made Paul nervous. We're about to start the season all over again. While he was agonizing on deck, the detector in front of Lance is responding. There seemed to be 2 tuna. Lance hurried out, in spite of a fall, but it didn't matter, just being laughed at by the crowd. When Paul found out about the tuna, step into the cab to confirm the presence of the tuna. Suddenly the rod on the deck bent. Lance quickly grasped it. Begin to recover the fishing line dragged by the tuna. The uncle is still using traditional methods. Let the tuna escape first, even for longer than usual. Looks like a reduction in fishing time. Put him on his guard. Past his slow reel. It turns out this tuna has a lot of energy. It makes the fishing rod tremble. It made Lance more careful. The movement of the hand slows down. The intensity also decreases. We've been fishing for 44 minutes. Lance's face flushed with fatigue, but he managed to pull the fish to the surface. Paul seized the moment. Take the spear and stab it fast. Lance is holding the tuna with a fish hook. Paul was there to help tie the tail. The 4th tuna was successfully caught. Looking at the cooling fish, the two were excited beyond words. Captain Paul, during this time, I also deeply reflected on my own problems. I looked at my own shortcomings. As the 2 men pulled the tuna on board, Measurements showed that the fish was 2.7 m long. I didn't expect it at the last minute to catch such a huge tuna. The two were eager to return home. Cash in this tuna. 8 a.m. time, flies Captain Jack. Finally arrived in Chatham. They have only one engine left. If you don't catch any fish in the morning, there will be no return to port at night. This makes Jack anxious, always hoping the tuna bites. Suddenly, a fishing rod bent and appeared. The two men were immediately very excited. Jack quickly stepped forward and grasped the pole. Take on the tuna. Look at the fishing rod bent like this. I knew this tuna was good. Move the rod behind the bow. Nick's starting to show off his fishing skills, although the line has been pulled far. But as long as the line keeps going, catching tuna is only a matter of time. But the ship lacked an engine, making it harder for them to get to the tuna. It can't be pulled to the side quickly enough. After half an hour of intense fighting, the tuna finally swims a few meters away. Looks like it's about to fall into control. Jack stepped out of the cockpit, took Nick's place. He successfully pulls the tuna to the surface. Nick just stepped into the cockpit. Jack announces that the tuna has surfaced. Nick rushed to the bow. Remind Jack to hold the harpoon and aim at the target. Jack throws the harpoon decisively and hits it with precision. After successfully controlling the tuna, they tied it to the side of the boat. It looks likely to return before dawn. After hauling the tuna on board, measurements showed that the fish was 2.5 m long. By this time, Paul and Lance had returned to port. They started selling their tuna. Rick lifted the fish. Remove unnecessary parts quickly. The final fish weighed 440 pounds and 199 kilograms. Fish of fine quality, rich skin fat. The core is particularly beautiful. The buyer paid $19 a pound. Combine the weight of the tuna. The pair earned a combined $8,360. Despite some difficulties early in the season, fortunately, the last few days were fruitful. Captain Marcia of the Hard Goods. After finding out about Jack's tuna catch, I can't help feeling a little remorse. Looks like the location was chosen earlier. Very bad indeed. By this time, Jack had returned to port. Judging from the surroundings, it was late afternoon. The two made it back before dawn, excited to start selling tuna. After Rick took the fish, skillfully cut off the head and fins, removed the core and the fishtail, even if you cut out a lot of parts. But this fish still weighs 360 pounds, 163 kilograms. The fish is very attractive in appearance. Cherry-colored core and fleshy texture. The main parts are rich in fat. It sells for $20 a pound. That's $7,200 for both of them. Too bad if the fish were fatter. Maybe even more. After 2 days of competition, Jack regained the top spot with this fish. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. If you want to catch a giant tuna, well, let's get out there and try a few. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to catch one. Bluefin tuna up to 20 feet long. As long as the fish is fresh and good, you could have made $10,940. Make your wallet bigger than it needs to be. After a month of tuna fishing, everybody's making a lot of money. There are only 24 hours left in the season. The fat tuna is currently in 4th place. Bob, on this last moment, made what I thought was the perfect plan, but he wouldn't say. This guy's a little sneaky. The tuna net is currently in 2nd place. He's got his eye on the prize. All I need is one more tuna. Hard Goods numbers sit in 3rd place. They have been excellent. Reverse from the end to the current position. If I can catch one more quality fish, the title is just around the corner. This last day is crucial. The windmill was 5th. Although the battle for 1st place is not easy, but they're not aiming for a championship. It's every tangible benefit, and they certainly had some good luck. Genius Bright Tuna bites the fishing rod. Tyler heard the familiar sound, quickly climbed up and went to the fishing pole. Take on the tuna. Marissa got up a little late, but it didn't happen again. After taking the fishing rod, she immediately went to work. Although he doesn't look fully awake, Tyler stared at the distant tuna. Noticed the fish was unusually active. He immediately warned Marissa to be on her guard. Be careful, the line can break at any time. Still, Taylor wasn't reassured. Grab the fishing rod. His fishing skills are superb. In a short time, the tuna is drawn to the bottom of the boat, ready to be captured. Taylor couldn't wait. Go straight for the tuna, though the fish tried to flee. To no avail. Tyler took a second shot at the fish's head, then hooked the tail of the tuna. Marissa tied the rope expertly. The pair managed to catch their first fish of the day. And the first of all, the rest of the fleet heard the news. I can't help but feel that this tuna is a pity. Easily got on Taylor's boat. Frankly speaking, they are full of envy. After the tuna cools in the ocean, being pulled up on deck, looking at the last fish of the season, measured the tuna to be 2 feet long. A delighted Taylor couldn't help but dance. It's 7:15 in the morning. Bob didn't say he was nervous, but obviously there's a lot of pressure. Tyler caught this tuna. It makes everyone nervous. The captain of the fat tuna. He also shared his new plan. No more mackerel as bait. Switch to bluefish from the sea, hoping to catch over 200 kilograms of tuna. Bob just finished his plan. Manny caught a bluefish. Quickly stuffed it into the bait trap. Other fishing rods also bent. The fish took the bait one after another. Just 10 minutes. They caught more than 20 bluefish. Apparently found a fish nest. The next step of the plan will then be initiated. Head to the ideal fishing spot. Good tuna net, Captain Dave. Taylor's luck is surprisingly good. I didn't expect him to be so quick. He caught a tuna, and it's a giant fish 6 feet long, just as his heart was filled with envy. The ship's detectors picked up movement, but the rod didn't respond. This confused Dave. Could detectors be deceiving people? After Jody pulled out the line, he could not help cursing. The damn fish stole the bait. I wonder how this fish does it. Suddenly, the fishing rod bent. Oh, this tuna's trying to steal another one. Unfortunately, it did not succeed. Humans are smarter after all. While Jody was fighting the tuna, Dave and Sandro put on jumpsuits one after the other. Jody gave up her place too. Get the main fisherman on the boat. In the process of recovering the fishing line, something seems to be wrong with the tuna's tail. The fishing line might be tangled again. This made Sandro very uncomfortable, afraid the line will break again. Suddenly, the 3 men found a fishing boat ahead. Isn't that adding to the mess? There's a battle going on with the tuna, and it's still coming this way. Good thing about the guy driving the boat. Be aware of problems in time and leave quickly. When it was safe, Sandro threw himself in a battle. 40 minutes into the fishing hour, the tuna finally surfaced. Dave stood next to Sandro, harpoon in hand. Progress is rapid, but when Sandro did it again, but the tuna ran away. How can this fish have such strength? But there's no other way now. Can only slowly pull the tuna out of the water. Suddenly the line in Sandro's hand broke. Everyone was suddenly speechless. Fortunately, there is still some time. I was able to catch another tuna. By this time, the windmill had arrived in port. They started selling their catch of tuna, with the fish in the hands of the buyer. Useless parts are quickly eliminated. That leaves 470 pounds and 213 kilograms of tuna. The tuna meat looks pretty good, high in good fats. However, the cooling time is slightly insufficient. Otherwise, the color will be more perfect, so it can only be priced at $18. Otherwise, the fish would sell for at least $20 each. Still, the pair earned $8,460. OTT, captain of the hot tuna. I feel really unlucky this season. And it's not just the tuna harvest. She also lost her dog Reba. As they set up the bait, there was a sudden movement in the probe. Target is 116 feet underwater. When OTT looked at the detector, the fishing rod snapped. A surprised Jarrett quickly grabbed the fishing rod. Recover fishing line pulled by tuna. OTT was overjoyed by the scene, excitedly holding the dog on the hand and kissing it repeatedly. And Jarrett is making progress. The tuna has risen several meters. Jarrett and OTT were ecstatic. However, some people do not give face. Tosh went straight to the stern and jumped into the sea. Everyone on board was dumbfounded. In desperation, OTT also jumped into the sea, becoming the second man to go overboard this season. In the blink of an eye, he was swimming to the bow. You can see how fast they're going. Luckily, Jarrett slowed down in time. OTT was able to return to the stern. After Jarrett got rid of the other dog, prepared to take the dog aboard, the photographer lowered his camera, came forward to help carry the dog up, placed the ladder at the gate. OTT climbed back up too. Fortunately, he didn't have any problems. Even more fortunate, the tuna did not escape, still in their hands. But the line has been taken. Ms. Jarrett then stepped up her efforts, determined to pull the tuna back in. After a few minutes of rematch, Tuna pulls to where Tosh was before he jumped, although some time was wasted earlier. But overall progress has not been affected. Watching the tuna on the sea, Otter stabbed with his harpoon in hand and keep it on the side of the boat. Jarrett quickly tied the rope. Then they began to celebrate. They plan to wait until the fish is sold. Invite the photographer who helped out to dinner. When OTT tells himself the experience of jumping into the sea and catching tuna, the others were dumbfounded. OTT's affection for his dog is obvious. Yet OTT's slightly comical description but made the old man, Spotty, laugh. After all, no one wants to be unlucky around someone. Tim, who has been silent. At this time, they came to the hot tuna. Looks like the father's still worried about OTT. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. As the tuna cools, together they pulled him into the boat and measured the fish to be 2 meters long. To see OTT get so much, Tim also left in peace. Only 13 hours until the end of the season. The 3 on the hard item number. His heart grew heavier when he learned that another fish had been caught. They can't help wondering, why have you never been able to catch a tuna? But the other 3 also got nothing. Otherwise, they might be more anxious. Suddenly, the detector responded. The fishing rod quivered slightly at the same time. Jason rushed forward at once. Marcia was excited too. I didn't know I was talking about tuna. It just walked right through your door. Joe, after taking the fishing rod, gripped the wheel and started spinning. The strength in his hands gradually increased. The tuna also rose several meters. But there was a ship in front of him. Really, this last day of time, I didn't catch any tuna myself. And yet he came here to harass. After driving the man away, Jason took over the fishing rod again. Looks like they're going to take turns again. Their progress is therefore accelerated. In a twinkling, the tuna approached the hull. Watching the tuna about to be pulled aboard, Joe kicked Jason away. He held the fishing rod again. The rise of the tuna suddenly accelerated. Soon they came to the surface of the sea beside the ship. Marcia lunged at it with her harpoon in hand. Although the tuna is still struggling, Jason quickly jabbed in with another gun. Joe hooked up the fish's tail and quickly tied it with a rope. While the tuna was still cooling in the stern, Meisha also spread the word. I hit Bob and Dave in the face as they pulled the fish into the boat. Measured the tuna to be 2.5 meters long. Looks like it worked out pretty well this time. Although this fish isn't particularly big, but it's better than before. After more than an hour of fighting, they finally arrived at the port. They started selling their tuna. Look at this tuna that's bigger than ever. The 3 men were filled with expectations. I hope I can make a lot of money out of it. In order to win the championship, after removing the useless parts, the tuna weighs 364 pounds, 165 kilograms. The next step is to check the quality of the fish. Rick watched the fish tail carefully. Has good skin fat. The core is performing well. It can sell for $17 a pound. Not as much as Taylor's unit price, but it still netted the trio $6,188. To finish the season on a high note, after 10 hours of fighting, the leaderboard has changed again. Even though hard goods are making a lot of money, but still not past the flight of time. And Captain Jack is suffering at the moment. The ship lacks an engine. Marcia caught a fish. This made him even more upset. It took most of the day just to get here. There's not much time left to go back. If we don't catch tuna soon, it will be difficult to secure a position. While Jack was trying to figure it out, there was a sudden movement in the fishing rod at the stern. Nick grabbed it quickly. A fierce confrontation with the tuna begins. Jack excitedly put away the other fishing rods. During this time, Nick's battle was a tough one. Maybe it's the location and the engine. Jack hurried into the cockpit, increased the ship's current speed, and assist in moving the fishing rod to the bow. After Nick returned to his familiar position, soon the fish is lifted several meters. The excitement intensified again. His arms move so fast they almost form a shadow. Nick's luck is good, too. Not only lifted the fish a few meters, the line broke unexpectedly. Nick was almost mad at the moment. The hot tuna now returned to port. Starts selling the catch. I didn't expect it at the last minute. I really caught a tuna. After Rick cut off the head and tail. Also cut the fish for quality inspection. The final fish weighed 515 pounds and 233 kilograms. The quality of the fish looks pretty good. It shows bright colors. It is also rich in fat. However, the core quality is slightly inadequate, so it can only be priced at $15. Although the unit price is slightly lower. But the weight of the tuna is staggering. It brought them $7,725 in revenue. Bob, captain of the fat tuna, I feel that the current situation is rather serious. Only 11 hours of fishing left. If we don't catch another tuna soon, I'm afraid I'll miss the chance to win the championship. Just when they are sad, the detector in front of me suddenly stirred. The fishing rod began to bend. Bob, who heard this noise, rushed out of the cabin in excitement. Take on the tuna yourself. He lets the bait fish escape first. Then it slowly begins to pull the tuna back. Based on the feedback from the fishing rod in hand, this hook fish is surprisingly powerful. No ordinary fish. Looks like we made the right decision. Then the final step of the launch plan is steady. Slowly pull the tuna into the boat. Pull the line gently and slowly, so as not to provoke a fierce resistance from the tuna. Let the fish surface without even knowing it. The strategy worked well. Tuna have emerged from the surface. Manny quickly picked up the harpoon, jabbed the tuna with precision. However, side effects also appear. Tuna still has plenty of stamina, but its strong resistance was not effective. He was still tied to the rope. The big fish was caught successfully. To end the season, their celebration was like a party, with the tuna being pulled aboard. People sighed that the fish was so big and fat. The tuna was measured at 2.8 m. Well, that's a good catch. After learning this information, there were 2 more sea jumpers this season. I have to admire the courage of these 2 men. After all, there are great white sharks lurking in these waters. The slightest mistake may lead to great disaster. The news reached Dave. He suddenly became more anxious. Tell Sandro and Jody to step up the decoy, especially hearing the sound of the detectors. The tension multiplied, afraid to miss this big fish. Sandro stepped forward again, start a fierce fight with the tuna. It was not long before Jordy took Sandro off. He fought longer this time. I spent 50 minutes in a dogfight with tuna. However, he could not pull the fish to the surface. This is normal. The fishing rod trembled violently. Jody managed to pull the fish some distance, although the tuna is close to the surface. But there is still a big gap. Must fight hard again for a while. As long as you persevere, victory is at hand. The fishing time has been 2.5 hours. Jody was exhausted by this time. Dave quickly stepped into the fray. First half an hour. The tuna is still struggling in the water. The fish were not caught during this time. According to the detector, this tuna is very powerful. I can't believe it stayed at that depth. This confused Dave beyond measure. When did the tuna become so strong? Next to Sandro witnessed it all, seemed to whisper something under his breath. I don't know what it means, but it seemed to make Dave even fiercer. Instantly pulls the tuna to the surface. Sandro immediately thrust his harpoon at the target. Quickly get the tuna to the side of the boat. Watching the unresponsive fish. He was obviously worn out. After the rope is tied. Caught my first fish of the day. Or the last one. While Dave was out there bragging about his accomplishments. The 2 in the back are secretly drinking. If it weren't for the concern about teenagers drinking too early, I already made it public. After a period of waiting, the tuna is also cooling down, with the fish being pulled up to the deck. The fish measured 2.6 m long. It It was a happy ending to the day. Only the fish is a little thin. Some of the guys on the moonshine look relaxed. Spotty was even more relaxed. I don't know why they're so relaxed. Is it really because it's not on the list? I don't know anything about rankings, so I don't care. Nick, crew member of the Time Flies. I feel very uncomfortable at the moment. I lost a tuna earlier. Now face the whale in front of you. The sound of the probe reverberated in my ears. Afraid to miss the tuna again this time. It would be a terrible crime to lose it again. And yet he yearns for fish. This ambivalence made him suffer. Suddenly the rod bent before my eyes. He rushed forward at once. Start fighting the tuna. Looks like he was faking it. Isn't that a lie? In the process of fighting the tuna, Jack suddenly noticed a ship approaching. So anxious that he cried out. I was afraid the boat would cut the line. The other side knows it too. But to avoid a situation like this happening again, he quickly moved the rod to the bow. Continue the tuna fight. 50 minutes into the fishing hour, Nick is back in charge. During this period of intense confrontation, they were struck by the size of the fish. If I can catch it in my hand, will no doubt consolidate the current ranking. After pulling the tuna up a few meters, Nick's excitement was palpable, determined to haul the tuna aboard. I didn't expect the line to break at this moment. Nick couldn't help but exclaim, "Why is it off again?" The two of them suddenly felt the world collapse. Now time is running out. If I can't catch any more fish, the opportunity will be completely lost. Bob on the other side arrives at the port. He started selling his catch. This fish is truly amazing. If the quality is good, you can win the title. The final fish weighed 547 pounds and 248 kilograms. The fish has a beautiful cherry-colored core, and all the indicators are good. But that's why there are no outstanding highlights. Can only be bought for $20 a pound. They made $10,940. Looks like they made a killing this time. Jack, captain of the Time Flies, decided to call off fishing for the day. It would be futile to continue. They only have one engine. Even if you catch a fish, you can't get back in time. This made everyone's hearts heavy. Now we have to give the championship away. An hour before the day ends, the tuna net successfully returned to port. Start selling your catch. Rick was a little anxious to see them. Remove the useless part quickly. The final fish weighed 462 pounds and 209 kilograms. This fish is fat and beautiful. The meat is then examined. The fish is brightly colored, but the rest of it falls short. If not for the season finale, the unit price should have been increased. So this fish sells for $13 a pound. That gives them an income of $6,006. They had a lot of luck. With the end of the day, the season is over. The leaderboard has changed. The championship was snatched away by Bob. Jack narrowly lost by $100. I can't help but lament my fate. After a new day, Bob and others began to celebrate. There is nothing new about this celebration, just a blessing to each other, and mixed with a few jokes. Looking forward to another fight next season. Other fleets are encouraging each other. Get ready for the next game. I hope we don't repeat this loss. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode.